Others may only have one accompanying treasure when crossing the primordial chaos, but you not only have 4, but also have innate control over 5 supreme laws. However, despite such a heaven-defying start, you are always living in fear, because you know, as the most orthodox ruler of this primordial chaos, the Purple Wei Emperor star, whether it is the reincarnated demon god or the supreme heavenly path, is always calculating to make you die and disappear, and steal the rule of this primordial world in a proper and legitimate way. To prevent the Purple Wei Emperor star from becoming a symbol of imperial power, the Emperor Tian decided to prioritize stability above all else. No matter how eloquent you are, as long as I remain unmoved, the world will always regard me as the supreme authority. Whether it's the will of heaven or the demons, they will all eventually be shrouded in my shadow, never to see the light of day. At this time, the chaotic land was filled with ferocious beasts and constant warfare. Under the resentment of the 3,000 chaotic demons and the rebellious leadership of the Beast Emperor God, countless ferocious beasts were crazily slaughtering all living beings in sight, intending to destroy the creatures created by Pangu and dominate this newly born world. However, Hongjun and Luoho and other reincarnated demons cannot possibly allow the gods to act recklessly like this. But the Xiong Beast clan is the remnant body and resentment of the demons. They feed on the aura of the sky and the flesh and blood of all spirits, and their cultivation progresses extremely quickly. Just relying on their more than 10 reincarnated demons is simply unable to resist. To eliminate the evil of the rebellious gods, Hongjun and others began to roam the chaos of the world, searching for the newly born innate sacred, hoping to gather the power of all beings to extinguish the ambition of the savage beast clan. And just as the flames of war raged on the land of chaos, in the center of the extraterritorial sky, there was a purple gold star shining in the sky, with a majestic power that no one could look directly at. This is the master of the celestial battles, symbolizing the Purple Wei Emperor star of the Emperor of Chaos. At this moment, above the Purple Wei Emperor star, a purple golden divine dragon measuring over 100,000 zhang is coiled on a giant tree adorned with countless stars. The power of the stars in the sky rolls violently with every breath he takes, and the chaotic aura pours from the void. Even the 5 elements of time and space tremble at this moment. According to later records, the first generation of the Purple Star God died because he was born too early and was calculated in the calamity of fierce beasts. His innate imperial destiny also split into 2 strands after his death, falling on the bodies of Emperor Jun and Tai. The power of destiny itself can be seen how terrifying it is. Just half of the fate can make the 2 brothers, Emperor Jun, become the demon emperor who rules the world, and with the emperor's aura flowing eastward, the Purple Star Emperor gradually became an ordinary main star. The newly conceived star god, whether in terms of roots or intelligence, can no longer compare to figures like Emperor Jun and Hades. Even their strength has stagnated at the level of De Luo Golden Immortal, becoming a symbol of imperial fortune. And this is not all. When the second generation Purple Wei Star God fell in the Witch Demon Tribulation, in order to permanently eliminate future troubles, the Heavenly Tao allowed it to be reincarnated as Boyi Cow during the Sealing God Tribulation. After being cooked into a meat soup and fed to King Wen of Zhou by Emperor Xin, he directly ascended to the Sealing God list, completely becoming a puppet in the hands of the Heavenly Tao. From then on, the name of the Purple Wei Emperor no longer existed. Considering this, a resolute look rose in the eyes of the Emperor. Since I am now the Emperor Ziwei, this time I must not repeat the same mistakes. He now not only naturally controls the 5 most powerful laws, but also possesses the innate merit treasure of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and the Shanha Sheiji map, which does not involve the karma of killing. Even the top-grade innate spiritual treasures like the world-destroying Black Lotus and the Zhoutian Starry Skyfruit Tree, which symbolizes the leader of the 10,000 stars, are all in his hands. So many treasures accompany. How did the first-generation Purple Star God die in the end? The Emperor Tian looked at the 3 treasures surrounding him and the starry fruit tree beneath him, and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. In theory, with such extraordinary roots and 3 top-grade treasures to protect oneself, as long as one is not a fool, the strength after transformation is definitely among the top in the primordial world. But the first generation of the Purple Wei Star God still died. It seems that if you want to safely pass through the tribulation of death, you still have to learn the low-key way of Hongjun. The Emperor Tian looked at the 3 treasures again, and his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of sharpness. In the original trajectory, these treasures were all taken advantage of by others. Among them, the predestined merit treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, was formed by the fusion of 2/10 of the merit of opening the sky with the chi of Hongmeng, but somehow ended up in the hands of Randang. The map of mountains, rivers, and territories that coincided with the 2 paths of time and space eventually fell into the hands of Hongjun, and was later given to Nuwa when distributing treasures. But this is also expected. As the main force of the beastly robbery, if you say you did not participate in the plan to kill him, I don't believe it. You should know that even Qiankuan and others who are reincarnations of demons like him were all tricked by him and died. Otherwise, the Qiankuan tripod that Hongjun will take out later, the Taijutsu, and a host of other innate treasures, it couldn't have flown into his hands on its own, could it? This is not to mention him. If you look at the whole flooded heaven and earth, there is one that counts. I would rather believe in the resurrection of discord than ever believe in this lame and ridiculous reason. As for the Black Lotus of Perdition, this one needed no introduction. Alluding to his destructive ways as an emperor, the follow-up then fell into the hands of the demon ancestor Luo Shu, becoming one of his signature magic treasures. This one is kind of normal attribution. As the strongest person in terms of cultivation and battle power amongst the reincarnations of a group of demon gods, if he hadn't been involved in the pit kill program, with only Hongjun and others who are in the way of the limitations of heaven and earth and are unable to break through to the mixed golden immortals, it was impossible to keep the violet star god who was bent on leaving. While calculating in Di Tian's heart, some scorn flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's currently certain that Hongjun and Luo Shuo must have been involved in the pitfall plan. Before their wings are full, it's better to leave these two alone if it's not necessary. The perpetual star fruit tree, on the other hand, corresponded to the starway that he ruled. In the way of towering above the purple violet emperor star, it has safely escaped the quantum robbery of the fierce beasts and the quantum robbery of the three tribes. It wasn't until the time of the witch demon calamity that it was taken away by Emperor Jun. It was used to complete the perimeter star dipper formation in the Hichu Luo Shu. The 365 fruits on it were also refined into the core formation flag. It was only then that the perimeter star dipper formation was able to erupt with a power comparable to the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation. When fully activated, it was even capable of exterminating saints. It's just a pity that the Heavenly Tao and the Hongjun don't allow for such greatness. And something exists that is not under their control. As for the heavenly court in the latter days, the great formation of the stars and dukes of the week, which was set up by Hao Qian, only a castrated version exists. Don't even talk about wearing out saints. Even quasi-saints can't handle it. They can only threaten the great Luo golden immortals, and the practitioners below them. Fortunately, today everything is just beginning. With the existence of so many treasures that allude to one's own laws, my understanding of the laws will definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The opening accompanied by a supreme treasure of innate merit and virtue, and two others that fell short of a ban. It would be able to step into the very top extreme innate spiritual treasure of the innate supreme treasure, as well as a top 10 innate spiritual roots. Such a heal is unmatched in the whole of the flood. And this time, no matter what is said, you must live with it yourself. The passing of time, the vast expanse of heaven and earth. It had been a long time since Di Tian had completely let go of the past. On this day, above the purple violet emperor star, the emperor's purple chi erupted with a roar. Brilliant heavenly might swept across the entire extraterrestrial starry sky in an instant, attracting billions of stars in pilgrimage. The immeasurable power of starlight poured in crazily, and a space-time storm swept through the void. The breath of destruction oppresses all spirits, just at the moment when the entire universe trembled due to the overflowing breath. A voice of infinite majesty, as if it were a supreme lord. It was like the proclamation of a demon king destroying heaven and earth, instantly resounding through the past, present, and future. I am the great emperor of the stars and dukes of the week 3 talents, the great emperor of Ziwei, whose name is Di Tian. The 9-clawed purple and gold imperial dragon is the king of the stars and buckets, the lord of heaven, earth and man, and the king of all spirits in heaven and earth, the one and only orthodox lord who rules over the flood. As the voice of proclamation fell, the golden lotus of infinite Tao rhythms emerged from the void, and billions of miles of violet gas came from the east. Mysterious Dharma sounds enveloped the heavens, the conception of the star god of the week. Moreover, under the blessing of thousands of visions, it was shortened by more than a few yuanhui in a few moments. At the same time, above the violet emperor star, the emperor's laws, the laws of space and time, the laws of destruction, and the laws of the stars were in the arch of the emperor's laws. Di Tian's violet gold emperor dragon body also gradually transformed into a figure with violet gold starry river double pupils that, a young man with purple waist-length hair, a strong but soft face, distinct eyebrows, and a powerful body. Come, just by spitting out a single word. It was as if the words followed the law. The infinite violet chi and the golden lotus of the Tao gathered to the youth's circumference. In an instant, it transformed into a purple and gold imperial robe embroidered with 109-clawed golden dragons, a pair of dark gold coiled dragon boots, as well as the emperor's hair crown that symbolized the emperor's imperial power, as if branding the stars of the week on it. The emperor's heavenly might that overflows when he raises his hand and lifts his foot becomes more and more intense. Even a mere glimpse is enough to inspire awe. There is an urge to worship, And this was only the result of D. Tian's deliberate restraint. If the entire might was released, below the Dalo had no qualifications to stand in front of him. Cultivators above the Dala would not only involuntarily develop timidity and trepidation within their hearts, even the battle power would be slightly affected. It follows that among the original trajectories, why did Hongjun and the others have to pit the primordial violet star god? After all, if he was allowed to truly grow up, the flooded heavens and earth would all be under his control. At that time, both Hongjun and the others, and the exalted heavenly Tao, or the 6 Taishangs who are destined to become saints in the latter days will never have a day of reckoning to speak of. Just as D. Tian took shape and came out, Hongjun and Luo also coincidentally came outside the Ziwei Emperor star. Feeling the brilliant heavenly might emanating from D. Tian, can this person really be relied upon? Whether it be the proclamation just made, or the power it possesses, both can see that the other side is extremely ambitious. But don't let's say that by that time, the Beast Emperor God Rebel hasn't been annihilated yet. Just add another supreme overlord who wants to control heaven and earth. Luo's eyes gazed at the violet Emperor star, and in his heart, for some reason, a slight uneasiness rose. I always feel that if I come into contact with it, I will be in great trouble. It is clear that the Ziwei Emperor star is close at hand, but subconsciously, it creates resistance. I don't want to follow Hongjun again and take half a step into the range of the violet Emperor star. Don't scare yourself. This person's roots are indeed powerful, but we are the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, and whether it's experience in cultivation, nor is it comparable to him in terms of his own strength. Hongjun in the heart of the relief Luo Shu at the same time, but he has other plans. Empyrean is the true lord of heaven and earth destined to be, and the rightfulness of his attainment of the throne, almost comparable to the first son of the flooded heavens and earth, as long as he doesn't die, whether it's one of them, the reincarnation of a demon god, or the heavenly Tao with its selfishness, all of them will never be able to control the flood for half a minute. In order to be able to obtain the flood and step into the realm of the coveted great Tao, this person must die. And Luo also gradually suppressed the uneasiness in his heart under the relief of Hongjun. Outside of the violet Emperor star, he slightly owed an invitation to D. Tian, the Beast Emperor, God Rebel, led a group of ferocious beasts, wantonly slaughtering all souls and cruelly exterminating all living beings. It has already threatened the peace of heaven and earth. To return peace to heaven and earth, and to bring back peace to the flood, we've come here specifically to ask for an audience. I hope that fellow Taoist D. Tian can come out and fight against the divine rebellion with us, so that the 10,000 tribes of heaven and earth can continue to flourish and make the flood wasteland prosperous once again. Chapter 3 Steady Violet. Never go out of the mountain. Within the violet Emperor star, D. Tian, who had just taken form and emerged from the world and was combing through his lost sensations, listening to the two Hongjuns chanting, a slight tremor ran through his heart. Is Tendo in such a hurry to screw him over? He's only just transformed, and he sends 2 hypocrites to lure him into the game? No matter what the 2 said, there was no way he was going out there. Regardless of what happens in the flooded heavens and earth, the divine rebel will die in the end anyway, and the ferocious beast quantum revelation will also pass. The participants in the war were not more than one of him and not less than one of him. Even if Hongjun and the others were truly undefeated, the heavenly Tao would have found a way to weaken the divine rebellion by itself. Let your lapdog get the win. And if he goes, not only will he get nothing, but he'll probably get screwed over and have his fortune divided up. It ended up with no money at all. Why isn't he responding to us? Just as D. Tian made up his mind that he wouldn't follow the 2 out no matter what. Outside the Ziwei Emperor star, Luo Shuji watched as half a day went by without any movement, and the surrounding visions also seemed to be hidden contraction, hiding the momentum. Suddenly slightly frowned. It's probably because it just succeeded in transforming into a form and hasn't completely awakened from its slumber yet. Hongjun looked out at the violet Emperor star for a moment and felt something equally strange in his heart, but he smiled a little benignly, in order that the plot might be successfully accomplished. Once again, he respectfully bowed and drank loudly to the violet Emperor star. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, now that the flood world and the heavens and earth are in danger, and the Beast Emperor divine rebellion is wreaking havoc on the living world, as a heaven's mandate emperor, you are supposed to erase the suffering of all souls and beings. Please also take the trouble to come out and meet with us to discuss the matter of crusading against the divine rebellion. In order to be able to let the sleeping D. Tian hear it, Hongjun also used some of the laws of sound, so that in 2 short sentences, in the 100 million miles of starry sky around the violet Emperor star, the source echoes. There was an air of him not stopping until D. Tian responded. 2 ing pushovers. People are at home. You knock on the door and they don't answer. They obviously don't want to talk to you. Why don't you be a good boy and get out of here? And to have a repeater playing on a constant loop. What a lack of manners. As Tian listened to the high drink that echoed through the heavens and earth like a demonic sound through the ears, the heart was filled with displeasure and annoyance. Looks like pretending to be asleep isn't going to work. If we don't take care of these two, who knows that Hongjun, the old stinker, what else could be screwed up? Closed hearing waited for months, but still did not see Hongjun have the intention to stop. Emperor could only feign, in the manner of being awakened by the noise, and snap at the two. Who dares to clamor here? To appear realistic, the moment the angry rebuke fell, an infinite amount of destructive intent swept across the starry realm. The Emperor's might leveled heaven and earth, and the realms of space and time trembled madly. The stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky bloomed with dazzling light. A gust of sound waves like substance, mixed with the power of destroying space and time. Brilliant heavenly might invaded toward the Hongjun duo. The two Hongjuns felt, along with the terrifying might that came with the roar, and offered up the celebration clouds of the heavens one after another. The four swords of the immortal exorcist performed a block. In a flash, the five-colored millilight around Hongjun shone in the heavens, and the 8 tones of immortal music resounded throughout the world. Countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, necklaces and pendant beads fall from the sky. Like a constant and unending stream of water dripping from the eaves, it generalized into a protective barrier, blocking the sound waves in their entirety. And compared to his splendor, Luo was much more plain and unassuming. An infinite amount of ferocious air was spewed out, and the intent to kill blossomed uncontrollably. The four swords generalized thousands of shadows all over the starry sky, instantly shattering all the incoming sound waves. That's some skill, but that is no reason for you to come and invade me. Through this trial, Tian probably had a bit of a bellyful in his mind regarding the strength of the two men. Before I get really angry, hurry up and get back to the floodland. You are not welcome in the extraterrestrial starry sky. At these words, Hongjun was instantly anxious. One's plans haven't even begun yet. How can you just leave? Hurriedly, he began to morally kidnap Tian with the righteousness of heaven and earth. You, as the heavenly lord of the flooded heavens and earth, the emperor who governs the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. Now that the fierce beast clan is plaguing the living world, how can you sit back and do nothing? For an emperor, shouldn't he love and care for the living beings under his rule? If you do not take action at this time, you will lose the hearts and minds of the people. And even if you are crowned as the rightful ruler, you will lose the hearts and minds of the people. Nor is it for all the spirits of the world. In order to be able to have a head start, Luo Shu also spoke out to help at this time. Your Excellency, with a cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you can exert a power comparable to that of a mixed golden immortal. It is truly the first to strongest in the flood. Although the divine rebel carries the unwilling resentment of the 3,000 demon gods, he is, after all, a loser in past history. The strength is vapid and unbearable. All that is required is for your excellency to join us in a strike to overthrow the entire fierce beast clan. It's totally easy to say. Tian wouldn't even believe a single punctuation mark in regards to the bragging and flimflamming of the Hongjun duo. Since I am the destined lord of the flooded heavens and earth, the emperor who rules over the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, then all beings in the world should submit to me on their own. If anyone dares to disobey or try to resist, he shall be killed without pardon. What is necessary to make the heart happy? As for being strong or not, I don't need to let you losers come and judge. Having already been forced to reincarnate and be reborn by the Panga Father God, it's really ridiculous to still think of stirring up the wind and rain. This tyrannical and uncontrollable response caused the two Hongjuns to be stunned for a moment as well. They really didn't expect it. Tian would be so overbearing, without the slightest regard for the influence of face. It was like the behavior of a brutal king. Fellow Taoist Tian, your tyranny and lawlessness is not tolerated by heaven and earth. If what happened just now has upset you, I am here to make amends. With that said, Hongjun slightly bowed and saluted as a sign of apology before once again persuading Tian. Please also don't bury your hegemony of ruling the flood because of your displeasure just now. The divine rebellion and the fierce beast clan are, after all, problems left over from our previous lives. As long as fellow Taoist is willing to help, we are willing to act as pawns, help you clear all obstacles and ascend to the honorable position of the Supreme Lord of the flooded heaven and earth. However, letting him talk a lot of nonsense, Tian was hardened by the fact that he didn't want to pay attention to half of it. An eviction order was issued directly against him. I myself will be able to sit on the throne of the master of the flooded heavens and earth. No need for you losers to assist. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost within 3 breaths, or else I won't be blamed for being impolite. Hearing this, Luo's face became completely gloomy, and his mind could not help but recall that the controller of the emperor's great Tao during the chaotic period. How is it that those who cultivate the way of the emperor are all arrogant and cocky on the surface, but fearful in reality? It was like this with Emperor Zun in the beginning. And it's like this with this asshole named Dtion. Instead of being the least bit excited by such a temptation, he turtled up and, half-heartedly, what a waste of this imperial destiny. Between the displeasure and anger at the bottom of his eyes, Luo Hua also eliminated his mind to continue persuading. Carry on by yourself if you want to be persuaded. I beg your pardon. It's not like you and I haven't seen this kind of cargo before. As he spoke, Luo Shua couldn't help but look at the violet Emperor star with a little bit of disgust in his eyes, as to whether it is really stupid and does not know it, or whether it is too timid to go into battle. You and I have had it in our hearts for a long time. Having said that, he did not stay any longer, turned around and turned into a rainbow like that. It disappeared into the vast starry sky. Hong Jun saw Luo Shu leaving, and some helplessness rose in his heart. But one has to be cheeky and carry on for the sake of the program. Fellow Taoist Sky, I know you. Do you really think my words have fallen on deaf ears? However, before his words even landed, Empyrean's roar once again struck. And it was accompanied by a storm of temporal destruction that was enough to injure a Tao Lord. It made it impossible for Hong Jun to continue at all, and he could only leave the violet Emperor star in a sorry state against the celebratory clouds of the heavens. It was awful. The Lord of the Violet Weather Emperor star, how could he be such a piece of, not at all appreciative? Hong Jun, sheltered by the celebratory clouds of the heavens, wended his way to catch up with the law. Who left first? I thought something was wrong earlier and you had to try to get to him. Now that you've made such a mess, you're really asking for it. Luo's cold snort made Hong Jun's face really a bit untenable. This time, not only did the scheme go down the drain, but he himself was taunted so much by his nemesis. It's all the fault of that asshole Dtion. If you had been a good boy and entered the game, why would he have ended up like this? Where do we go next? After all is said and done, things still have to be done. Luo then asked who the next target for solicitation would be. Nowadays, among the extraterrestrial stars, the innate holinesses with strong roots and feet, aside from that asshole Dtion, there's only the heavenly star god that was birthed above the sun star and Taiyin star. Only that the innate star god origin of the sun star is split in two. There's no telling how long it will take to conceive. The innate star god of the Taiyin star, on the other hand, has already completed the conception of one. Our next goal is to go to Taiyin star. Time flies, years fly by. 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did Dtion have all three pieces of the supreme treasure, all of which had been refined with more than 15 innate prohibitions. His cultivation had been raised to the middle stage of the great Luo, and even the star laws of his major cultivation had reached more than 50%. Of the 5 great laws, only the law of destruction remains to be sorted out. However, just as Dtion lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his mind relaxing slightly, a little throbbing suddenly surged in his heart, and his gaze subconsciously fell onto the fruit that symbolized the authority of the Taiyin star. Why does it feel like something bad is about to happen? As he murmured in a low voice, Dtion then shrouded himself with his divine thoughts and probed the situation of the Taiyin star. These two haven't even left yet? The moment the divine thought enveloped the fruit, Dtion, through the half of the authority contained within it, was, the two of them, Hong Jun, were seen outside the Taiyin star, constantly compelling a stunningly beautiful woman. Chapter 4, Shi and Changxi's Big Sister, Reverse Heavenly Taiyin Heel. Outside the Taiyin star, Luo Shuji and Hong Jun look like moralistic figures. Politely and courteously, he gave a sincere greeting to Wang Shu, who had a puzzled look in his eyes. Within the supreme lunar starburst grand formation, poor Dao Hong Jun, Luo Shu, I pay my respects to the Taiyin star god. How do you know I exist? Wang Shu also did not expect that he had just been born but one Yuanhui. Someone actually came to the door, but she's never been out and about, and she's never made the Taiyin star visible. The slightest sign of life other than the laurel tree. No one should know she was born. Don't blame the Taiyin star god. We are the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Although our strength has not been restored as it was in the beginning, yet there is something left. Your birth appears to be uneventful, without the slightest manifestation of vision, but it symbolizes that there is an owner of the power of the planet Taiyin. Your presence is naturally obvious at a glance, compared to the temporary unowned authority of the sun star. Under Luo's feigned kind and courteous explanation, the doubts in Wang Shu's heart also slightly dispersed. And what is it that you seek me for? Seeing that he finally got to the point, Hong Jun then played up his look-alike specialty. And, with compassion for the heavenly beings, he tells what is asked for. The two of us have actually come here to ask for something important. The star god must have never left this Taiyin star since the day it was born. Nowadays, under the ravages of the Beast Emperor's divine reversal, the land of the flood has long since lost the vitality of the past. The 10,000 spirit beings were even slaughtered wantonly by the fierce beast clan. making the heavens and earth below, mountains of corpses and seas of blood all over the mountains and rivers, and the sight of scarlet floating hell. The mournful cries and mournful hisses of the departed souls abounded as far as the eye could see. It resounds through the clouds for 10,000 years and never dissipates. In just a few yuan sessions, the originally vibrant 4 seas and 8 lands, it has become an image of deadness and silence all over the place of depleted life. In order to eradicate the clan of ferocious beasts, so that heaven and earth may return to clarity, and all spirits and beings may thrive, when we regain our peak, we will spontaneously walk the flooded heavens and earth, and the extraterrestrial stars, inviting the innate holiness of the completed conception, the reincarnation of the successful chaos demon god, to conspire in the great cause of crusading against the divine rebellion. You, as the right eye of God Pangu, the innate star god of the planet Tyene, I'm sure that I won't let the divine rebellion scourge the living world, destroying the flooded heavens and earth that God Pangu gave his life to create. Right? Moral abduction, pity and misery. Hongjun played this hand is really 6. Paired with the scene of the flooded earth released by the side of Luo Shu, Wang Shu's heart cannot help but rise a little pity and pain. Why are these two like stirrers, always thinking of fooling people? It seems that within the original trajectory, Wang Shu has fallen into a ferocious beast quantum leap. The culprits who caused the moon god's honorary position to remain vacant are also these two old Inbi, Tyene and Sun, as the universal illumination of the flooded earth, selflessly providing cultivation resources for all living things, a being that nurtures all races of beings. The amount of chi and merit gathered could be described as a vast amount, and to be able to serve as its lord, the moon god, who is recognized by heaven and earth, and the sun god's honorific position, then it is safe to say that even a pig, with a crippled brain, the roots were so weak that they were not even as good as the Hotian human race. He was also able to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal in a step-by-step manner over the course of endless years. Wang Shu, as the first innate star god of Tyene Star, the owner of the moon god's honorary position, accompanied by the northern Xian Yuan water control flag, one of the 5-colored 5-square flags of the innate heaven. As long as one dives into cultivation, the witnessing of the Tao of the mixed Yuan is nearly a nail in the coffin of existence. But because of the two Hongjuans flimflamming, they ended up dead, and their true souls returned to the Tyene Star. It is only after the heavens and the earth have fallen silent, when all is reopened, that the wretchedness of returning again is possible. As for the Shiha and Shangshi that were born after them, they can at most be considered the lords of Tyene. It was simply impossible to obtain the moon god exalted position. After all, not to mention the strength of the duo, they were only a Dala Golden Immortal until they died. With Hongjuan's careful eye and perverted desire to have control over everything alone, it would be impossible to allow a being as powerful as Wang Shu to exist. Such a good seedling can't be spoiled by two stirrers. Di Tian recalled the Wang Shu ending in his heart, and while regret flashed through his eyes, calling up Wang Shu through the starfruit's half-control of the planet Tyene. These are two liars. Never trust their rhetoric. It is not yet time for us star gods to strike, and if you go down there, it will only lead to death by their pit. Just as he was about to say yes out of his mouth, he heard Empyrean's reminder, and Wang Shu instantly stopped talking. He asked in his mind what was going on. Who are you? I am the lord of the weekly heavenly Do Shu, the Ziwei Di Xing Xing God Di Tian. To the star god, the Ziwei Emperor star is more famous than the lord of the 3 talents, the ruler of the flood. 1,000 times better. In particular, not long ago, the vision of Emperor Tian's emergence swept across the entire extraterrestrial starry sky. Wherever the star god belonged to, all of them have been favored, consciously or unconsciously, in no small way. Wang Shu was even more blessed by the visions, and his perception of the laws of the supreme Yin and the stars, a small step forward. So after Di Tian revealed his identity, Wang Shu was instantly convinced of most of what he had said. The two men out there, they came to me 1,000 years ago, trying to lure me down to the realm, plotting to take my magic treasure and origin. You must not fall for that. That is, if we want to go down to the realm to kill the divine rebels and eliminate the scourge for the flooded heavens and earth, we have to go down on our own. Can't have anything to do with these two crooks. To speak of, Wang Shu couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness in the bottom of his eyes as he listened to Di Tian's reminder. The impact on the Hongjun duo was even more instantly bottomed out. Thanks for the reminder, Emperor. After we're done with these two assholes, Wang Shu will certainly come to the door to thank you personally. Listening to Wang Shu address himself, Di Tian couldn't help but remember that in the inheritance memories contained in the Emperor's great Tao, that chaos demon god who was an emperor, though there are no detailed accounts, the image of its being found by Pango and being dried up and crushed with a single axe, but it was burned in immense detail. Just address me as Di Tian, there's no need to be so polite. Wang Shu didn't respond at the words, but her eyes were clear and cold as she looked to the The Hongjun duo outside the big formation. I have nothing to do with the affairs of the earth. You must leave quickly and not stay here any longer, or else you'll have to blame me for not being polite. As the words fell, the Supreme Lunar Starburst Grand Formation then blossomed with 10,000 divine auras. The power of the Taiyin star, instantly enveloping billions of square miles, was enough to erode the souls of the Downlords. The divine radiance of the silver moon, which obliterated the true spirit of all living beings, gathered above the heads of the two Hongjuns. If the two dared to say half a word more, they would instantly fall and give the two a profound lesson. Damn it, how come all the flood star gods are such goods? Barbaric and unreasonable looking. It's just like that asshole Pangu. Luo felt the threat of the silver moon divine radiance around him, and the color of anger in his eyes rose suddenly, but did not dare to make the slightest move. As a divine ability condensed from the origin of the Taiyin star, its power was rare in the world. Among the extraterrestrial stars, the only one that can match it is on the planet Sun. There is the great sun divine radiance that has the divine power to wear down the blood essence and flesh and bones, as well as the star divine radiance that has the power of 10,000 stars converging and has the power to swallow and dissolve the true spirit's consciousness and thoughts. Individually, these three could be described as poisonous divine abilities rarely found in heaven and earth. If they are aggregated together, they will be widely known to the world. The three lights divine water that was known as the first healing medicine of the flood. Since the Taiyin star god is unwilling to solve the problems of all beings, we will not intrude too much. The same anger churned in Hongjuan's heart. However, his years of cultivating his qi still allowed him to forcefully suppress the displeasure that filled his heart. He respectfully owed a bow before taking the Luo Shuhu, whose eyes were indignant, and turned into a rainbow toward the flooded earth. Wang Shu has been waiting for centuries to take control of the power of the Taiyin. Scanning the surrounding starry sky for billions of square miles, he confirmed that the two had really left. Only then did he open the Star Protector formation and vanish toward the Violet Weather Emperor star. Thousands of years pass in a flash. Outside the Violet Weather Emperor star, Wang Shu straightened his messy hair and clothes. It was only then that he respectfully bowed for an audience. Taiyin star god Wang Shu, I've come here to thank fellow Taoist D Tian for his assistance, and I'd like to ask you to show yourself. The shouts resounded through the starry universe, and the Star Protector formation outside of the Violet Weather Emperor star then opened up a slit in the. D Tian's voice reached Wang Shu's ears. Fellow Taoist, please come in. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Shu stepped into the Violet Star Flare Imperial Tao formation when he saw it. Following the guidance, he arrived under the perpetual star fruit tree and met D Tian, who had his eyes slightly closed, sensing the star laws. Thank you for reminding me, fellow Taoist D Tian. If it wasn't for your timely reminder, I'm afraid I'm about to be snubbed by those two assholes, lulled into the lower realms, sold by them and counting down the money for them. Fellow Taoist Wang Shu doesn't have to be so polite. I am the lord of the stars of the circumstantial sky, destined to rule over all the stars in the future. Warned you not to fall for it, and just didn't want to be undermined by outsiders that. It's just everything that should have been mine. As D Tian responded in a faint voice, a flash of amazement and appreciation couldn't help but flash across the bottom of his eyes. It was worthy of being known as one of the 5 greatest beauties of the flood. Eyes as deep as the sea of stars, gazing between the seemingly hidden thousands of tenderness. The overall look is wonderful, like a flower blooming and showing off its jewels. The hair is soft and fragrant, the skin is white and flawless, and the temperament is elegant and picturesque. With a white dress and a jasper hairpin, she was as elegant as a swan. There is a kind of floating beauty between hands and feet. It is reasonable to say that she is the eldest sister of Shiha and Changshi. But with its fall, Hongjun deliberately covered up the two were not aware of its existence. It can even be said that after the beast's quantum leap, those within the flooded heavens and earth who know its name, there were only a handful of people involved in the siege of the divine rebellion. Everything is about deeds, not about the heart, but when it comes to the heart, there is no one in the world who is perfect. If one is not even qualified to be used by others, that is true despair. Seeing Wang Shu thinking so clearly, the appreciation in D Tian's eyes grew stronger. Only such a person could be qualified to follow him. If you don't even have this basic knowledge, you deserve to die. After all, he could save it once, twice, or even 10 times, but not 1,000 or 10,000 times. People are ultimately on their own. Fellow Taoist D Tian, this is the dew from the extremely high-grade innate spiritual root lunar laurel tree that I used to, adding the Taiyin origin, and the power of the stars. It is brewed into a superb wine, lunar laurel wine, and please taste one or two. With regards to D Tian's outspokenness, Wang Shu was very satisfied in her heart. Suspicion may be present, but it must not be too onerous, especially since the other party was still destined to unify the Empyrean emperors of the circumstantial stars. As a vital person among the heavenly star gods, she was bound to be one of their subordinates in the future. If Empyrean was even talking flat out after having the upper hand, he was defensive of her. Then down the road it's predictable. Unloading and doubting will surely be her every moment. All things to face and worry about. It was a good thing that the other party had a big heart and was not some small-minded person. Otherwise she might actually have to plot a retreat. Or even close the tie-in star. Never to be seen with again. The laurel wine brewed from the laurel tree. One of the 10 extreme innate spiritual roots. As a material? That's something to savor. Wanshu had the intention to make friends. And Di Tian also had the intention to take them in. And the two of them matched their words. And between their looks of delight. Immediately, I chose to have a drink and talk about it. As for the Hongjun duo who left the tie-in star in a sorry state, they saw that they were unable to fool Di Tian and Wang Shu into going into the water. One can only go forth to seek among the reincarnations of the Chaos Demon God, the duo with the most top-notch strength, Yang Mei and Timothy. This would have been the last alternate choice they would have chosen. After all, who would be foolish enough to pay for a prostitute if they could get one for nothing? Chapter 5, the end of the ferocious beast quantum revelation. The divine reversal invites the war between the heaven and earth groups. The middle pole of the flood, the Buzhou mountain range. Beneath the lone peak of the sky is not a 10,000 mile plain, but a land that stretches for billions and billions of miles. Countless mountains towered, rivers and streams dotted the landscape, and green forests filled the monumental mountain ranges. It was also a place where the Divine Rebellion and the Fierce Beast clan rarely dared to be too reckless. Now that the heavens and earth have not long begun to open, and the mighty pressure of Pangu still exists, there is nothing to say that it is impossible to climb up It is the surrounding 10,000 miles of mountains. Is not an ordinary person can step into the place. Only the great Luo perfect to be qualified to get a glimpse of its divine appearance. And chaos reincarnated. Yang Mei and Timothy lived under the lonely peak of Buzhou Mountain. In the middle of a 10,000 mile square. This place is not only rich in spiritual energy. The laws of the great Tao are clearly manifested. But it is also able to forge the body with the help of Pangu's mighty pressure. Hiding from God's rebel and others. It can be described as one of the few excellent blessed caves during the period of the Beast Quantum of Solace. When Hongjun and Luo returned from the extraterrestrial stars, they went straight to this place. Hopefully, I can get the two to step in and help. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei. Fellow Daoist Timer. Nowadays the woes of the heavens and the earth are constant. The divine rebellion leading the Fierce Beast clan to brutally kill all living beings and spirits is truly a heinous crime. And it is incompatible with heavenly justice. For the ability to. Yang Mei looked at Hongjun, who was chattering and trying to make them work for nothing. The color of contempt and disdain in his eyes surged, directly waving his sleeve to stop the possibility of its continuing. Hongjun, we are all foxes of 1,000 years. Who doesn't know what's in anyone's heart? Bull **** can be disgusting. If you don't want to pay for anything, you want us to do you a favor for nothing. It's shameful and disgusting to not take half the benefits. Timothy also gave a cold snort without any good reason. He was originally in closed-door cultivation and didn't want to pay attention to the rotten things in the outside world, but cannot stand Hongjuan's continuous bombardment of words, was forced to come out of the cave to see. But what he never expected was, the other party actually didn't want billions so much, wanting to lull them into helping with empty words. Not bad for a one-man moral abduction of most of the chaos demons during the time of chaos. The immortal Tao demon god who lulled them into going to Pangu to send them to their deaths. This that is, want to eat, but do not want to pay the face, when there is enough shameless. If he were in his place, let alone letting someone pay for nothing. It is to pay some small price to fool others to do a big favor. Have to tangle half a day before daring to ask. Let's open up. If you want us to help, it's not impossible, but you have to at least show some sincerity. If you want to make empty promises again, just by talking with one mouth, please go back where you came from. When the words fell, his eyes stared at Hongjun and Luo Shuhu for several breaths, and he did not see the two speak at once. He didn't want to bull **** with it half a sentence more. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, I still have to go back to my seclusion, so you guys have a slow chat, so I won't be accompanying you. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Fellow Daoist Timer, wait. It's not that I don't want to pay, it's just that I really don't have that ability at the moment. There is nothing else at all in his body except the celebratory clouds of the heavens. Hongjun looked at the hour that turned to leave. Even though his heart was no longer reluctant to give up, it's also just a matter of cutting out some of the benefits. How about you guys say some conditions? As long as they are reasonable, I can agree to them. How about that? It was only when Timothy heard this that his eyes revealed some satisfaction. No further gestures of departure were made, since fellow Daoist has already spoken. I naturally won't go too far. After killing the divine rebel and exterminating the fierce beast clan, the merits that you two have gained, I want 20%. As soon as his words fell, before Hong Jun could think, Yang Mei's voice followed. I don't want much either. Again, it is only necessary that you give up 20% of the merit you have acquired to me. I'll agree to go with you to crusade against the divine rebellion. How's that? Listening to Yang Mei's and Timothy's request, Hong Jun and Luo Shuhu's heart couldn't help but feel some anger and helplessness rising. The anger was directed at the lionization of the two men. 20% for one person. That's 40%. If it wasn't the two of them who killed God Rebel in the end, then the merit gained from this ferocious beast quantum revelation would have to be cut by at least half. Add to that the split given to Timothy and Yang Mei, then it's nearly equivalent to them working for nothing. The helplessness was because, on the other hand, the Beast Emperor God reversal roots and strength were too heavenly. Not only is the physical body from before the fall of the 3,000 demon gods, unwilling resentment, pure killing intent, and broken corpses bred, even its divine soul, which is made of the consciousness of the devil god of destruction, a combination of the consciousness of death, fighting, and killing demon gods, gathered together. Nowadays, as the flooded heavens and earth are constantly being destroyed by the ferocious beast clan, the chi is constantly being collected by them, causing the strength of the divine rebel to have reached the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, nearly breaking through to the point of the great luo of mixed elements. If Timothy and Yang Mei were missing, two battle power at the mid-mixed golden immortal level, relying solely on the two of them and the dragon, Phoenix, and Karen, the 5 early-stage mixed golden immortals in battle, together with a bunch of innate holinesses of the Dala perfection, the reincarnation of the demon god, not to mention crusading against the divine rebellion and the fierce beast clan, or fighting them evenly. It's all still almost interesting. After all, the paths practiced by Hong Jun and Luo Shuhu are the way of the devil and the way of the immortal. Both are more missionary than practical. And Luo at least has the 4 immortal execution swords in his hand, practicing both the laws of destruction and killing. And Hong Jun became the first centipede in heaven and earth because of his reincarnation. Not only is the root the worst of all the chaos demon gods, even the accompanying treasure is only a heavenly celebration cloud. Defense is more than enough, but when it comes to attacking, he can't even catch up with a horse. Other reincarnations of demonic gods. As to why the two were able to survive to the end and could engage in a battle for the future Dao lineage of the flood, it was entirely because of Luo's ability to calculate, as well as Hongjuan's Deshang Go Dao. Otherwise, based on the two men's past lives and the paths they practiced, none of the capitals of the 10 most high paths, the two of them did not even have the qualifications to know about the choice of the future Taoist system of the flood world. That's a harsh offer you're making. We can only grant the two of you each 1.5% of the merit. After agonizing for a moment, the two Hongjuns finally decided to agree. Dry is at least a little bit. Not dry is not a drop. Only, there was still some bargaining to be done before saying yes. After all, less can come out of it. Say what you will and they must not be the wrongdoer. If you must. However, what the two Hongjuns did not expect was that the Yang Mei duo did not want 20% at all. Even the bottom line is right at 10%. Now that I see them calling it straight to 15%, how could they not? All at once they agreed in one voice. Deal. The two of us will be at your disposal for this crusade against the divine rebels. Looking at the two people's dry appearance, Hongjun and Luo Shua were instantly dumbfounded. Never in 1,000 calculations did I expect to be pitted by the two. It's all the fault of that bastard D. Tian. If it hadn't been for his deadbeat not coming, nor do they trade on what they have gained. 1.5% is 1.5%, and a gentleman's word is his bond. But the prerequisite for all of this, the one who ends up killing the god rebel must be us. Otherwise, we'll only be able to give you 10% of the merit. What's said is done. Since it has already been reversed, Hongjun and Luo looked at each other and put forward their bottom line. That's naturally no problem. Divine Rebel, as a powerhouse who was about to break through to the mixed metaphysics Tao Lord, would have to obtain the head of the. Even with the many helpers, there is still a considerable danger. Now that Yang Mei and Timothy had gained enough, there was no need to risk their lives at all. Go and take the head honors of beheading the Divine Rebel. Good. Then we have a deal. Thereupon the four swore an oath to the great Tao, and after making a contract of the deal they had just made, then he left the Buzhou mountain and traveled outside the Beast Emperor mountain to talk to the patriarchs of the three clans, as well as the recruited ascended sacred and devil god reincarnations converged. Time flies like an arrow. 10,000 years passed in a flash, and Hongjun and the others arrived outside the Beast Emperor mountain. Soon they met Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, Beginning Qilin, Yin Yang, Xian Kuan, and a host of other innate holinesses, reincarnated devil gods, and so on who participated in the crusade against the divine rebellion. in the way of the divine reversal gathering more and more chi, having reached the consummation of the mixed golden immortal. If it was not removed, it would surely step into the realm of the mixed great Luo. At that time, no one would be able to kill him, and the flood world would completely fall into the hands of the other party. The patriarchs of the three clans saw that everyone had arrived. To avoid long nights and uncontrollable surprises, immediately notify the clansmen scattered in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, lead the affiliated races into an all-out war with the fierce beast race. In a flash, the flooded heavens and earth were covered in endless flames of war, with the exception of the mountain of the unconquered god, the sea of the north underworld, and the land of the far west, a few of which have no value, or beyond the unreachable. Everywhere one could see the scene of the flood tribes and the ferocious beast tribes, frantically killing each other. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, 10,000 miles of pontoons, is no longer enough to describe the misery scene. Spare the most dirty place in the flood, infinite blood sea, also at this moment to appear to be much cleaner. Dear Beast Emperor, all the races in the flood have gone crazy. An attack was launched on our people out there. In just a mere 1,000 years, the number of clansmen has plummeted by more than 50%. Even if Lord Poor and the others led their clansmen and went to suppress and slaughter the living beings of my clan, and it doesn't help at all. Instead, they were decimated by a few unidentified Taoists, leaving only Lord Poverty, a man in distress. On Beast Emperor Mountain, God Rebel was leaning on top of the skeleton throne, listening to the reports from his men. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. After lightly swinging down with one hand and poking one of his fingers, he slowly stood up from his throne. One most ferocious treasure in the Heavenly Tao, containing 49 innate prohibitions, the deicide gun, which has the complete laws of destruction and killing, and which can injure a Chaos Tao Lord and kill a saint. When it explodes at full power, pull it out of the ground. Flying straight into the clouds of the ninth sky, he shouted coldly and sternly at the surrounding heaven and earth. Just a bunch of crumbs who only play dirty tricks in the dark. Bullying me and the Outlander is nothing. This emperor is right here. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Chapter 6, The Divine Rebel's Body Falls. The ferocious beast quantum revelation fell. The sound of loud shouts resounded for billions and billions of miles around, constantly reverberating in the sky and the earth for a split second. Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, and Beginning Kirin, were the first to rush out from the void, offering their respective magic treasures, launched an attack towards the God Rebel. You have led a clan of ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the living and endangering heaven and earth. So today, on behalf of the Heavenly Tao, we will cut you down here. The divine rebel was holding a gun in one hand and pointing it remotely at the three of them, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. A loach, a chick, a puppy, and they dare to clamor with me. It's like you don't know what you're doing. I know there are more of you than that. Anyone else hiding around? Get your ass out here. I don't have the heart to play hide and seek with a bunch of people who hide their heads and tails. Between the cold voice and the stern drink, God Rebel's aura around him instantly soared, and the pressure of the consummation of the golden immortal of the mixed yuan, instantly sweeping across the surrounding land of billions and billions of miles. Killing and destruction, death and fighting. The four laws were instantly manifested in heaven and earth, vast and infinite. The air of destruction that time and space can hardly carry. The purest killing intent that gathered the grudges of all living beings and was enough to drive the Dala beings mad, when slaughtering the living beings of all races, with their corpses, bones, and souls. It is gathered into the underworld's dead chi. God Rebel himself killed tens of Yuan Hui, and thus condensed the battle heaven and earth true intent. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding area of hundreds of millions of miles, causing scarlet thunderclouds to cover the area densely. The dark purple thunderbolt raged madly in it, emitting a burst of hissing that took the hearts of the people. Strike! Looking at the deicide lance in his hand, fighting more and more courageously with the three tribal patriarchs, the immeasurable amount of ferocious air rapidly gathered toward it, and the might around his body became more and more complicated, and the bottleneck of his cultivation gradually loosened the divine reversal. Luo immediately reminded anxiously to Hongjun, the aura of the God Rebel has reached its peak, and for 1,000 years the floodlands have been killing people. The speed of the birth of the Furies has exceeded the past by more than hundreds of times. If we don't stop it, he's afraid that he's about to break through the realm of the mixed great Luo. Since Hongjun, as one of the main people responsible for stopping the crusade, had the eyes of all the people around him, it all fell on him at once. Fellow Daoist Timer, fellow Daoist Yan Mei, the two of you must seize the opportunity to put it out in time to suppress it. Otherwise, we could be in real danger. After saying that, Hongjun offered the celebratory clouds of the heavens to greet Luo Shuji, Yin and Yang, Qian Kuan, the five elements, and so on. Killing out from the void, he launched an attack towards divine reversal. Ha ha! I just know it's your little stinker that's up to no good. God Rebel looked at the incoming crowd, and not only was there not the slightest bit of timidity in his eyes, instead, he laughed out loud and mocked Hong Jun, looking at the entire flooded heavens and earth. You are the only one who can rely on the spirit of shamelessness that, gathering so many people to come and surround me. It's just a shame that you were too cautious and waited too long. I have gathered enough of the aura of calamity, the number of deaths of all the spirits of heaven and earth. It has also exceeded 70%. The bottleneck of the mixed Yuan Dao Lord has also long since ceased to be a problem for me. As he spoke, God Rebel's aura suddenly soared around him, and the heavens and earth filled with the unwilling resentment of all the spirits and beings gathered toward him sharply in an instant. I have delayed my breakthrough in order to wait for you to show yourselves, so that you can see what does it mean to be truly desperate. Celebrate, for I, God Reverend, shall be the first, and at the same time the last, among the flooded heavens and earth, an existence that breaks through the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements, and you are nothing but a bunch of rats in the gutter, except for witnessing my attainment of the mixed essence. As a sacrifice after my breakthrough, nothing can be done. Hong Jun looked at God Rebel's arrogant appearance, and some of the sternness in his eyes suddenly rose. That's not necessarily true. In a deep and angry voice, Hong Jun suddenly commanded the celebratory clouds of the heavens and flew into the scarlet black clouds. With his entire body's mana, he poured it into the treasure, instantly raising its power to its limit. When this treasure is suspended above the head, one can stand undefeated in the innate. Just one of the functions. Another function it possesses: all evils are averted and retreated. It was the key that dared him to plot to kill the divine rebel. Accompanied by the celebratory clouds of the heavens, the 5 colored millimeters of light illuminated the heavens, and the 8 tones of immortal music resounded throughout the world. Countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, necklaces, and pendant beads fall from the sky like water dripping in front of the eaves. A steady stream, an endless stream, erupted from the celebratory clouds of the heavens. The billions of miles of scarlet and black clouds were all purified and dispersed, so that the originally dark and sunless earth returned to the bosom of the glorious sun again. As a divine rebel who wanted to use the aura of calamity and the resentment of all spirits to witness the path to the mixed world, without transcending the limitations of heaven and earth and achieving the body of a mixed great Luo golden immortal, one is still subject to the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Although the current flood is not perfect, and when cultivation breaks through, the examples of lightning strikes being diverted are few and far between. However, the chances of those who are harboring sins suffering from heavenly mind punishment when they break through the realm of cultivation, it can go up geometrically. At the same time, the more karma and sins one is stained with, the stronger the power of the thunder punishment one receives. Similar to God Rebel, who slaughtered the flood in exchange for certifying the path to the mixed world. It's more of an immortal enemy of the heavenly minds and penalties. And the billions of miles of scarlet black clouds gathered by the divine reversal were meant to block the perception of heaven and earth, as long as he holds out until he breaks through to the great Luo of the mixed world. Then with the current strength of heaven and earth, trying to blast it to death was simply impossible. Rumble, click, click, damned bedbug, you won't get away with it. Looking at the heavenly mind punishment that was rapidly gathering, God Rebel could be said to be furious to the extreme. I didn't realize that Hong Jun had this kind of ability, but nowadays, there was no time for him to be angry, and his whole body's mana was poured into the god-slaying gun. After forcing back the innate sacred, the reincarnation of the demon god, who had surrounded him, immediately thought of regathering the scarlet and black clouds, in order to obscure the perceptions of heaven and earth. A final fight for his breakthrough to the great Luo of the mixed elements. It's now. Make it quick. Seeing this, Hong Jun immediately shouted into the void and greeted Yang Mei and Timothy to step in to suppress it. Since they had received the money, the two naturally would not go back on their word, and the moment they killed out of the void, directly commanding their respective accompanying supreme treasures, they forcibly fixed the spacetime around divine reversal, let it within 10 or so breaths, simply cannot move the slightest bit, and for a great traitor like God Rebel, heaven and earth will naturally not let go of him, not a single chance of annihilation. In the moment it was fixed, the heavenly mind punishment instantly gathered and formed, like a torrential rain pouring down, venting all of his divine might on divine rebel. No! Looking at the heavenly mind punishment pouring towards him, God Rebel could only stare and stagger. You let out a hiss of despair in his heart. Under the roiling thunder light, the divine rebel, who had originally reached half a step of the mixed metaphysics Tao Lord, the cultivation began to decay rapidly, and in just a few breaths it had already regressed to the De Luo golden immortal realm. By the time it regained its ability to move, its flesh had already turned into flying ash. Only the tattered divine soul holding the deicide gun remained in place. Kill! Hong Jun and Luo Shu have been waiting for this opportunity for more than a day or two. Immediately, he imperialized the celebration clouds of the heavens and the four swords of immortal execution, sending out a final kill towards divine reversal. In an instant, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, necklaces, and pendant beads fell from the sky, transforming into a splendid river of stars. Wrapping thousands of sword shadows enveloped the remnant soul of the divine rebel. Damned despicable and shameless person, to have defeated me in such a way. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. In a burst of despairing hisses, the remnant soul of God Rebel completely turned into flying ash. The Godslayer lance also fell into Luo's hands according to what had long been agreed upon as a distribution plan, and along with the fall of the divine rebel, the fierce beast clan had become a grasshopper in the fall. No longer could it pose the slightest threat to the flooded heavens and earth. Chapter 7 The Great Age is coming. The Tao struggle will rise. Emperor Tian wanted to travel down to the realm. At this point, the beast quantum revelation can already be considered to have come to an end. Heaven and earth have also begun to make rewards. In the midst of the crowd's delighted eyes, billions and billions of miles of sunrise violet aura shrouded the heavens and earth, and an infinite number of golden lotuses of Tao rhythms covered the 9 heavens. The sound of the mysterious Dharma resounds through the heavens. An ocean of heaven and earth merit that could not be seen at the end of a glance emerged from the void, due to the fact that the 3 races had suffered the greatest battle losses, as well as the fact that Yuan Feng and the 3 others had taken the lead in waging war against divine reversal. The merit gained should naturally be the greatest. A full 30% of the merits flew out from the infinite ocean of merits and virtues. It transformed into 3 larger golden clouds of merit and virtue, as well as countless diffuse golden lotuses of varying sizes. The 3 larger golden clouds of merit and virtue naturally fell onto Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, an ancestral dragon. It directly allowed the cultivation of the 3 to break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal realm. The golden lotus of merit and virtue in the sky, on the other hand, is instantly dispersed to the 4 seas and the 8 wastes, according to the amount of effort contributed by, fell into the hands of the appropriate people. And as the golden lotus fell from the sky, many Taiyi golden immortals, Dala perfection cultivators, one after another, they broke through the bottleneck and crossed over into a completely new realm. In just a few short moments of life and death, the pressure of thousands of great Luo golden immortals that, mixed with the aura of several mixed golden immortals, it rose abruptly in the flooded heavens and earth, sweeping across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands in an instant, declaring that the world has officially entered the world, and that the great Luo Jingxian is walking all over the place. The era when only the mixed golden immortals could be called supreme, and with all the merits of the 3 tribes in possession. Another roughly 40% of the merits of the fly out of the ocean of infinite merit, dividing into 2 large and 5 small, totaling 7 pieces of golden clouds of merit and virtue. It fell into the hands of Hong Jun, Luo Shuji, Timothy, Yang Mei, and a host of other reincarnations of demon gods. The 2 big pieces of meritorious gold clouds that roughly took up 50% of that share. It just fell into the hands of Hong Jun and Luo. Timothy and Yang Mei then ignored the other reincarnated demon gods around them. Surprised, dismayed, and puzzled, go straight up and make a debt claim. In the way of the original oath of the Great Tao, it was simply impossible for Hong Jun and Luo, the out-and-out choice to disavow. What's more, the 2 Yang Mei, who had absorbed a small portion of the golden cloud of merit and virtue, had gone from the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals to, he stepped into the late stage of the mixed golden immortal realm. Even if they absorbed the merits immediately, they were simply no match for the Yang Mei duo. Instead of offending each other to death and molding 2 immortal and horrible enemies because of some benefits, might as well take the pain and hand over the share that rightfully belongs to the other person. A solid foundation for future collaboration. Thanks for the mention, fellow Daoist. We'll work together again next time we have the chance. Absorbing the merits handed over by the Hongjun duo and smoothly continuing at the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. The 2 of them, who had taken several steps towards consummation, had their brows filled with delight. After saying goodbye to Hongjun and the 2 of them, they left the Beast Emperor Mountain straight away by turning into a rainbow, rushing towards his cave. To be honest, they originally didn't want to get involved in the within the flooded heaven and earth. After all, according to their roots and natural ability, they can completely rely on their own ability to, with power. The path of the mixed greatness is certified, but with this harvest bursting at the seams, they felt it was time to change their minds, just to trip out for a spin. A small favor with only a slight risk. Just let them save tens of yuan sessions of hard practice. This is a deal that just can't be beat. If there was another opportunity like this, they would never let it go. And after the 2 left, Yin Yang and the others had finished absorbing their respective merits, he broke through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. Thinking back to the stupidity of people like myself, It's amazing that you don't know to ask for extra favors. The yin-yang few then felt as if they had missed out on dozens of innate supreme treasures. Incredible pain in the ass. But it's done, and they have nothing to say. After glaring angrily at the Hongjun duo, they all turned away, too, preparing to go back within his cave to properly digest this epiphany. And in unison, they swore in their hearts, it's just as well that I don't know this time. Next time if Hongjun looks for them, not to double the benefits that were missing this time and make up for it, then let it talk through the big sky. They will absolutely not, again, help it to do anything. Hongjun and Luo Shua see this, is to use the ass think also know that in the future and then empty words to fool around. I'm afraid no one will believe them anymore. Even the gate of the cave would not be opened for them if they did not give enough benefits. In this regard, the two can only choose. Take a step and see what happens. And first absorb the merits in their hands. Let's break through the cultivation and talk about it. However, just at the moment when the two of them absorbed merit and broke through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals, almost at the same time the heart felt something. The eyes that looked at each other also reversed in a flash. No longer, as in the past, maintaining a surface of goodwill, some coldness and murderous intent. Gradually rendering the pupils of both of them. I'm sure you already know what the next path should be? Luo Shua faintly inquired between. Will regain the god-slaying gun? Sacrifice the immortal execution 4 swords, protected in the circumference of the body. It's natural. After this parting, you and I will be immortal enemies of the Tao. Hongjun watched Luo's movements. His heart suddenly tightened at the same time that he, once again, a kind smile appeared on his bright face. There will be a long time to come, so I hope that you will take good care of yourself. After saying that, Hongjun imperialized all the heavenly celebration clouds into a rainbow to ascend to the sky. Instantly disappeared at the edge of the vast sky. Humph. I knew you wouldn't dare to do it. Luo looked at the back of Hongjun's departure. Disdain and contempt grew in his eyes. It's simply delusional to think that just you want to compete with me. I'll let you off this time, but when we meet again, it will be time for you and I to fight to the death. And as the alliance crusading against the divine rebellion fell apart, the visions that enveloped the heavens and earth gradually dispersed. The immense ocean of merit in the sky was raining down about 20% of the, after repairing the broken flooded earth and bringing it to life again. The last remaining success of virtue was hidden between heaven and earth. With the remnants of the ferocious beasts, they were continuously scavenged by the all-souls beings to be completely removed. The one successful virtue that had been hidden away also gradually divided into countless golden lotuses that fell into the hands of the appropriate people. Extraterrestrial star, Ziwei Emperor star. Emperor Tian hadn't paid much attention to the flooded earth above during the thousands of years since Wang Shu's arrival. Specific matters arising. In addition to probably knowing that the divine rebellion is dead and that the beast quantum revenge is gradually coming to an end, other related matters can be said to be unknown. If he had known, all this time, everything that had happened in the lower world, its estimate will not have the slightest envy, but instead will be incredibly glad that their original choice, is how right it is. After all, Hongjun, that old bastard, was going to pull him, and with the strength of the early Dala, to go with a group of cultivators of the Tao Lord perfection, the mixed golden immortals, and crusade against a half-step mixed Tao Lord's divine rebellion. If he does go along, not only will his body die, but even all his magic treasures will become someone else's possession. I also don't know if the original trajectory, the first generation of the purple violet star god, was not in his right mind. How else could he have agreed to that old bastard Hongjun's invitation? Going forward to a fight to certain death for a group of people who have nothing to do with you. Compared to that, he chose to stay in seclusion and cultivate peacefully in the violet Emperor star. That's the best option. Not only with the company of the most beautiful woman Wang Shu, but also to make their own strength. Got plenty of development. Today only thousands of years have passed. He had then already put the innate prohibitions of the Black Lotus of Extinction, the Mountain River and Jigaku diagram, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. All of them have been refined for the most part. One's own cultivation level had also been raised to the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The laws of the stars, the major, and the laws of time and space, the minor, the laws of destruction. Instead, it was raised to 50%. The Emperor's laws were hindered by the lack of power to support them, and remained at the level they had mastered at the beginning of their transformation. And Wangshu was in his own way, with only one accompanying supreme treasure, and the speed of refining the magic treasure. It was natural to be quite a bit faster than him. Now there are only 4 innate prohibitions missing, and it will be possible to completely refine and control the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag. As for his own cultivation, because he specializes in one discipline, he doesn't need to comprehend too many laws. Just feel free to refine a supreme treasure. causing her cultivation to surpass that of Dtian, reaching the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, this only represents cultivation. If we talk about actual combat power, even if 10 Wangshu were to come together, they wouldn't be enough for Dtian to fight alone. Fellow Daoist Wangshu, now that the fierce beast quantum revelation has passed, you and I have the strength to look at the entire flood wasteland. It should also be considered a relatively powerful existence. Why don't you come with me on a trip down to the realm to see the flooded earth that has come back to life after the quantum culpa? Are there any chances to be had? Chapter 8 10 million starburst bombs. The three clans are beginning to gain momentum. According to the original trajectory of development, the current within the flooded heavens and earth, with the exception of the reincarnated demon god, and the patriarchs of the three races, whose cultivation levels had all reached the mixed golden immortal, most of the rest of the living beings were still hovering at the Tao Lord realm. With his current strength at full power, it was enough to harden against an early-stage mixed golden immortal, beings that could make him fearful, though not to the extent of running amok, but it has been few and far between. It wouldn't hurt to go down for a little trip while you're at it. Not much risk exists. Obey the arrangements of fellow Taoist Dtian. When Wang Shu heard this, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. Thousands of years of co-cultivation, her feelings for Dtian had gone from being grateful at first, to gradually changed towards what you like. Plus, she was already free of chores, so naturally she wouldn't refuse to travel with them. Since you don't have a problem with that, we're settled. But everything needs to be done with safety in mind. Before we set out, we still have to prepare some backhanders as a means of preventing accidents. Not that he had to prepare much. For defense, with the Black Lotus of Perdition protecting his body, the attack has that. Kill the Hongmeng measuring ruler that is not stained by cause and effect, and assisted by carrying the mountain river and Jigaku diagram. All three combined made him a straight-up, hexagonal warrior without the slightest weakness. Only compared to him, Wangshu could be more than a star. The whole body was just the northern Xianyuan water control flag. As a collection of defense and attack, the rest of the body protection things, there is not a single one. It is really a bit shabby. It would be nice to add some mana. In the midst of the ebb and flow of his thoughts, an aura suddenly appeared in Dtian's mind. It gave it a good idea at once. Who says that one's own magic treasure can only be acquired by chance and plundered by others? It's hard not to be able to make your own. It's not like there aren't corresponding means of refining. Fellow Daoist, you are a Taiyin star god, practicing the laws of Supreme Yin and the laws of the stars. The magic treasure that matches with it should preferably be refined with Taiyin-related items. I wonder if you can come out this time with materials capable of refining magic treasures. If so, I can refine some protection for you, so that when you reach the lower realms, the lack of means against the enemy. When Wang Shu heard Dtian's inquiry, his eyes suddenly flashed with some thoughtfulness. After a moment of slight contemplation, from within the mustard space, he pulled out a 3-inch long tree branch. This is a branch of the laurel tree which naturally falls off, and which I saw fall to the ground at the time of my birth. Just put it in the mustard space. Don't look at it now. It's only 3 inches in size, and if the sealing spells were to be undone, it will then immediately transform into a branch that transforms into 1,000 feet long and 100 feet thick. So very good. Dtian took the branch of the laurel tree and was amazed to find that the origin contained within the law of the Supreme Yin. Not much was missing under the seal of the array. This made him even more certain that he would refine a divine weapon at the level of a Hotian spiritual treasure. Fellow Daoist Wangshu, will be descending to the realm in 3,000 years, so if you don't have anything else to do, you can cultivate here. I need to go and prepare some backhanders, as well as refine a handy magic treasure for you. After saying that, Dtian didn't wait for Wangshu to respond, so he turned around and headed up towards the violet weather emperor star. A lone peak that contained the violet heavenly flame went, as the starlight of the 7 stars consisting of Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang and Yaoguang, one of the 10 great divine flames of the flood that were gathered together. The purple violet heavenly flame not only has the terrifying killing power of burning out the heavens and the earth and mastering all the elephants, it can reduce the amount of mana needed to control it while the controller is in an extraterrestrial space. The power of the divine fire eruption rose in a straight line. It is even an excellent choice for forging weapons and alchemy, especially when it comes to refining things related to the stars. It was even far superior to the Samadhi True Flame and the 6 Ding Divine Flame. It was undoubtedly more than appropriate to use this fire to refine the origin thing of the Taiyin planet, the Laurel Tree. As time passes, 3,000 years of time passes quietly, and Emperor Tian descends from the lone peak, back to the place where the perennial starfruit tree was located. Fellow Daoist Wangshu, this is a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure lunar laurel sword that I refined especially for you. It contains some of the laws of supreme Ein, and contains 24 postnatal prohibitions. The silver moon divine radiance is concealed within it when wielded, and its killing power far exceeds that of a magic treasure of the same level. Even with a full outburst, it would be able to compete with an extreme Hotian spiritual treasure. Hearing this, Wang Shu's eyes instantly rose with some delight and surprise, realizing that the branch she gave was, to put it bluntly, a laurel tree. I don't know how long it's been shedding discarded things. Under the artistic seal, the origin and laws were well preserved and good, but the power it truly contained was far less than a third of the laurel tree's own branches. Under such circumstances, Tian was even able to refine such a powerful magic treasure. Must have gone to a lot of trouble. I'm sorry to trouble you, Daoist Empyrean. There is no need to be so courteous. Everything is about increasing the strength of the war, just ensuring our personal safety. In fact, refining this laurel sword had only consumed a third of the laurel branches. The rest of it was blended by him with the violet heavenly flame, the silver moon divine radiance, the star divine radiance. It was refined into a medium-grade Hotian spiritual treasure grade star bursting bullet, as a one-time self-destructing spirit treasure, although its grade is medium, but after pouring in mana to make it explode. However, it was able to burst out with the might that could only be produced by the self-detonation of an extremely high-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. One may not do much damage to a great Luo golden immortal, but tens of thousands of them explode at the same time. It was the great Luo perfection that might not be able to carry it off. Instead, he had refined, in its entirety, 58,977,000,000 starburst bombs. If something goes wrong, even if it doesn't kill the immortals, it was also able to delay the opponent's footsteps, leaving him plenty of time to escape. Of course, that wasn't the only thing he had in his back pocket. Silver Moon Divine Radiance, Great Sun Divine Radiance, and Star Divine Radiance, and he also, through the fruit tree of the stars of the week, all coalesced quite a bit. It was fused into the first healing medicine of the flood, 3 lights divine water. To ask just how much was prepared, he hadn't really done the math, but at least bathe with it every day. It is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to run out anyhow, 3,000 years to the day. Many preparations have been made, and it is time for us to depart. After saying that, Tian flew out of the violet weather emperor star and completely closed the star protector formation, after making sure no one can steal the house. Only then did he completely put down his worries and took Wang Shu towards the flooded earth. The years of rushing were not as boring as Tian had imagined, with the company of beautiful women, chatting now and then, confirming each other's laws, refining 3 accompanying supreme treasures. It can be a very full life. He even kind of felt that the light rotation below the Yuanhui was no longer meaningful in general. It seemed as if 1,000 years had passed in just a few blinks of an eye. They also came from the depths of the extraterrestrial starry sky to the top of the flooded earth. Fellow Taoist Tian, where should we go? The two stood above the clouds of the 9th heaven, looking at the devastated earth. Although it has been gradually revitalized, it still can't hide the tragedy of the Great War thousands of years ago. The flooded heavens and earth are so large that no one can even measure them. At the end of the Beast Quantum Revelation, more than 70% of all living beings died out, making mountains of corpses and seas of blood all over the 4 seas. Even though the patriarchs of the 3 tribes ordered the burial and collection of it's also not something that can be cleaned up in just a few thousand years. The 2 of them, Emperor Tian, stood in the clouds, casually looking down in that direction. All of them can be seen under the green grassy mountains and forests, among the trickling streams, and above the craggy cliffs, all piled up, mutilated corpses and broken arms of various races, scarlet blood flowing continuously. The flowers, plants and trees take root on it. If you don't know the cause and effect, and just look at these oozing scenes, I'm afraid that I will think that this place is the cultivation place of some devilish sect, instead of the flood world which was not long ago opened and where the sky was clear and the earth was bright, as you saw just now. As the race with the greatest gains among the ferocious beasts of the quantum leap, the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn all already have the strength to stand proudly over the floodplains. After thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the 3 have even gained the aura of swallowing heaven and earth and dominating the area. So much so that both the dragon and the phoenix and the unicorn, as well as their subordinate races, all of them are frantically annexing other races at a speed visible to the naked eye. I think that in the near future, it will present a brand new chaotic world with 3 legs. Tian analyzed the current situation and gradually had a final goal in mind. Let's go to the North Sea. Nowadays, the dragons dominate the eastern and western seas, and the Chilan occupies a huge area in the center of the world. The Phoenix clan is entrenched in the southern immortal volcano cluster, and only the North Sea is still relatively calm. It just so happens that during the period of the ferocious beast quantum revelation, The northern underworld wasn't affected too much. The chances there shouldn't have been raided by too many people yet. Since they had a goal, Ditian and Wang Shu didn't continue to waste time. All together, they turned into rainbow light and headed towards the North Sea. It was also thanks to the fact that when they came to the flooded earth, the orientation they were in was to the north. If you're in the west or the south and you want to reach the North Sea, it would not be reached in 1,000 years. In the way that there are very few living beings in the North Sea, the islands are scattered among them in bits and pieces. The two had set foot in the North Sea for hundreds of years, and had only found 3 ice-covered, a 10,000-foot island with only a few unintelligent beings on it, not to mention the innate formations, the heavenly treasures. There are only a few immortal herbs and medicines. Just as Ditian was doubting his own fortune. Was there a problem? Why did you come to the flooded earth for so long, and yet not even an ordinary chance that? Nor can it be sensed at the time. A flash of joy suddenly rose in Wang Shu's eyes, and he pointed remotely at a small island 10,000 miles away. Exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Ditian, look where there is an innate 5 elements mixed elements formation towering over the place." Chapter 9 Innate 5 Elements Formation. Harvesting the 5-needle pine. Originally, Ditian was still in self-doubt when he heard Wang Shu's alarmed cry. Immediately, he followed the other's guidance and looked over, only to see a 5-colored shimmering light reflecting heaven and earth on top of a sea island that was no more than 1,000 feet in size. The aura of hybridity surrounds space and time. It makes it seem as if it is between reality and emptiness, and if you don't look at it up close, there is no way to discover where it is. Fellow Taoist Wang Shu, you are truly a lucky star. With joyful eyes, Ditian lightly patted Wang Shu's shoulder a few times. He then brought the other party across the heavy space barriers in an instant and arrived before the innate 5 elements mixed elemental grand formation. And it was only when they came before the big formation that the two of them saw it completely clearly. The true body of the treasure contained within it is a towering tree that, even the thin branches are as huge as 100 feet, covered in 5-colored divine awns, with leaves like sharp needles and fruits like pine towers. The giant pine tree that is baptized with the 5 elements at all times. This is the very best innate spiritual root symbolizing the 5 elements of heaven and earth 5-needle pine. At the first sight of the giant pine tree, the two recognized each other's roots and feet. The 5-needle pine was one of the top 10 extreme innate spiritual roots of the floodplains. Legend has it that the innate 5-needle pine bears pine cones, which change every 5,000 years. It takes a total of 3 changes to mature a season, or 15,000 years. And the pine nuts it produces are divided into the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth due to the characteristics of their own origin. Each can bear 10 at a time, yielding a total of 50 fruits at a time, and each pine cone contained a trace, corresponding to the innate 5 elements of origin. If you eat 1 pine nut of each of these 5 attributes, it can help the cultivator to gather the 5 elements of chi in his chest. If one eats 100 pine nuts of each attribute, those with deep chances may be able to change their lives, transforming one's physique into an innate 5 spirit body, possessing the infinite potential of ruling the 5 elements of heaven and earth. In addition, the innate 5-needle pine, as a superb innate spiritual root with all 5 elements, cultivates under its tree. Not only can it greatly enhance the absorption of the 5 elements of aura, but also increase the ability to perceive the 5 elements of law. It could be described as a supreme treasure that everyone in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal would want to keep for themselves. Fellow Taoist Empyrean. The pine cones born on top of this innate 5-needle pine are in the 3rd transformation of the. None of us had to wait for it to be ready to eat. It simply saved us a lot of time. Wang Shu looked at the 5-needle pine, the state of the pine cones, and a look of ecstasy rose in his eyes. Indeed, with these pine seeds in our hands, we think we'll soon be able to step into the Tao Lord Perfection realm. Actually, it wasn't. The two of them came just in time. It was mainly the 5-needle pine, not like other innate spiritual roots. The fruit will fall off by itself if no one picks it within a certain period of time, turned into nutrients to be absorbed by the subject again. Instead, it will always hang at the top of the tree, sucking in the 5 elements of heaven and earth's air and feeding on the 5-needle pine. Let it grow the innate 5 elemental origins contained in itself as it continues to grow its origin. This also means that the longer the pine nuts hang around, the more innate 5 elemental origins it contained. Of course, unlimited growth was unlikely, and heaven and earth did not allow for such a heaven-defying existence. However, if you swallow one of them, you can have an epiphany of the corresponding law and grow in your understanding of the law. It was still possible to swallow 5 kinds of pine seeds and directly mold an innate 5 elemental spirit body. Fellow Taoist Ditian, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, we'd better break the formation as soon as possible. Keep the 5-needle pine in your pocket. It's natural. Wang Shu's reminder was exactly what he was thinking. Although the North Sea was vast and sparse in terms of living beings, it didn't mean that there were no strong people present. If someone from the Go Dao, who's been hiding here since the beginning of time, accidentally tours this place, or sense the abnormality of their broken formation, that would be a disaster in the sky, a loss of a woman and a loss of a soldier. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, this formation bridges the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and connects the surrounding heaven and earth with space and time. If one wishes to enter it, the only way is to instantly pummel the vital nodes responsible for swallowing the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The party can disorganize it and open the passage into it. Since Wanshu often, on weekdays, observed the star protection formations of the Taiyin star and the Ziwei Emperor star, he was also quite knowledgeable about formations. Just observing the formation for no more than a tea time, he thought of a way to break it, and with the laurel sword, the locations of the 5 important nodes were marked out for D. Tian where they were located. These are 5 important nodes that switch positions as time passes. If we don't break it up soon, it may soon disappear and move elsewhere again. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, just watch me. The goal was already so clear, and D. Tian was still unable to crack the grand formation. Then you can really go back to the violet planet and pack up and go into seclusion and farming. Destroy the infinite, divide the thousands. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was offered. The laws of destruction reflecting the heavens. The moment it slowly fell, the immeasurable spacetime shadows divided and gathered together again in a hurry to form 5 figures. And with the mighty power of overthrowing time and space, with the sharpness of breaking everything, it heavily smashed on top of the 5 important nodes. In a split second, heaven and earth were shaken. The 5 elemental articulations collapsed in an instant, and the grand formation suddenly stopped functioning. It completely exposed the 5-needle pine to the eyes of the D. Tian duo. Mountain, river and Jigaku map receive. As a map of the flood that inscribes all the images of the flood, the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses, and covers all the terrain of heaven and earth. Not only is it a symbol of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, but it also contains within it, a scaled-down version of the world of the flooded heavens and earth. It is indeed the first place in heaven and earth to nurture the innate spiritual roots, and after putting away the 5-needle pine, D. Tian didn't let go of it. The innate 5 elements mixed elements grand formation that enveloped the island, burned one of them together in the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram as a protective array for the innate 5-needle pine. The moment he burned the formation into the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram, D. Tian also gained insight into its divine might. The heart was instantly alive. This grand formation is not only capable of bridging the 5 elements of heaven and earth, but it also contains the true meaning of mixed elements. It has the divine power to fuse the 5 elements into one. In the future, if we gather all the 5 elements of the innate 5 flags and use them as the eyes of the grand formation, it might be able to make it reverse the chaotic green lotus leaf, or to allow it to collectively sublimate into an innate supreme treasure, or even to merge into one and reach a chaotic spiritual treasure. It's not impossible. With this in mind, a bit of fire rose in D. Tian's heart. Only, he quickly regained his composure. Do not be rash, do not be arrogant, do not be careless. Steady and prudent Guju, who shall live with heaven and earth, and with the kings of the world, to securely ascend to the top of the mixed world and sit in the honorable position of the Lord of heaven and earth. Under the constant chanting in his heart, D. Tian gradually calmed down as well. Fellow Daoist Wangshu, the chances of this place have been taken in full. The commotion was a bit loud just now, so just in case, we'd better leave quickly. Okay, let's go. The two of them reached an agreement, and immediately turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the same place. The two continued their companionship in the North Sea and traveled for another 100 years. On this day, as they passed through a vast expanse of extremely cold earth, a racial war triggered by the ancestral bear and the ancestral lion, attracting D. Tian's gaze completely. It left it in a state of contemplation. The beast's quantum leap was only less than 10,000 years ago. How did such a terrible war happen again? Chapter 10 The Root of Contradiction of the 10,000 Races. Above the extremely cold earth, the ancestral bear and the ancestral lion both transformed into their true forms. In an extremely barbaric and primitive way, there was a bloody fight. You scratch, I tail, you open your mouth and tear at my shoulder, I growl and pull out Uranus. It's as if he's been blinded by the fury, and his killing intent has eroded his reasoning. He's simply a beast. There is not the slightest hint of an enlightened being, and it's not just the two, it's their races, too. It got into a frenzy of killing. Among them, there were more than 10 red-eyed white bears and lions, as if they were taking all the living beings around them, all as if they were immortal enemies, regardless of whether or not the opponent is of the same race. If they are in range of attack, all of them will launch an attack without a second thought, until there are no more living beings around, or until he himself dies. Fellow Taoist D Tian, what's wrong with you? Wang Shu saw that D Tian had stopped and looked down at the battlefield below for a long time. There was a moment of concern and inquiry. I'm thinking about why they are. It is reasonable to say that the quantum revenge has already passed, and now is the time when heaven and earth are recovering and the 10,000 races are thriving. Even if there was a conflict, it shouldn't have gotten to this state. Wang Shu listened to D Tian's doubts and also frowned slightly as he fell into thought. With the fall of the beast quantum revelation, the number of living beings within the heavens and earth nowadays, it can be said that it has been sharply reduced to the extreme. All living beings are actively developing, unless it comes to a moment of crisis that overthrows the race. Otherwise it basically wouldn't have erupted into such a bloody, grueling tussle. And the innate ancestral bear clan, the innate male lion clan, were apparently evenly matched, with no outsiders intervening. It's impossible to overpower the other side. In a situation like the North Sea, where there were ample resources for cultivation and survival, and there was no crisis of overthrow, the fact that both could still fight like this was also really a bit unbelievable. As Emperor Tian had always practiced, the principle of doing more is better than less. It didn't take the initiative to intervene in the fight between the two parties. Rather, after the two were tired of fighting and each returned to their ancestral lands with their clansmen, only then did you choose to make a house call. I am the Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Star D Tian, and I have come to visit today. Please also ask the ancestral bear to come out and meet us. D Tian, as the rightful ruler of heaven and earth, all beings at the level of ancestor of each lineage, within the inheritance of heaven and earth in his mind, there was basically relevant information. Upon hearing that he had come to visit, the ancestral bear didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and directly transformed into his human form. Quickly stepping out from the ancestral ground, he respectfully knelt down towards D Tian. Ancestral bear, Xiong Gang, greetings to Lord D Tian. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry to have missed you, and please don't be offended. In response to Xiong Gang's attitude, D Tian nodded slightly. Then he asked about the cause of the great battle with the male lion clan. It's the fault of that weedy big cat who can't keep his clan in check at all, always abusive and provocative for no reason. I went forward to teach him a lesson in order to protect my people. It's just that then the fight got out of hand and it got to that point just now. When D Tian heard this, his eyes couldn't help but rise with a bit of doubt, but he didn't show it. One side of the story should not be taken at face value. Only by combining the positive and negative sides can we get to the bottom of the matter. Let Xiong Gang find, after careful questioning, the clansmen who had initially fallen out. D Tian then brought Wang Shu and turned to the innate ancestral lion clan to meet the other party's clan chief Lion's Mane. Having heard the reasons why the other side went to war, and sought out the clansmen who had first fallen out, after some careful questioning, the two were confused. He and Wang Shu had made some preconceived notions about the situation until they knew what was going on. The blood feud of killing a son, the hatred of plundering, the old grudge. But what they never expected was that all their preconceptions did not match. The reason the two clans broke out into war was simply because the juniors didn't speak the same language, while dealing with a few scratchy little things. Speech, expression, body, all show great excitement. It was seen as a provocation by the other side, which led to a skirmish. And with the increasing number of skirmishes of this type, it made the Bear Gang and the Lion's Mane think that the other party was deliberately looking for a fight. So he led the whole clan to attack and tried to teach the other side a lesson. As for then, it's pretty much the same as what Xiong Gang said, fighting out of true fire, unable to collect his arms and legs, and it eventually evolved. He's the same as what Wang Shu saw. Isn't this purely and simply the real-life version of chicken and duck? Knowing the cause and effect of the matter, D Tian didn't leave there either. Instead, the Bear Gang and the Lion's Mane, as well as several of the clansmen who were initially at odds with that is to say, the bloodline of the two is full-blooded and all called together, enveloping everyone with his divine mind. The real reason why the war took place, informed them one by one. The Bear Gang and the Lion's Mane learned that all the losses today are actually due to their own children and grandchildren. Can't understand each other's words. Immediately, he revealed an embarrassment that was hard to hide. After all, that's a ridiculous reason. Being beings of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, they actually broke out into a great battle because of a lack of words. It was no longer a question of how many resources or clansmen were lost within the clan. Rather, it's whether or not they're in their right mind. Thank you, Lord Tian, for waking us up. We will definitely ask for the reason for this in the future. Never again will we go to war for such a ridiculous reason. Seeing that the two races had realized their mistake, D Tian didn't stay any longer and, with Wang Shu, then continued to travel the North Sea. What he never expected, however, was that for the next thousands of years, there is an endless stream of such things. Whenever there's a major racial war, 7 out of 10 times it's because of a language barrier. And the conflict grew and grew until it erupted into a great war involving the whole clan. It seems that this is the root cause of the current conflict between the 10,000 races within the flood wild heaven and earth. The flooded wasteland is full of 10,000 races, and in the beginning of every race, the first beings conceived. All are given heritage texts that are unique to their race. Even though there are races that have inherited similar methods of writing their scripts, it is said that in the years of the other side, however, it is likely to mean something else. As for the innate holiness of heaven and earth, it is because of the inheritance of heaven and earth that has been given. All of them are existences that directly refer to the origin of the laws. The words written are all the inscriptions of heaven and earth. All enlightened beings are basically able to hear and understand. Naturally, there is no chicken and egg situation. According to the original trajectory, the earliest person to be concerned about this issue seems to be Kuan Pang. From the beginning of the heavens and the earth, all the way to the demon race, which encompasses countless races of living beings, gradually active after the flood. Kuan Pang is the patriarch of the demon race's heavenly court, once inadvertently concerned, after the nations had formed their communities and multiplied. Gradually, there is a difference between the two, and compared to the innate beings, the beings conceived after birth are obviously weaker by more than one notch. All divine spells need to be taught by the ancestors themselves. If an ancestor accidentally falls in the middle of the process, then there will be a break in the inheritance of their race. If the calamity that befalls you is too great, they may even lose the opportunity to cultivate and grow, and slowly fade away their spiritual wisdom, reduced to a beast that only knows how to drink blood. After discovering this situation, Kuan Pang had been thinking of a solution. Since it was about inheritance, it had to start with the bloodline. In order to be able to leave a legacy in the bloodline, you have to form your own separate system of possessing a form that is unique to the demon race and can be engraved in the depths of the soul. As the thoughts become clearer and clearer, and the days pass by, the kunai finally worked out the system and named the system script. From then on, the demonic text was born from the hands of Kuan Pang. Immediately after creating the demon script, Kuan Pang's voice spread to the north underworld. Teach the demon text to all the demon clans in the northern underworld, and then have the demons spread the demon text into the flooded heaven and earth. As the demonic text was widely circulated, the heavenly Tao had a sense of Kuan Pang's contribution to the integration of all races. Immediately a great deal of merit was sent down as a reward, and after absorbing some of the merit, the demonic text was directly integrated into the demonic soul. From then on, the demon tribe's fortune soared, and all the demons remembered Kuan Pang's contribution and honored Kuan Pang as the master of all demons. After the human race became the protagonists of heaven and earth, they were in the way of being too weak, and the heaven and earth inscriptions were impassable. Demon texts are obscure and difficult to understand, and 10,000 races texts will not. There was no way to practice cultivation and they were left to be slaughtered by the foreigners. It was not until Tsangje, the sage of the human race, created a simpler human script that made the human race, with the possibility of embarking on the path of cultivation. The heavenly Tao felt the contribution made by Tsangje and then sent down merits and virtues, making him the first ancestor of humanities. It is only since then that the heavenly merits that can be gained from the creation of words are considered to be completely and utterly. It was divided up between Kuan Pang and Tsangje. According to this, it looks like I can replace Kunsight to be the originator of the window of all the races in this heaven and earth. And since at this time the heavenly Tao is not yet fully developed, the merit I have acquired, it's most likely a pure heaven and earth merit without the imprint of the heavenly Tao's will. Chapter 11 The difference between merits. The number of one element that is about to be consummated. It must be known that in the flooded heavens and earth, the most important thing for all spirits and beings is cause and effect. And heaven and earth merit is the existence that cannot be messed with the most among the countless karmic consequences. Once they attacked for no reason, or even decapitated those who were burdened with heaven and earth merits, not only would he be disliked by heaven and earth, he would be hunted down by heaven and earth, and his chi would be as low as ice. Walking in distress, innocent victims, and enemies pursuing them are only the smallest of penalties. If the person who was attacked had a great deal of merit, then he or she would even attract, immortally, a heavenly mind penalty. After all, anyone who was able to obtain the merits of heaven and earth had made outstanding contributions to heaven and earth, treasures that promote the perfection of the world. Every great meritorious person was in existence that it had to protect with all its might. Of course, this is talking about not refining the merits after harvesting them. An existence that enhances one's cultivation. It's like heaven and earth giving you a gold medal of immunity because you've done something meritorious. Instead you backhandedly switch to something else. When the time comes for you to commit a crime or encounter, the odds are that you will be sheltered a bit for old time's sake, but it doesn't give you any boost. Yang Mei, hours, yin and yang. Such is the case with the reincarnation of a host of demonic gods, but where they didn't refine all of the heaven and earth's merits, leaving some behind as a bailout. Hongjun wouldn't dare to make a blatant game or even pit them against each other. As for why he wanted heaven and earth merit, not heavenly merit, it's entirely because of fear. At the end of the quantum leap of the three races, when the struggle between the Tao and the devil was finished, after the gradual completion of the conception of the heavenly Tao and the beginning of its reign over the flood, Hongjun's plan to unite the Tao. It also unfolded quietly. Under the influence of his thinking, the heavens are no longer supreme. The selfishness of wanting to have sole control of heaven and earth arose. Since then heaven and earth merits have become heavenly merits with the imprint of the heavenly Tao. Normally, you may not see any problems, but if one has the heart to go against heaven and wants to threaten the dominance of the heavenly Tao, hell, I don't know if there will be a backlash. Anyway, from the end of the latter-day God feudal quantum leap, when Hongjun easily overpowered Taisheng, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, looking at the results of deterring Yua and the two saints of the West, guess there's a big part of that. It was because after it merged into the heavenly Tao, it had control over the heavenly Tao's merits. Only then were they able to make the three purities and others, who relied on merit to become saints, dare to be angry and at their mercy. And this kind of behavior, which is equivalent to handing over his life to the other party, is something he will never do. Since you want to create a literal inheritance, you have to combine the heritage of thousands of races into one. This is going to be really busy next. As Di Tian's mind rotated, he immediately greeted Wang Shu, and according to the maps he had harvested from his previous travels through the various races, against the mountains and rivers, embark on the long road to creation. And once he was gone, he traveled for 500 years. He has set foot in the sea of the northern underworld, the land of the extreme west, the continents of the South China Sea, and most of the middle pole of the flood. A total of 597 races have been collected for their written heritage. Only the literal inheritance of the last three races was missing to complete the number of one element. Because of his status as the Ziwei Dixing star god, the rightful ruler of the flood, the lord of heaven, earth, and humans, the path to collecting the written heritage was almost unimpeded. Except in the beginning, there were a few ungrateful ones who didn't think his strength was worthy of his position, trying to team up to take him out. But with his Hongmeng heavenly ruler, after some serious teaching about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and what it means to convince people by virtue, all the races that followed looked at him with much clearer eyes, and he didn't whore himself out for nothing, but he preached a sermon in exchange for the written heritage of the 10,000 races, as to whether or not the other person listens and understands, whether or not they can get past the realization of something, that's up to their own enlightenment. Anyway, the stuff he had given and the karma had been cut off. If his own brain doesn't work, he can't be blamed for not being polite. Fellow Daoist heaven, these pine cones on the five-needle pine, I'm afraid they've already formed more than tens of yuanhui, just digesting water, fire, and earth. The three pine cones took more than 30,000 years. Wang Shu pinched the five-needle pine cones that had been distributed to her, and though her mouth seemed to be grumbling, however, his eyebrows were filled with a look of joy and excitement, while diving in the Purple Violet Emperor star. Although she used the divine power of the fruit tree of the stars of the week, with the sun star, to help the watery air in her body, generalize the air of fire. With the Purple Violet star, the air of the fire element in the body was helped to generalize the air of the earth element, and then he broke through to the late Dala realm. But in the end, the power she drew on was impure, making her cultivation enhancement. The actual battle power was not the top in the same realm. After obtaining the five-needle pine, she had to take the five elemental origins within the pine seeds and the idea of quenching the five chi in the chest. Now that more than 30,000 years had passed, her realm was still at the late Dala stage, yes. However, in terms of actual battle power, it was already located at the apex of the same realm. Even without a powerful magic treasure in hand, a slightly weaker Daelu perfection, neither would necessarily be a match for her. Trading time for root compensation. This is something that many people dream of. And you started whining. As Di Tian listened to Wang Shu's words, he couldn't help but lightly laugh and snicker at him. His cultivation level today was also at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only, in the way of the root being too counterintuitive, the five elemental origins contained in a single pinecone that, it was simply not enough for him to complete the conception of the five chi in his chest. Alone is to complement the earth and gold elements and to generalize the wood elements. It took 15 pinecones with 3 attributes alone. Right now he's digesting aquatic pinecones, if nothing else, even with the help of the five-needle pine, but without tens of thousands of years. It would be impossible for him to cultivate the 5 chi in his chest to perfection. As the saying goes, too much is too little. The literal inheritance is just short of the last 3 to complete the number of one element, and these last 3 need to be taken from within the present flooded heavens and earth, out of the 3 clans with the most prosperous chi. When Wang Shu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but rise with a bit of worry. Fellow Taoist Tian, the 3 clans of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin are in full swing, and wanting their literal inheritance. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as it used to be. Just put your heart back into it. All I want is a literal legacy. It's not like it's a core secret. Tian looked at the panicked Wang Shu, his eyes bringing gentle relief to reassure him. My status is there. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, beginning Kirin, and the brain is just being a jerk again. And there's no way it's going to come out against me in the open. What's more, I'm not whoring around for nothing. Didn't the 5-needle pine bear another batch of pine nuts? Just switch with them. But what should they do if they want 5-needle pine instead of pine nuts? In response to Wang Shu's concern, some coldness grew in Tian's eyes. No one is a cutie. I've been very fair in exchanging pine cones for a literal inheritance. If they have to take the 5-needle pine, then I won't be blamed for lifting the table. After all, members of the 3 clans of the dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn just don't count as those with impure bloodlines. It's also full of billions of dollars. Finding 1 or 2 people with a complete written legacy from this would undoubtedly be a breeze. Chapter 12, Visiting the 3 and 8 clans. Yuan Feng wants me to join the family? Sincere conversations don't give face. Then I won't be blamed for using out-of-hand tricks. This might result in a small portion of heaven and earth's merit leaking out to the 3 races, but compared to the loss of the 5-needle pine, and the merits of heaven and earth gained after the creation of the text, it's not even worth mentioning. And it's true that he wants to practice Go Dao, but what is his identity and what are his future goals? It was all as clear as a mirror in his mind. The first Go Sage of the Flood Honjuan was the role model for Tian to learn from. Whenever he had the chance, he would not only pit all his enemies against each other, and to take his entire fortune into his possession, bloodless and foolproof revenge. It was his highest pursuit at the moment. Having come to a decision, the 2 of them took the lead in traveling to the East China Sea, the closest to them. Seek the written heritage of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Badge. 500 years later, Tian and his duo arrived at the territory of the Dragon Clan in the East Sea and took out 2 sets of 5 elemental pines. Then he began to worship the mountain gate to the sea below. I am the Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Star Tian, and I have come to pay my respects to the ancestral dragon on this excursion to the land of the Eastern Sea. Desiring to use the 5 elements of the 5 pine seeds borne by the extremely high-grade innate spiritual root, the 5-needle pine, in exchange for 1 copy of the Dragon Clan's written heritage. Please also ask the ancestral dragon to show himself. With Tian's shout, it spread across the billions of miles of sea around him. In a flash, the sea, which had been calm the previous second, suddenly turned over and the sea dragon scrolls that articulated heaven and earth rose up in no time. The ocean splits neatly on both sides of the moment. 10,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals with the cultivation of Tai golden immortals, arching over 5 sea patrol night fighters of the Dala realm, as well as a 5-clawed golden dragon of the great Luo perfection. With neatly organized steps, the Fury arrived in front of the Tian duo. I am Ao Kang, the first eldest grandson of the ancestral dragon. What you ask? Grandfather already knows. This is a copy of the Dragon chapter. You can take it with you. Ao Prime, without being humble, took out from his arms a copy of the Dragon chapter that had been prepared long ago. It was thrown in front of Tian with manna. Remember, identity does not mean everything, and there are times when God's will is not irrevocable. I hope you will do well and not make a mistake. Having said that, he collected the 5 elements of pine seeds hanging in the sky and earth, and then he said nothing else. Returned to the middle of the East Sea with his men. Tian didn't take Ao Qing's words to heart. Anyway, the other party was already a sure death in his mind. Instead of sulking with each other for nothing, might as well hurry up and get the Kirin and Phoenix clans written legacies. Completion of the creation of a great deal to come affordable. With that, the 2 of them reversed their direction and headed towards the Qilin Cliff, the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. This rush, on the other hand, took over 1,000 years, and just outside the Kirin Cliff, after Tian had paid his respects to the mountain gate, the first eldest grandson of the beginning Kirin Wutu, just lead the men to the copy of the unicorn tattoo and drop it in front of him. The arrogance of his attitude and the harshness of his words were even more arrogant and rude than Ao Jing. In response to this, Tian likewise picked up his things and turned around, without the slightest hint of hitching a ride. Earth and earth with growing hostility in his eyes. Poor people have to be hated. The Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan ended up with most of their clansmen dying horribly, and their fortunes being eroded by their sins and karma. It was not unreasonable for the clan to have no hope of breaking through to the Great Luo again. The Phoenix clan is located in the southern group of undead volcanoes. The region where it is located is far away from the middle pole of the flood, belonging to the hinterland of the southern continents. With the immortal volcano group as the center, the surrounding area of billions of miles is covered by endless abyssal lava. Countless active volcanoes towered over heaven and earth, spewing hot lava all the time. Nor were the clouds above the ninth heaven clean and white, but flaming clouds of crimson and gray intertwined. Its temperature is so high that even a Tai golden immortal would be scalded by it, and the following Tai touch it. It will be reduced to flying dust in an instant. Nan Mingli fire, Earth abyssal divine fire, Thunderbolt divine fire, 10 million kinds of named and unnamed divine flames of heaven and earth. The source of foreign flames, it's even more ubiquitous here. Di Tian and Wang Shu, having just stepped into the range of the immortal volcano group, had not yet waited for them to pay their respects to the mountain gate. A wan bird surrounded by green divine flames had then flown out from within, transforming into a green-colored sarong mat. The young girl, who had a stunning appearance, courteously owed them a greeting. I, the head of the Yuanfeng direct lineage Xingluan, pay my respects to the Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Star and to the Lord of the Taiyin Star. The matriarch is already waiting for the two of you at the Hall of 10,000 Phoenixes. Please also follow me. Di Tian hadn't expected the Phoenix race to be so polite. It was worthy of being the first existence at the end of the three tribes' quantum reign to realize the problem and choose to strike. Just by virtue of this stance towards people, it was more than 1,000 times stronger than the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Xingluan for leading the way. All comers are guests, and for the host to go out and greet them is the most basic form of hospitality. Xingluan smiled and nodded, then led the two of them, Di Tian, through the heavy volcano of. He came to the 10,000 Phoenix Palace where Yuanfeng was. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, fellow Taoist Wangshu, welcome. Inside the 10,000 Phoenix Palace, Yuanfeng appeared to be very gentle and polite, and when she saw Di Tian and the two of them enter the door, immediately, he rose toward the greeting. Fellow Taoist Yuanfeng, we have come here to borrow the Phoenix Seal, the inherited script of the Phoenix clan. This is a 5-needle pine, one of the very best innate 5-element spiritual roots, bearing 5-element pine seeds. It has the divine effect of helping one to comprehend the 5 elemental laws and enhance the corresponding origin, in the way of the Phoenix clan being a race that majors in fire. In addition to the 2 sets of the 5 elements of the Songzi, I also have 2 more firewalking pine seeds that have nurtured tens of Yuanhui to give away. So I hope that fellow Taoist Yuanfeng will smile. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist heaven, you are too polite. It's just some textual inheritance. How can it be worth your expense? Yuanfeng lightly smiled and waved her hand in rejection at the 5 elements pinecone handed over by Di Tian, and with a different look in his eyes, as if he were showing off, and as if he were boasting. Speaking of the future prospects of the Phoenix clan, nowadays, the Phoenix clan is already one of the 3 major races in heaven and earth. The number of heavenly materials and magic artifacts and divine weapons possessed are countless, and that's just the Phoenix clan living in a remote area, not with the dragons or the unicorns. The result of the struggle for lands beyond the southern continents. When I break through to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, I will definitely lead the Phoenix clan to reign over the world, become a veritable overlord of heaven and earth. At that time, if you can join the Phoenix clan, I would like to abdicate my position and treat you, fellow Daoist, with the position of emperor. As Di Tian listened to Yuan Feng's boasts and the strange color in the other party's eyes, his heart was somewhat enlightened. This was not showing off the Phoenix clan's depths to him. Rather, it's an invitation to join the family. I said, how come the attitude of the Phoenix clan is worlds apart from that of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan? So it's here waiting for me. Only, I am the Lord of Heaven, Earth, and humans, the Supreme Emperor destined to rule over the flood. How is it possible to join the Phoenix clan? If Yuanfeng were to submit to me in turn, this might be something to consider. As his mind ebbed and flowed, Di Tian also understood that the other party would not accept the 5 elements pinecone. Then they turned to the option of mentioning a few words to each other. Fellow Daoist Yuanfeng, the flooded heavens and earth have long been set in stone, and the time for the king to reign over the world has not yet come. It is impossible for any race to sit on the throne that reigns over all beings in heaven and earth. And if one performs too many acts of killing, karma and sins will definitely erode the Phoenix clan's chi. At that time, the war quagmire and mad rage is not something you can easily end. Chapter 13, Yuanfeng's Fear. The Phoenix clan changes the law. The spirit text is finally out. What does fellow Taoist Di Tian mean? Yuanfeng knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. Today is also just to point out the intention, so as to pave the way for the pulling together in the future. But she hadn't expected that Di Tian would even say such words. It's because you think that if you don't sit on the Supreme Lord's seat, no one will be able to sit on it. The plan of the Phoenix clan to reign over the world will eventually fail and lead to a backlash from heaven and earth. From then on it was all over and fell off the hegemony. Tian looked at Yuan Feng, whose eyebrows were slightly furrowed and some anger rose in her eyes. The heart couldn't help but sigh softly. People are indeed nice. It's just like the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin. Blinded by the false pomp and circumstance of today, it is no longer possible to see the real situation in heaven and earth. And the consequences of leaking are extremely horrific. He didn't want to get into trouble for nothing because of the Phoenix clan, whom he had first met and didn't have much to do with. It is not possible to reveal clearly the beginning cause and effect of the three tribes. It can only be implied by words, but that would be a bit too much for him. Yuan Feng treated him with respect and kindness, but he came up and implied to the other that, if the Phoenix clan continued to expand, it was very likely that the clan would be extinguished. Isn't this purely the standard mold for Whitey? If word got out, who would dare to follow him? Fellow Daoist Yuan Feng, I didn't mean it that way. Today's heaven and earth has just gone through the ferocious beast quantum revelation, and all things are waiting to be rebuilt. Killing and war are the most loathsome existences in heaven and earth, and if war is easily resumed, it has caused a sudden increase in the grievances and ferocious air of all the spirits. I'm sure heaven and earth will never be stingy with the cleansing of those who risk their lives against the wind. Not to mention the dangers of karma and sin, compared to a rookie like me who is new to the flood. You who personally participated in the crusade against God's rebellion and know the exact cause of the other side's death. It should be clearer, right? As Yuan Feng listened to Tian's rhetorical question, the bottom of her eyes couldn't help but flash with some thoughtfulness. Since she was able to sit at the head of the Phoenix clan, in addition to being at the top of her cultivation, the brain is also definitely a one-of-a-kind presence. If it wasn't necessary, the other party would never suddenly tell her this. But what exactly are the specific metaphors involved? It's hard to believe that the Phoenix clan really can't reign over the floodplains. As long as you dare to ascend to the throne, will it be the day the Phoenix clan is destroyed? Between the constant flickering of thoughts in her eyes, Yuan Feng could not help but raise some urgency and fear in her heart. If it was what she thought it was, he himself was undoubtedly the culprit for burying the Phoenix clan. Thank you for reminding me, fellow Daoist Empyrean. I still have things I need to take care of, so I won't keep you any longer. Qingluan, take fellow Daoist Tian, and fellow Daoist Wangshu, forward to the Hall of Hospitality to rest. Never slack off on the other side, whether or not it's what one suspects. She must not even gamble with the future of the Phoenix clan. Yuan Feng ordered Qingluan to take Tian and the two of them away, and then directly summoned all the Phoenix clan elders. The order of the convergence of the pace of expansion, to get along with the 10,000 races and goodwill, not to start disputes lightly until the last resort, to minimize killing, and to do more acts of kindness, and so on, a series of planning guidelines. Ensure that the pace of expansion is slowed down without jeopardizing the interests of the Phoenix clan. Look at the Dragon clan and the Kirin clan. After their power expanded to the level of hegemony, will there be a situation like what Empyrean said? Then decide the future development of the Phoenix clan, whether to live in a corner, or to dominate the floodplains. Just as Yuan Feng was gradually changing the grand plan for the development of the Phoenix clan due to Tian's mention, he himself arrived at the Hall of Hospitality under Qingluan's colorful gaze and increasingly respectful attitude, closed up and delved into the Dragon Seal, Phoenix Seal, and Unicorn Tattoo, wanting to create a universal extremely high, whether it be an innate being, or an acquired one, a textual heritage that is applicable to all. It will be necessary to pass on the 129,600 scripts, removing the dross and taking the essence, then blending the heaven and earth inscriptions inherited from the innate divine. It was only then that the literary Tao inheritance was created that swallowed up most, if not all, of the merits of the written word, and for the sake of infallibility, the whole process, except for himself, and the absolute confidence that can be placed in the, presumably, Wang Shu, who knew what had been done, outsiders should not meddle in it. This also leads to their workload, which is almost like finding a needle in a haystack. However, with the temptation of Windows merits, the two men, even if they understood that it was not extremely easy to, still no slacking off either. 129,869 years, enough to be more than 200 years longer than the number of a dollar. Tian and Wangshu wasted their sleep and food and delayed their cultivation. It will finally be adapted to all beings in heaven and earth, and the innate will be able to communicate with each other. The spiritual text that passed down the Avatar Tao was created, 3,605 in common use, and 125,950 in the Panopticon, both being in accordance with the number of the stars of the circumference of the heavens, and full of the number of the one element of heaven and earth. It is fitting that I should appropriate all the merits of the written word, and that I shall become the only ancestor of the way of letters in heaven and earth, the most holy master. Inside the hall of hospitality, in front of an ambrosial table carved from the branches of the fruit tree of the stars of the week, Tian raised his head to the sky and let out the depressed air that had accumulated in his heart over the years. You have to know that in the latter days, he was notorious for getting headaches from school and wanting to fall asleep when he read books. Now let him be confronted with all sorts of words every day for more than 100,000 years. Reduce, modify, and integrate them. The pressure to be faced can be imagined. If it weren't for Wangshu's company and Yuanfeng's visits from time to time, sending all kinds of heavenly materials, spiritual fruits and immortal teas, he probably would have quit a long time ago. It's good to know that all that persistence has paid off, and laying on top of the ambrosia, bearing a collection of 133,650 spiritual texts. It is his final masterpiece. Congratulations to fellow Daoist heaven. After more than 100,000 years together, the constant development of the great forces of heaven and earth, Yuanfeng was also falling more and more in love with Tian. The eyes that looked at him were often filled with tenderness and kindness. To this Wangshu was not blind and naturally understood what the other party was thinking, but she didn't point it out or make a block. Tian, as the Lord destined to rule over the flood, the Emperor of the stars and Dukes of the week, it is impossible to be bound by one person. This had been clear in her mind for a long time, as long as Tian as well. Anything else? Just let it run its course. Without the support of fellow Daoist Yuanfeng, fellow Daoist Wangshu, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this feat. If we're really talking about thanks, it's still me who has to be grateful to you guys. Empyrean lightly smiled and nodded in response to the duo. The movement of his hands did not stop at all, constantly taking out a large amount of heavenly materials, spirit minerals and strange stones, and innate divine water from within the mountain river and goddess of mercy diagram. These were all the various harvests that he had collected in passing while traveling through the flood. Although they are not as good as the initial 5 needle pines, they are all good innate things. Finally, he took out another section of the fallen branch of the perennial starfruit tree, as well as a few needles stripped from 5 needle pines. Emperor Genius stopped moving his hands, looking at the heaven and earth spiritual materials that almost covered the surrounding area of 1,000 feet. The color of excitement in his eyes suddenly rose. The violet heavenly flame surfaced in his palm, and a large amount of spiritual materials were melted by it under the command of his divine mind. Finally, after 3,000 years of refining, the 4 Hotian supreme treasures, which emanated a precious light, it appeared in the hall of hospitality. 5 elements inkstone, Zhou Tian ink, star pen, and spirit text book. Pen, ink, paper, and inkstone all work together. Chapter 14 Empyrean Creation of Spiritual Writings. The 4 supreme treasures of the One Tao. In fact, there are more than just pen, ink, paper and inkstones regarding the magic treasures of Wendo. There are many other things that can promote the transmission of the literary path, but he didn't refine it. It was as if there was a barrier in the underworld that prevented him from creating something far beyond this age. Brush, ink, paper and inkstone is the foundation of the way of literature, necessary for the transmission of words. Self-causes were birthed with the present of the textual heritage, but similar to the printing tools such as too far ahead of the flood of all the spirits of heaven and earth, the pressure of the useless things, he tried several times without refining it, so he didn't waste any more time. This was clearly a case of heaven and earth not allowing a hole to be drilled, and continuing to obsess about it would be a complete waste of effort. Fellow Daoist Yuanfeng, fellow Daoist Wangshu, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Taking his leave of the 2 men, Tian then brought the refined clerical. Walking out of the hall of hospitality with a quadrilateral step, he helped himself to the 9 heavens. The great way is above. Heaven and earth will see to it. I am the Ziwei Emperor Star God, Lord of heaven, earth, and humans. In the past, I traveled for tens of thousands of years in the flooded heavens and earth, and witnessed that all the beings of all races, because of their speech and the inheritance is disordered, and the risk of waging a war of extermination has resulted in an undying feud. Truly it is the sorrow of heaven and earth, the calamity of all races, in order that the innate beings and the innate beings within the 10,000 races of the world may no longer, because of a lack of speech, taking the risk of starting another war, causing their own inheritance to be broken and extinguished in the river of years. I have traveled the flood for 36,500 years on purpose. A total of 129,600 scriptural inheritances have been collected, and closed for 129,869 years of painstaking study, and finally create a system that is adapted to all beings in heaven and earth, and in which the innate and the innate can communicate with each other. The spiritual texts of heaven and earth that pass on the divine principle of the Tao. of which 3,650 are commonly used, and 125,950 are pantheistic, secretly conforming to the number of stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky, consummating the limit of one element: writing instruments, pen, ink, paper, ink stone. From now on, all the spirits of heaven and earth need not be troubled by the lack of words, or by the death of their forefathers, and worry about the legacy being broken. I hope that the great Tao will know it well, and that heaven and earth will allow it, and spread it throughout the flooded heavens and earth, so that all beings of all races will be born knowing it. The sound of Emperor Tian's high calling slowly fell, and hundreds of millions of miles of sunrise purple gas came from the east. The 4 seas and 8 wildernesses were flooded with bursts of mysterious Dharma sounds, and the golden lotus of Taoist rhythms spread all over the flooded heavens and earth in an instant. The multitudes of the 10,000 races were born amidst the golden lotuses that filled the sky, and the sound of the mysterious Dharma, and they understood what Tian had done, the work of paying for heaven and earth. All bowed in unison and bowed respectfully in his direction with solemn expressions and delighted eyes. We pay our respects to Lord Emperor for his kindness, giving us a literal heritage, so that we may no longer suffer unmerited, no longer worry about the pain of a broken heritage. When the beings of all races cheered in unison, an ocean of merit and virtue that covered the sky emerged from the void. It loomed in the direction of where Tian was. This I'm not dreaming, am I? Tian, that turtle shrinking loser who can't get out, was actually able to create words, invoke the equivalent of half of the total amount of merit and virtue that fell from heaven and earth at the time of the final fierce beast quantum revelation. How is this possible? Western Mount Sumeru Cave. Luo Shuji looked at the slowly falling from the sky. An ocean of merit that nearly enveloped the entire southern group of undead volcanoes. The eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had worked hard and risked their lives to plot to decapitate the divine rebellion and overthrow the fierce beast clan. Surprisingly, it can't stand up to Emperor Tian's travels through the floodplains and gathering the written heritage of all the races, easily remodeled out of a few broken words. That's just not fair. At the same time, Hong Jun, who was inside the cave on Mount Yujing, similarly looked with astonishment in his eyes too, bathing under the ocean of merit and virtue. Emperor in heaven. Originally, the other party's character of a shrinking turtle made it difficult for him to find a chance to pit against the other party. Now it's surprising that it has also gained such a massive amount of merit, regardless of whether Tian chose to absorb it and enhance his own cultivation strength, or use it to condense the golden light of merit. It's all going to be a big mess for him. Wouldn't it be good for you to cower in the violet weather Emperor planet if you're fine, waiting for me to think of a way to pick you? Why do you have to come down to the world to stir up trouble? Now things are in trouble. All previous plans will have to be thrown out the window. Without killing this man, all my subsequent scheming will be empty talk. A bubble. The reincarnation of the devil god. Except for the two of Hong Jun and Luo. He was only slightly surprised at the amount of merit that Tian had received. Not a lot of unusual emotions appeared. After all, in their view, with their own roots and natural talent, cultivating in a step-by-step manner, sooner or later, one could witness the way of the mixed world and regain the greatness of one's peak. At that time, their goal would be the vast and boundless chaotic void. The flooded heavens and earth opened up by Panga were merely a springboard for how the living beings within haunted. None of it has anything to do with them. Of course, if there were huge benefits at stake, they would definitely run faster than anyone else. As for the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, at this moment, they also finally understood that the Emperor's intention of collecting textual legacies in the first place. Looking up at the sky above, the ocean of merit and virtue that covered billions of miles in circumference, both eyes were filled with remorse and anger, blaming himself that he shouldn't have asked for what Tian had. If we had not wanted the 5 elements of pine seeds in the first place, this ocean of merit in the sky, at least 10% goes to them. Anger that Tian had dared to swindle them. How could they have that attitude if they had been straight about creating words? Must respectfully invite it back and fully assist the other party in accomplishing the great cause of benefiting the floodplains. However, at this point, no matter how the flood beings reacted, things had already become finalized. They just couldn't affect Tian half as much as they could. Merit golden light gathering. After the world was notified for a tea time, the ocean of merit and virtue also began to divide. Roughly 50% of the heaven and earth's merit and virtue split out from it and came straight towards Tian. But he, who had long since had his mind made up, waited for the moment of merit to descend to. Directly, he chose to gather the golden light of merit and condense it around his body. From then on, things went straight to the light. As long as one was not brain dead, one could basically see that he was the most beloved person in heaven and earth. How dare you hit him? As long as you're not afraid of being chased down by heavenly minds, feel free to make the attempt. Of course it's not like he's a loser who relies on merits and has no real combat ability. If there really is a fool who is not afraid of death and wants to do over with him, he will surely be able to give it a memory that will last a lifetime. Let it see what it means to be truly desperate. After going through all the trouble of breaking the defenses and getting ready to die together, he thought that he could kill them all, only to find that the real battle has just begun. At the same time as Tion condensed the golden light of merit, another 30% of merit was divided out from the ocean. It was divided into 4 and landed on top of the 5 elements inkstone, Tian ink, star pen, and spirit book. Among them, the spiritual text book, which records the spiritual texts of heaven and earth, receives the most merit, with a full 10%. Let it morph into a Hotian merit supreme treasure in an instant. The 5 elements inkstone, the Tian ink, and the star brush, on the other hand, shared the remaining 20% of heaven and earth merit equally. Chi metamorphosed into an extremely high-grade Hotian merit spiritual treasure. The large portion of the ocean of merit was divided up by Tian, and the remaining 20% of heaven and earth's merit. Instead, it was split in two, falling to Wang Shu and the Phoenix clan. Among them, Wang Shu had condensed the merits of heaven and earth into the golden light of merit, as instructed by Emperor Tian, and due to the large number of people in the Phoenix clan, even Yuan Feng, as the leader of the clan, only occupies the 1/10 or so of the merits of heaven and earth. This amount of merit is simply not enough for her to be on top of the path of the mixed golden immortal. How much to move forward. Then he also followed Wang Shu and Tian's example and condensed it into a golden light of merit, only in the way of really a little less. After condensing, only the size of a baby's fist. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought that Yuan Feng had an extra, round, flat hair band on his head. Chapter 15 Yuan Feng Trust. The origin of separation fire and heart's blood. Along with the completion of the distribution of all the merits, the thousands of visions gradually dissipated, and Tian was done. For the condensation of the golden light of merit, an oval-shaped golden wheel of merit and virtue, 30 inches in size and as if it were substantial, her appeared behind it. At a glance, it reflects the image of the 10,000 tribes of the heavens kneeling in worship, and the scene of the literal inheritance of the present world. The blessed chi was suddenly pulled up. The imperial aura that was unconsciously emanating from Tian's circumference was also covered by the golden wheel of merit and virtue. Become gentle and graceful. It was like a civilized monarch. Come on. Between the slight lifting of his hands, for Wendo merit dharma treasure slowly fell from the sky and came before Tian, recognizing it as its master. All the prohibitions were opened up, allowing it to be refined in a moment. And in the moment when the merit dharma treasure recognizes its owner, it springs up in its mind. The divine might possessed by the 4 Wen Dao supreme treasures. The spiritual text book, ranked as a supreme treasure of Hotian merits and virtues, contains 49 Hotian prohibitions, containing the complete law of Wendo. It can be used to communicate the spiritual texts of heaven and earth recorded within it when fighting against enemies, refining treasures, or practicing cultivation. Perform a variety of operations such as killing, trapping, slaving, defending, and so on. It can be called true speech. And as long as one's own mana can support it, one is able to say that the do get it symbol of the heaven and earth window, the best choice for suppressing chi. If the holder chooses to teach and preach to all beings, his or her power will still gradually increase. A divine object with infinite growth characteristics. The 5 elements inkstone, ranked as a superb ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure, contains 48 ladder heavenly prohibitions. It contains the complete laws of the 5 elements, and the laws of the way of literature. It can generalize the 5 elements of heaven and earth to suppress all things and grind down all beings. Tian Mo, ranked as a superb ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure, contains 48 ladder heavenly prohibitions, complete with the laws of the stars, the laws of the way of letters. It can take in the power of the stars in the circumference of the sky and condense the writing in ink of 10,000 stars, helping all things to open their minds and all beings to understand. Drawing talismans, laying down formations, refining artifacts, and alchemy. When you join them, the words, it is able to give its object the corresponding power of the stars of the circumference. The star pen, ranked as a superb ladder heavenly merit spiritual treasure, contains 48 ladder heavenly prohibitions, complete with the laws of manifestation, the laws of Wendo. It can use all the images of the heavens and the earth for its own use, and it can also write inscriptions that refer directly to the origin of the heavens and the earth, briefly mobilizing the power of heaven and earth and harnessing the 3,000 laws. 5 elements inkstone, Tian ink, and star pen, all 3 of which are used together. The time to paint, write, and inscribe. All things created can be transformed from the virtual to the real. truly out of thin air. What is in your mind is reality. If all four are present in your hand, you are the head of the literary path, sheltered by heaven and earth, and worshipped by all living beings. As long as the spiritual texts of heaven and earth are widely disseminated to all beings, there will be a constant flow of chi that will converge on the four, allowing the holder's blessings to be depleted to a certain level before the accumulated chi is consumed. Restoration of lost blessings. It's worthy of being a dharma treasure that was baptized by the merits of heaven and earth after the creation of writing and symbolizes the present of the way of letters, for the ability to constantly gather chi alone. I'm afraid that if we look at the entire floodplains, it's only comparable to the human race's greatest treasure of the later generations, the Kongdong seal. Not to mention the fact that after the holder's blessings are consumed, the characteristic of compensating by accumulating chi. This is something that no magic treasure is estimated to be able to match. Tian collected the 4 pieces of merit dharma treasures. His heart was very joyful, and with a spring in his step, he fell from the sky. He came in front of Wang Shu and Yuan Feng. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Tian for becoming the holy master of the 10,000 races, supreme ancestor of literature. Since then the 10,000 races will not be extinguished. They will have uninterrupted chi. It really makes me envious. When Yuan Feng saw Tian arrive, the color of delight and excitement in her eyes grew more and more intense, especially after noticing the change in his temperament. The color under his eyes suddenly lit up. The cheeks couldn't help but reveal a slight blush. Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng is polite. It was just a fluke in my mind. As Tian smiled lightly in response, he saw the chi on Yuan Feng's body. Under the augmentation of the golden wheel of merit and virtue, it actually revealed a bit of fury and karmic haze. The heart could not help but be slightly startled, and there was a sudden desire to say goodbye, as well as an unspeakable doubt. It was clear that the Phoenix clan had changed course and had not gotten involved in the battle for heaven and earth. Why would it still be so fast? With bogey and karma finding its way to the door? Is it hard to believe that the fate of the 3 tribes cannot be changed? Or perhaps Luo and Hongjun have made some small move to break back the trajectory of the 3 tribes? In any case, it's better to leave as soon as possible. The big deal is that at the end of the quantum leap of the 3 tribes, when the heavenly planes are obscure and cause and effect cannot be deduced, a veiled reminder of Yuan Feng. Let it lead the Phoenix clan out earlier. With that in mind, Tian immediately bid farewell to Yuan Feng. With this matter settled, it is time for us to leave. Fellow Taoist, remember my reminder for you when we first met. If you want the Phoenix clan to be safe and sound, you must not kill in vain and get involved in too much karma and sin. When Yuan Feng saw that Tian was about to leave, some anxiety rose in his eyes, but there is no reason to block the other side. In the end, after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and withdrew 30% of the departing flame origin from his body. 4 drops of ordinary essence blood, as well as 1 drop of heart essence blood, were respectfully handed over to Tian. Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? For the things that were handed over, Tian simply couldn't wait to pick them up, and flashed straight to Yuan Feng's side. He hurriedly helped him stabilize his cultivation level, which was showing a falling trend. Fellow Taoist Tian, at the beginning of my birth, I unintentionally swallowed a 5 elements origin, as well as a yin and yang essence. After the trend of falling cultivation was stabilized, Yuan Feng braced her weak body and gently stroked her abdomen. With flushed cheeks, she explained to Tian, originally I didn't think anything of it. The laws of the 5 elements and the laws of yin and yang, which can also be utilized normally, were not overly concerned. But as time passed, just 3 yuan hui ago, I suddenly awoke from my seclusion, discovering the undigested yin and yang origin and the 5 elements in the body. It actually underwent a mysterious change with the nirvana flame and birthed 2 phoenix eggs. With that said, Yuan Feng slightly angled her head to face Tian, and took the origin, essence blood, and heart blood that she had just extracted. It was respectfully handed to him. You are a person of great merit, great position, great fortune, and great divine power. I don't know what you know, but as this has been going on for a while now, I also vaguely felt some abnormalities and palpitations. And please, for the sake of all this time, we've gotten along well. Give them a way to live when it matters. This 30% of the origin and heart's blood is the payment for this matter. And these 4 drops of ordinary essence blood, I hope that you will be able to transmit them on my behalf. Tell them to practice well and not to entertain thoughts of avenging me. As long as they can survive peacefully, I will be able to rest in peace even if I die. After saying that, Yuan Feng fell straight down in front of Tian, praying that the other party would accept her request. Yes, I'll grant your request. Tian knew the course of the afterlife and understood Yuan Feng's 2 sons. Separately, they forced the receiver to personally come down to accept one's own strength to beat the exposition of the up and down of the Kong Xian, as well as Buddha's maternal uncle. the famous Lionel's third, the golden-winged rock that ordered the Monkey King to despair in a single blow. According to the time when the two came out of the world, there was no difficulty in the geometry of keeping them safe for their entire lives by themselves. After all, if it came to the period of the God-sealing quantum revelation, he wouldn't even be able to certify that he had attained the great luo of mixed origin, the words of ruling the extraterrestrial stars and ruling the flooded heavens and earth. Then it would be better to die earlier. Living is simply a waste of resources and empty aura. Chapter 16, Touring Buzhou Mountain. Pangua's legacy? Thank you for your magnificent grace. Yuan Feng was overjoyed at the words and was about to kowtow again in order to show his gratitude. There's no need for you to be like this. With the friendship between you and I, this is nothing. I have important business with Wang Shu, so I will leave first. When the two of them descend, you may summon me. After Di Tian had taken the origin, essence blood, and heart's blood, all of them into the inner heaven and earth. With that, he took Wang Shu and turned into rainbow light, disappearing at the edge of the sky. Solitary Yuan Feng looked at the backs of the two, unable to calm her heart for a long time, but there was nothing she could do about it. He could only let out a sigh and turned around to go back inside the 10,000 Phoenix Palace, summoning the major patriarchs of the Phoenix clan. Negotiate the next big thing. Since there's no way to break free from fate anymore, let it come with a vengeance. Along with Di Tian's departure, Yuan Feng changed his development plan. The Phoenix clan had also completely exploded, rivaling the potential and might of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. In just a few tens of thousands of years, they have already conquered the entire southern continents. Near the south, the waters of the East China Sea, the small half of the Western Earth, and 1/5 of the middle pole of the flood. The richness of their fortune far exceeds that of the Qilin clan, and is almost as strong as that of the world's seas, and 2/5 of the flood's midpole rivaled the dragons, worthy of being transformed by an opening fire spirit, the origin of a hybrid-level powerhouse. The power contained is truly as terrifying as it is. Di Tian hadn't been idle during these tens of thousands of years. While strolling forward towards the uncharted mountain, he also finished refining all of the 30% of the origin of departing flame that Yuan Feng had gifted him, mastered the Phoenix clan's innate divine fire, Nanmingli fire, and by observing Yuan Feng's heart blood, he had comprehended the Phoenix clan's innate divine ability immortal nirvana. As long as the soul survives and the origin remains, one can be reborn and return in the fire of nirvana. And that was the main reason why he hadn't refined his heart's blood. If we can gather the soul of Yuan Feng after the three tribes, and use our heart's blood as a guide, it is not impossible to bring it back to life. Now that the 5 chi in my chest have practiced the earth, gold, wood, and fire elements to perfection, it's reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It is only necessary to perfect the cultivation of the watery air again, and from among the laws that are controlled, pick one to sublimate to the great Tao, and you'll be able to step into the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. Joy flashed in Di Tian's eyes as he pondered which Tao he should use to step into the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. Although, no matter what avenue one steps into the mixed world with, one is able to continue practicing other laws, sublimating it into the way. However, as a medium for stepping into the mixed Golden Immortal, it had to be one that had strong potential and was easy to comprehend. Only such a great Tao would be able to allow him to quickly ascend to the perfection of the mixed Golden Immortal. At that time, with his heel and capital, even if that old bastard Hong Jun broke through to sainthood, he wouldn't dare to blow up his prick in front of him. Just as he was pondering, Wang Shu on the side pointed ahead with joyful eyes, exclaimed at him in a loud voice, "Empyrean, we've finally arrived at the Buzhou mountain." Hearing this, Di Tian also put his thoughts aside for the time being and raised his head to look ahead. The Buzhou mountain rumored in later times is not just a mountain that passes through heaven and earth, the lone, solitary peak of a solid world. Rather, a mountain range connecting the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses, with the core divine peak touching the extraterrestrial stars, the boundless geometric, countless peaks towering and extending, many living beings active in the supreme blessed land. Let's go. Such a heartfelt place really deserves a good tour. Di Tian lightly laughed as he touched Wang Shu's heavenly spirit, pulling its white and delicate hand. Together, they crossed into the unconventional mountain range. On the way, they walked hand in hand, enjoying the gentle caress of the mountains, looking at the lonely peaks, swimming in the forest pools, playing the trickling stream, climbing the thrilling cliffs. In the midst of laughter and playfulness, the vastness of the star field hangs overhead, and billions of stars fall into the eyes. Many living beings are flying and moving, showing their vitality. The floral aroma lingers around the body for a long time. Let the two men, who had been accustomed to seeing treasure seizing, killing, and fighting for tens of thousands of years, too, got to relax like never before. But the joy is always short-lived. The two men, after traveling in company for hundreds of years and completely relaxing their tightly wound, It had also come to the core area of the Buzhou mountain range, seeing the real uncharted mountain. Although Pangu Father God is dead, his undying will remains. Above this Buzhou divine mountain, the ancient pressure, even after the erosion of time and the polishing of heaven and earth, still preserves an extremely heavy residual power. It's really an excellent treasure for physical exercise. Tian looked away from the top of the unchained mountain, which had no top in sight, and no boundaries to the left or right. Turning his head, he explained to Wangshu, "You used to specialize in the laws and didn't focus on the cultivation of your physical body. This is a common problem of all flood world beings. It may not seem to be a problem, but if one encounters a supreme power that specializes in the fleshly body, under the same realm, you are bound to suffer. Even if you are one realm higher than it, you can't manage to completely suppress it, and even in some special cases, you will have the possibility of being killed by it. So I want you to be able to work on your physique as well. I don't want to be so powerful, but at least when I meet someone who specializes in the physical body, I cannot be killed by him. Brace yourself until I come to the rescue." Wang Shu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she listened to Tian's gentle explanation, nodding her head in response with a light smile. "Don't worry, I'll work on my physique so that it goes hand in hand with the law. Would never hold you back." Between the two of them looking at each other and smiling, the meaning revealed therein was something that anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see. With that, the two of them didn't say anything else and started climbing straight towards the Buzhou mountain. The Pangu mighty pressure has survived the annihilation of hundreds of Yuan Hui, and in the second half of the period, to the practitioners of the great Luo Golden Immortals, there is no longer a threat. It only took the two of them 1,000 years to fly to the junction of the lower and middle sections. However, just at the moment when the two stepped into the middle section, it was as if the mortal body of it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds of stone on my back. It was no longer possible to continue flying, but only to climb upwards one step at a time on the ground. At first the two were going about the same speed, but as they got closer to the top half of Wang Shu was gradually unable to keep up with God's pace. Each step required a half-day's rest before you could climb upward again, and this had undoubtedly greatly delayed Tian's time. Thinking back to what was said before the climb, Wang Shu's eyes flashed with some fortitude. "Tian, you climb upwards first. My current body strength can no longer withstand the pressure from above. One needs to work out here and improve the strength of their flesh a bit before they can move on. You're only wasting your time by staying here with me. Why don't we part ways here? And after I've practiced for a while and thoroughly adapted to Father God's mighty pressure, meet again at the top of Buzhou mountain." Tian couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened to Wang Shu's words, but looking at the perseverance in the other party's eyes, he also knew that the other party's heart was afraid that it could not be changed. "Okay, I'll see you at the top." Just in case, after leaving the 10 million starburst bombs that had been refined for Wang Shu's defense, Empyrean geniuses once again headed towards the top of the Buzhou mountain, and this time, the speed of the climb was more than several times faster than the previous two people traveling together. After all, Empyrean's essence was there, as the purple gold emperor dragon that combines the greatness of the stars and the heavenly spirit of Pangu. It is transformed into the form of the purple gold emperor dragon. If the strength of the physical body is not good, then looking at the entire flooded heavens and earth, billions of different races, there wouldn't be one that dared to claim physical toughness. However, even with Tian's strength in both physical and legal disciplines, it took more than 2,000 years to. It just came to the area where the middle section meets the upper section, and just as he was about to step into the upper part of suddenly there was some throbbing in the bloodline of the body, and there seemed to be something in the underworld that, it was drawing him forward. "This place even has a chance that belongs to me? That's a bit of a novelty." Chapter 17, The Great Formation of Mixed Wonders and 10,000 Paths, 36 Pieces of Green Lotus of Creation. According to the original trajectory, he, as the primordial purple star god, it should have been pitted against the likes of Hongjun in the fierce beast quantum of death. From the end of the beast's quantum leap to the beginning of the witch and demon quantum leap, within the flooded heavens and earth, none of them should have the faithful trajectory and karmic chances of the violet star god anymore. Now on top of the Buzhou mountain, there was a chance that could cause his bloodline to throb. That's a little out of character. It's hard to believe that as he survived, he peacefully passed through the life and death catastrophe. It was supposed to be hidden with the fall of the first purple star god, or the chances of being divided, all reattached to him? When he thought of this, a slight coloration suddenly rose in Tian's eyes, climbing toward the direction that caused the blood to throb. The famous chance on Buzhou mountain is none other than the innate gourd vine at the foot of the mountain, as well as the 36 green lotus of creation on the mountain. Now since the sense of opportunity is on the mountain, could it be the 36th green lotus of creation? There's nothing wrong with that. The three pristine ones are only the broken Yuan Shen of the Father God. blended with the clear chi of the open heaven. Whether it's rooting or talking about identity, it's nowhere near as good as he, the rooted flood ruler. Perhaps the 36 pieces of green lotus of creation was originally his chance. It was only in the way of the primordial violet star god, who fell within the ferocious beast quantity calamity. It was only then that the cause and effect of the chance fell to the father god, personified in the Yuan Shen. The bloodline was second only to his on the three Qing. The flooded heavens and earth do not remember the year, and thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. The residual pressure on the half section of Buzhou Mountain was far stronger than the middle section. Even with Di Tian's late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physical body, he simply couldn't carry it forward. I can only walk and stop, polishing my flesh to be able to adapt to the intensity of the next stage of the pressure. It's only then that you can continue to climb upwards. Now more than 15,000 years had passed since he had sensed the throbbing of his bloodline. Under the prolonged and strong pressure of sharpening, the cultivation of his fleshly body was even more anti-superior to the cultivation of the laws. Arriving at the peak of the Dala realm first. However, despite his physical strength, which had already reached the peak of the Tao Lord, but it was only a third of the way up the first half of the climb. At this rate, if you want to reach the top of Buzhou Mountain, it would take at least a few yuanhui of polishing to make the physical body step into the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal or above. It's only possible. After all, the residual pressure on Buzhou Mountain would become heavier and heavier the closer one got to the top of the mountain, if he had not been so gifted. But if he had been replaced within the current flooded heavens and earth, any Dala cultivator standing in the same position as him, without being directly crushed the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the bones and sinews of the whole body, and suppressing the soul and mind, all are considered to be its life. It's a good thing that it's not much farther from the place that caused the bloodline throbbing. Otherwise, we can only wait for the pressure of the unconventional mountain to weaken before we can come and find out what's going on. Empyrean looked at the place that was close at hand, but only a few thousand miles away. Some relief sprang up in his heart. It's worthy of being the hiding place of the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. If it weren't for the pressure of the uncharted mountain, it would have cut down with the erosion of time. It is estimated that the only way for the three Qing to come into contact with this opportunity is after they have certified themselves as saints. The heaven-defying magic treasure was right in front of him, and Di Tian unconsciously quickened his pace. 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 1,000 miles. However, just when there were only 100 miles left to the place that caused the bloodline to throb, its face was suddenly stunned and frozen in place. Disbelief and dumbfoundedness were written all over his eyes. ***. It's actually the hybrid infinite 10,000 paths grand formation. This isn't purely playing with me. It was a good climb to get here. However, I didn't expect that the grand formation guarding the treasure would be so heaven-defying. As a heaven-defying formation that used the chaotic void as the eye of the formation, thousands of laws were generalized into formation patterns. Not only is it capable of mixing and returning to defend heaven and earth, but it cannot be broken without the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. There is even the power of the infinite hidden within it, and the killing power of each strike. All of them were enough to be comparable to the life-fighting kills of a mixed golden immortal powerhouse. In this situation, let alone going in to retrieve the treasure, he wouldn't be decapitated by the formation. It's all considered lucky. How did those three fools from the three purities obtain the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation? Can it be that this formation had already disintegrated on its own by the time they arrived? While doubt surged in his heart, Di Tian's eyes were filled with unwillingness and indignation. Obviously, he had already sensed that there was something within the formation that was constantly attracting him. This is clearly the opportunity that has arrived. It is fitting that he should take the treasures within it. However, it was guarded by such heaven-defying formations, and with his current strength, he was simply unable to break it. It's hard to believe that he's going to go home without any success this time. Just as Empyrean was pondering with reluctance whether or not he should leave, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind. No, never leave here. According to the basic rules of the flooded heavens and earth, since one senses that the opportunity has arrived, then all things encountered on the road will not be basically unsolvable. It's not true that this formation's power is heaven-defying, but there will definitely be a hidden ray of life. With this in mind, Di Tian then offered up the Black Lotus of Extinction, the Mountain River and Jigaku diagram, the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, the Book of Spiritual Writings, and the 5 elemental inkstone to cover his entire body in all directions and without any dead angles, and manifested the golden wheel of merit as the last layer of defense. Under such circumstances, if he could still be killed by a single blow, then he would be admitting defeat even if he died. Fully armed, Di Tian observed the hybrid infinite 10,000 paths grand formation for a few breaths before he began to move slowly, and every few steps he paused for a moment to make sure there was no danger before continuing to approach forward. For a distance of less than 100 miles, he had hard enough to walk for 4 months. It's not like you can see anything. Might as well find something to try. Standing in place to observe for a long time, but also do not see the big formation has inspired the phenomenon. Tian couldn't help but have some doubts rise in his heart. Immediately, the rubble underfoot, the weeds, the leftover roasted meat from the inner world, the mangled beast carcasses, the innate spiritual roots, immortal herbs and divine medicines, they were thrown within the formation respectively. However, it was found that all of them were able to pass through without any danger. Tian instantly became more and more confused. Is it hard to believe that this formation is a setup? With this in mind, he approached the formation with slow steps and placed the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler in his hand. Carefully, he probed. After realizing that the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler was also able to enter peacefully, Tian immediately put his heart on the line. Straight away, he put his hand into it as well. Playing mind games is dirty. I can't believe it's actually a pose. Seeing that his hand had been stretched into the formation for a long time, not even the slightest ripple appeared. Tian secretly spat out a sigh of relief as he stepped straight into the formation. This is truly a predetermined fate, and every peck and drink is a cause and effect. If I had just given up and left, not daring to make the attempt, I'm afraid that I really won't be able to have anything to do with this treasure. Looking at the debris all over the ground, Tian shook his head slightly with helpless eyes, glad that he had made the right choice. 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation. I'm coming. In his heart, during the joyful shout, Tian didn't care about the things on the ground, and immediately stepped onto the rock wall, in the middle of a cave in the middle of nowhere. However, he didn't know at this point that the formation outside wasn't just for show. The moment it entered the cave, thousands of laws gathered in the sky, generalizing the mixed elements to envelop the earth. The void storm raged wildly. Crushed rocks, weeds, beast carcasses, roasted meat, and innate spiritual roots were instantly turned into flying ash, dissolved between heaven and earth. Chapter 18. A vivid blood, a spinal chalcedony, a disk of creation, and a chaos bead. The image of the destruction of everything in the outside world didn't affect the pace of Tian's exploration. It's also not as if he had entered the formation and taken it lightly, thinking that the journey had been smooth since then. The worst thing to do is to celebrate at halftime. The more clinical you are, the more cautious you have to be. All the protective magic treasures were in full power, and the golden wheel of merit and virtue blossomed with divine aura, which was used to illuminate the dimly lit cave. Ensure that when danger comes, he will be able to recognize it in time. Why it doesn't feel quite right. After several months of slow walking along the cave tunnels, thousands of miles deep, on full alert, Tian also gradually detected something unusual. As the symbol of the great Tao of heaven and earth's creation, the hiding place of the 36 pieces of green lotus of creation. Not to say that it is covered with the air of creation, full of vitality, and pleasing to the mind and body when smelling it. Shouldn't there at least be some floral roots present? But on his way here, not only did he not see half a bit of life, but it was terribly quiet. As far as the eye can see, there are gray rock walls, and it would be fine if that was all there was to it. As he went deeper and deeper, he even vaguely smelled the extremely seductive aura of blood. Make the blood veins in his body cannot stop boiling, as if the milk swallows return to the nest. Want to break free? Wait a minute. Milk swallows returning to their nests? Tian, who was pondering, had his mind explode like an explosion the moment the word appeared. One possibility instantly came to mind. That is, at the end of this cave, it's not some green lotus of creation, but after the Father God's body fell, the blood and sperm left behind, or the spinal cord. No wonder I can always faintly smell some blood along the way. Thinking about this, Tian's heart was instantly overjoyed. Compared to a heaven-defying magic treasure, he still favored being strong himself, and Father God, as the head of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, the uncrowned king of the avenue of force, the blood, spinal cord, or other essence of the body. All of them were supreme treasures that were sufficient for him to take several steps forward, or even complete a leap. This is really heavenly. With his heart surging, Tian continued to move forward cautiously while, secretly, too, he quickened his pace. 10 days later, the light suddenly appeared, and the heavens and the earth opened up as far as the eye could see. In a vast and sprawling cave, billions of stars reflect the surrounding sky, and thousands of stalactites hang upside down, 2,000-foot rock pillars connecting heaven and earth. The ultimate temptation came to his nose, and his bloodline surged madly underneath. It caused a trifle of fervor and excitement to be rendered in Tian's pupils. He could no longer hold back the throbbing in his heart, and flew to the center of the cave, above a 1,000-foot pillar of rock that was most attractive to him. And just at the moment of ascending the rocky pillar, on Di Tian's face. It was instantly filled with endless excitement and ecstasy. In the center of the rock pillar, within a 100-foot deep groove, it actually flowed white as jade and thick as syrup, as if the power of the devil god was branded within it. And when the multitude of the All Souls saw it, the disc chalcedony that all need to fall for and submit to, on top of it was suspended a drop of crystalline, divine might for all eternity. It is as if the 3,000 avenues are hidden in the blood of Pangu's heart. I can't believe it's both. This is really hitting the big time. As the most essential part of the Father God's physical body, the heart essence blood is not to be mentioned. Hidden in it is the great Tao of force, which is almost equivalent to having the ticket to the great luo of the mixed world. As long as you practice step by step and don't die halfway through the day, one must be able to step into the realm of the mixed Yuan Tao Lord with the avenue of force, and as the source of the power of the physical body of God the Father, the essence of the bones, the beginning of the blood. The subtlety of the Pango chalcedony was far superior to the heart essence blood by 100 times for the enhancement of the physical body. It is the key for them, the innate holiness, to root their feet against the chaos. It was also a knockout for witnessing to the mixed greatness with a physical body. Even for the 12 ancestral witches of the later generations, as long as they have the Pango chalcedony in their hands, even if there is no Yuan Shen harnessing the laws and epiphany of the mystery of the return of the mixed elements to unity, it was still possible to break through one's own defects and achieve the mixed metaphysics Tao Lord with one's physical body. This pillar of rock alone has such heaven-defying artifacts, so above the other pillar of rock, what kind of heaven-defying existence should be placed there? The moment this thought emerged, Di Tian could no longer suppress his inner urges. Straight towards the remaining rock pillars. The ones stored here could be chaos beads? The moment he ascended the rock pillar, a chaotic-colored orb that contained all the heavens and endless space and time. It was the first to be reflected in Empyrean's eyes. With the memory of his father's divine heritage, he very easily recognized that this object was the chaos bead, one of the 5 chaos supreme treasures. It is a supreme treasure that is transformed by the origin of the Hongmeng, containing the avenue of time, the avenue of space, the avenue of creation, the avenue of Qiankuan, and the avenue of chaos, 5 complete and flawless supreme avenues, along with the heavenly axe, earth-breaking chisel, chaotic green lotus, and jade saucer of creation. It is one of the 5 great chaos treasures, and the chaos bead's most anticlimactic ability. It is not that it is able to obscure the heavens, swallow all things, and sever the cause and effect of heaven and earth within and without. Rather, it contains within it a party that, in addition to varying in size, the rest of the world is the same as the chaotic void. It also means that it is possible, in it, to replicate God the Father's feat of opening the heavens. Although the heaven and earth within the chaos pearl was in the way, it was not a chaotic world allowed by the great Tao, so much so that it was slightly lower than the outside chaotic void in terms of its world places. But if one accomplishes the feat of opening the heavens and the earth within it, one can still reach the heavens in a single step. In an instant, he stepped into the realm of the half-step great Tao. Of course, the prerequisite for this is being able to complete the opening of the heavens and not dying halfway through. And to accomplish this premise, not only does one's cultivation level have to be, at the very least, that of a mixed metaphysical Tao Lord, even the 3,000 paths have to be blended together before they can be realized. To do otherwise would be asking for death. In the past, when Father God opened the heavens, the chaos pearl detached itself from its body in order to escape the great calamity of the opening of the heavens. Hidden in the chaotic void, I don't know where to go. I didn't expect to end up here, right in the middle of the ecstasy in Di Tian's heart, a piece that looked very inconspicuous, but on closer inspection, it seems as if infinite laws are hidden within it. The broken jade piece in which all the mysteries of the Tao were contained suddenly attracted his attention. This can't be a fragment of the jade saucer of creation, can it? The instant the thought rose, Di Tian was instantly ready to shroud himself with his divine thoughts, wanting to find out what was going on, and as if the debris had sensed something, before he could make a move, it suddenly blossomed with mysterious Taoist rhythms, and the endless great Tao manifested in the circumference of the sky. It was as if they were announcing themselves. It's really a fragment of the jade disk of creation. This is really a quadruple blessing. I am worthy of being the well-deserved first son of heaven and earth, the true firstborn son of Father God's bloodline. Di Tian really hadn't expected that this harvest would be so heaven-defying. Immediately, he put both of them within the world in his palm before turning around and returning to the storage of the Pango chalcedony, and above the rocky pillar of the heart's essence. However, just as he was about to collect both, he realized that he could only collect the discordant chalcedony. The essence blood of the heart, because it contained the great Tao of force, would not help. No matter what method he used to collect it, it couldn't be shaken at all. It looks like it will have to be absorbed in situ. After a few attempts, Tian could only choose to stop tossing and turning. With the half of the Taiyin authority under his control, he informed Wang Shu that there was a delay in the opportunity and the time of his return was uncertain. Then he directly cupped his heart essence blood in his hands, sat on the ground, and refined it. And this sitting went by for a full 2 yuan sessions. In the midst of these long years, Tian's physical body cultivation had already reached the perfection of a great Luo Golden Immortal, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. The laws that one cultivated had also all reached over 60%, and in the heart of the essence of blood, the moment he was refined into the body, instantly understood the law of force of the subtle, so that in a short time of only 1,000 years, it has caught up with the other laws. It reached 65% comprehension, and that's not even his biggest takeaway. What he hadn't expected was that within this drop of heart essence blood, in addition to the inheritance of the great Tao of force, it actually contains several more, until the power of the origin of heaven and earth. Chapter 19, The Four Great Divine Paths, Dan, Weapon, Array, and Rune. Originally, I wondered if I, as the Father God's heavenly spirit personified, the heir who ranks first in blood and status, how could there not be any divine Tao inheritance? So it was waiting for me here. Tian browsed through the inheritance within his mind, his eyes nearly overflowing with delight. Thinking back to the time of his initial birth, he thought of the three purities that came into being after the quantum leap of the three races, being able to obtain the inheritance of Dan, artifacts, and formation, the three heavenly divine paths, while he only has the most low end, or even the basic inheritance that can't even be counted as fur. The mind was still indignant for a long time. Now as the heart's essence blood entered the body, thousands of inheritance information surged forth. He's really not missing anything, worthy of being the strongest demon god with power over the 3,000 paths, within the essence and blood of the heart. It actually contains alchemy, artifact forging, array formation, and talisman, for inheritances that directly refer to the origin of heaven and earth, with the laws of the great Tao as the material, the origin of heaven and earth as the supplement, and one's own mixed dharma power as the fire, the supreme alchemy method of condensing the divine elixir of laws, with thousands of spiritual treasures as the foundation, all the laws of heaven and earth as prohibitions, and the chaotic void air currents as wax, innate reverse chaos as reverse heavenly weapon forging technique, with the worlds of the heavens as their eyes, the chaos and emptiness as their veins, and the strange stones and exotic treasures and spiritual weapons as their towns, the way of the heaven and earth formations that command the moroi, with the divine pattern of the great Tao as a guide, the nature of all things as a pen, and the realms of the universe and spacetime as a scroll, the passage of the origin talisman inscribed with the truth of heaven and earth. There is no end to the cultivation of the four, there is still a peak above the peak, and the breadth of the divine power contained in the. There are simply no words to describe it, even after only a cursory observation of the relevant inheritance of the four. Empyrean had a feeling of being groundless. The top grade Hotian spiritual treasure laurel sword that was previously refined with a basic technique. He also bloated that he was extremely skillful in his means, and was able to drop the branch by a section of the, refining such magic treasures. Even if it wasn't the crown of the flood, it was definitely the only existence in the world. But as the knowledge of the artifact path continued to manifest, he sort of realized that how clumsy one's own maneuvers are. If it weren't for the laurel tree's high instabitness, in conjunction with the purple violet heavenly flame, for the refining of the star treasure's enchantment, let alone a top-grade Hotian spiritual treasure, he was able to refine a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. It's time to burn incense and ask God the Father for blessings. If he had, in the first place, the inheritance of the Tao of weapons that he had acquired now, using the laurel tree as the material and the purple violet heavenly flame for refining, at the very least, it would be a superb Hotian spiritual treasure at the very least. And if you work hard, add some materials that contain the power of the stars or the moonlight of the Yin, then the bottom line is that they are all at the Hotian supreme treasure level of existence. What a waste not to realize. A little gain and then complacency. It seems I'm still not composed enough. It must always be remembered that there is no room for arrogance, no room for pride, no room for carelessness, and that everything has only just begun. It must be stabilized. Tian murmured in his heart and checked the information left by Wang Shu, knowing that the other chose to stay at the junction of the middle and the top half of the section, waiting for him to return. And then, in passing, he put his own still need some time, cannot go back to the situation. Pass through half of the Taiyin star authority, after letting him cultivate at ease and not worrying about his well-being. Only then did he take the chaos beat out from within the palm heaven and earth. I didn't expect you to be so good at dodging, whether it's the 3,000 chaos prohibition, or the 5 supreme Tao paths that are contained, half of which are not broken. It's just a pity that the current heaven and earth are unable to carry your full divine might. Even if you did not come with the ability to cover up heaven and earth and break off karma, I'm afraid that the moment it falls into the flood, it will be bombarded by lightning punishment until it breaks into thousands of pieces and splits into different magic treasures. Although the Chaos Bead's divine ability may not be detectable even by heaven and earth, but there are no absolutes. If someone is thinking of dying together and attracts the heavenly mind penalty, that would be bad. Anyway, with the current cultivation level, if you wanted to utilize its full divine power, it's almost impossible. Let's refine it initially, and use it as a way to hide things that are against the heavens and to cover up heavenly chances. It's a nice piece of treasure. Though, it might even be possible to borrow its divine might and keep Yuan Feng safe and sound, which is not impossible. Between the thoughts in his mind, Tian enveloped the chaos bead with his divine thoughts and refined it with all his might. However, spare the chaos bead's innate closeness to him due to his roots and origin. Invisibly, the obstacle to its refining the forbidden system was weakened by more than 1,000 times. But a chaos treasure is a chaos treasure after all, and the process of refining it, even with the extraordinary enchantment of it also remains extremely difficult. Tian was merely trying to refine 1/10 of the chaos prohibition, reach the level of initial use, then it took as long as a dollar meeting. Finally, yes, it's done. Tian lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and took the initially refined chaos bead, within the sea of consciousness. Let it be accompanied by the Black Lotus of Perdition and the Mountain River and Jigaku map. I also don't know what kind of 3,000 great Tao is contained within this fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation. In terms of size alone, it seems to be more than rumored. Hongjun some days ago. The piece that was found was quite a bit larger. Holding the fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation in his hands, Tian couldn't help but follow the same path as several Yuanhui ago. The rumors heard made comparisons. I also don't know if Hongjun got the first fragment or has already collected quite a few. If the latter is the case, when one's cultivation rises to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal in the future, instead, we can try to scheme to collect all the debris into our own hands. After all, Father God's companion supreme treasure, even if it crumbles again, and it's not the turn of a bedbug to be in charge. While Tian pondered in his mind, his divine thoughts had already fallen onto the remnants of the Jade Disc of Creation. And at the very moment when his divine mind was enveloped, the great Tao concealed in the fragments of it also followed the divine idea in a moment, reflecting within its mind, the avenue of force, the avenue of time, the avenue of space, the avenue of destruction, the avenue of stars, the avenue of creation, the avenue of yin and yang. Counting the reflected avenues, the light in Tian's eyes grew 3 times hotter. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. The most precious of the treasures harvested this time. It is not the chaos bead that can help one to reach heaven in one step and perfectly conceal one's own heavenly chances, or the Chalcedonian heart's blood that could help his physical body to attain hybridization and epiphany of the law of force. Instead, it was this most inconspicuous fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation. This is simply God the Father. In order for me to be able to sit on the throne of the Flood Emperor, the most powerful booster ever tailored, its intentions are so good that it really sees me as a firstborn son of the bloodline, the only rightful heir to the flooded heaven and earth. I must survive. I must not fail Father God's expectations of me. His heart's blood boiled for dozens of breaths, and Tian gradually calmed down. The Jade Disc of Creation fragment was carefully incorporated within the sea of consciousness. At the moment the debris entered the body, as if years of high myopia had suddenly regained its peak general, the gloom that covered the world was instantly dispersed, revealing the true heaven and earth. The laws of the great Tao became more and more visible, and the aura veins gradually took shape. The breath emanating from everything in heaven and earth falls into his eyes without a trace, worthy of being a counterintuitive divine object that aids in epiphany. The difference between having it and not having it. It could be described as a world of difference. Chapter 20, the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation that is still in gestation? Under the subtle enhancement over a long period of time, even without the help of the Jade Disc of Creation's remnants, it's expected that enlightenment will also be a whole lot stronger than it is now. Tian sensed the subtlety of the Jade Disc of Creation and was truly shocked by it in his heart. It's not a good time to dive into enlightenment yet. The quantum leap of the 3 races is about to unfold. The aura of karma and the cloud of karma will recover the earth. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to return to the extraterrestrial space recently. It's more prudent to practice in seclusion. With this in mind, Tian, after adapting for a bit and having his enlightenment increased across the board, with the incomparable clarity of heaven and earth, he immediately got up and walked towards the outside. As for the chalcedony that was previously harvested along with the essence blood in the heart, he naturally wanted to refine it into his body. However, The divine might contained within it was too strong for a fleshly body at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal to withstand. One could only take it out and slowly digest it after stepping into the mixed Golden Immortal. And this was still the result of his dual cultivation of physical and legal skills. If one were to follow the laws alone, it is estimated that one would have to wait until the middle stage of the mixed Golden Immortals. It is only then that the power of the Chalcedony can be withstood. It turns out that this formation also carries the ability to recognize the aura of the enemy. Thought it's just a decoration at first. The return trip was incredibly smooth. Still a bit cautious and defensive, but this time it only took an incense stick of work to. Empyrean then walked out of the cave. Looking at the void storm raging, thousands of laws gathering and dispersing in the dome of the great formation of the mixed wonders of the 10,000 paths, he also showed some speechlessness. But the good thing is that he's already in. And when he goes back out again, it won't be a problem. It's just a bit of a pity that with this formation's divine power, as the second star protecting formation of the Ziwei Emperor star, undoubtedly can greatly enhance his safety. It was estimated that even if Hong Jun and the others were all on board, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break through in a short period of time. The harvest is more than enough. Greed is not enough. Sometimes you can't be too serious. Shaking his head and murmuring, Ditian took a big stride forward as the void storm around him. Instead, they had autonomously leaned to either side, making a safe path for him. What are you doing? Right at the moment when Ditian stepped out of the grand formation, the Chaos Pearl flew out on its own, instantly startling him. The Chaos Bead slammed headfirst into the top of the hybrid infinite 10,000 paths grand formation after a few breaths of faint chirping. In an instant, it was fully consumed before it turned around and returned to Ditian's body. I can't believe you still have this. This is now a promising second-ranking star protector formation. Along with the return of the Chaos Bead, Ditian also knew the reason why the other party had done so. Nowadays, the hybrid infinite 10,000 paths grand formation had been branded within the Chaos Bead. As soon as you arrive at the place where you want to release it and offer it up, it would be able to make the formation perfectly encompass that part of the world. With all the opportunities already in his pocket, Ditian did not continue to climb towards the top of the mountain. At this time, his physical body was not strong enough, and even if he could reach the top of the mountain, the time it would take to, it's also extremely long. Instead of being here and risking death by being implicated in the quantum leap of the three tribes, it would be better to go back to the Violet Emperor star to retreat and break through to the mixed Golden Immortal at an early date. Absorbing the Chalcedony was cost-effective. Without the hindrance of the strong pressure, Ditian was but 3,000 years old. Then he has traveled the journey of the previous 15,000 years, easily returned to the junction of the middle and the top half. Wang Shu, on the other hand, had long since learned of Ditian's return through half of the Taiyin authority, early in the morning with delicate makeup, waiting for his arrival. Congratulations on obtaining a chance against the heavens. After this submerged cultivation, there are probably not many in the floodplains. Able to match you, I guess. Looking at Wang Shu's stunning beauty, Ditian instantly felt that during this recent period of time, the dullness and fatigue that had risen from the rush instantly melted away. The flooded heavens and the earth are so large that we can never look beyond the surface. Those who hide away and cultivate in seclusion are truly the most powerful. What's more, if we really want to talk about it, I can't even beat Yuan Feng with my current strength, not to mention a bunch of reincarnations of demon gods that are explicitly active. Seeing how cautious Ditian was, Wang Shu couldn't help but feel a bit of helplessness rise on his face. Obviously having the status of the Emperor of the group stars, the Lord of the Three Talents, and the Supreme Being of heaven and earth. Behavioral handling yet so cautious. I really don't know what you were thinking. Is this flooded heaven and earth really so terrifying that it makes you so careful? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. In the way of a lot that couldn't be said explicitly, Ditian shook his head slightly and gave the other party an all-purpose answer. Then he turned around and headed down the hill. Hey! Seeing this, Wang Shu could only smile helplessly and follow him towards the bottom of the mountain. The strong pressure of the middle and upper part of Buzhou Mountain still exists, so the climbers can't climb up, or rip through space and leave. Otherwise, they should have just turned into rainbows and headed toward the extra-dimensional stars. It is not a matter of arriving at the lower half and then turning toward the extraterrestrial stars. It's good to know that going downhill is easier than going uphill. The two of them walked hand in hand, touring the scenery that they had hurriedly skimmed over on their way here. You sensed the chance too? Just as the two of them were about to reach the lower half of the stage, the black lotus of extinction within Ditian's body it suddenly vibrated slightly, urging at him ever so slightly. That's rare. It's even if living beings can sense chance. You've turned into a magic treasure. Surprisingly, I can still sense where the chance is. Spitting it out, Ditian didn't refuse the other party's request, and after offering it up, then he took Wang Shu and drove him there. The three sped on Buzhou Mountain for several months before the Black Lotus of Extinction was in front of an innate formation, stopped moving forward, and it continued to vibrate slightly, urging Tian to quickly break open the grand formation. Stop rushing. I'm your master, not an indebted grandson under you. Reprimanding the Extinction Black Lotus in his heart, Emperor Genius surveyed the formation in front of him. Surprisingly, it's the innate creation formation? Can't it be that what's inside is the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation? Looking above the great formation, reflecting the Tao of creation, the endless vitality that covered heaven and earth, thoughts grew in Tian's eyes. However, the movements of its hands did not pause without a guess in its mind. With the inherited knowledge of formation, this type is based on the treasures conceived. Formations that bridged the corresponding laws of heaven and earth were no longer difficult for him to defeat. Tian's eyes were like torches as he stared intently at the grand formation for several breaths, and all the important nodes within it, all fell into his eyes. Creation infinite panaceize heaven and earth. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was offered. The laws of creation reflecting space and time, and slowly falling under the heavy blows of the big formation didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In an instant, it was reverse extracted and assimilated by the surrounding heaven and earth, dissolving into the void. When did you possess such profound attainments in formations? Originally, Wang Shu was still observing the grand formation, looking for the important nodes in it, but he didn't expect Tian to use only a few breaths to crack the formation perfectly and reverse it in the opposite direction. Rejoin the heavens and the earth. This is a person who has realized the Tao of formation to its depths, and is well versed in the construction and subtleties of thousands of formations. It's the only thing that can be done. This is just a small part of my inheritance. From God the Father. When we return to the violet Emperor star, if you want to learn, I can teach you. As Tian responded with a faint smile, the Black Lotus of Extinction, seeing that the formation had been broken, was suddenly like a wild horse out of control. He rushed towards the cave where the chi of creation was overflowing. Looks like what I thought was right. Seeing this, Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly brought Wang Shu to follow closely behind him. Rushed inside the cave. The moment the two of them stepped into it, they immediately felt the endless power of creation coming straight at them. Continuing to walk forward for 10,000 miles, light gradually filled the eyes of both men. A basin that was at least 100,000 miles across appeared before them. Inside, flowers, plants and spiritual roots grow freely. Thousands of spiritual beasts live and reproduce, and the stars of the universe reflect the sky. The stars shone brightly in the sky, bringing endless life and vitality to the place. Above the dome of the sky in the center of the basin, the crimson obsidian sun, the silver glowing moon, and the blue Milky Way, dropping down in unison, converging at the top of 365 giant trees in the sky, flowing down the branches and leaves, converging within a pond of unknown depth, constantly intermingling with each other, transforming into the heaven and earth's number one healing divine medicine 3 lights divine water. The Black Lotus of Extinction, which was the first to come in earlier, is now within the pond, as if it were cheering. It was also as if they were celebrating. Around a budding flower, the air of creation surrounds the circumference of the turquoise green emerald lotus whose limitless Tao rhythms filled the heavens and earth continuously rose and fell, trembling slightly. It's really the green lotus of creation, and it's still not yet bloomed and is in the bud period. Going deep into a mountain of treasures without taking it was not Tian's style, since the Black Lotus of Extinction had a destiny with it. Then naturally, it was also quite. He had a destiny with the green lotus of creation. Not to mention, instead of leaving it here, let those idiots at Sanqing break it down into 3 pieces of junk. It would be better for him to take it away and continue to nurture it carefully. Perhaps with the help of the heaven and earth within the Chaos Pearl, the green lotus of creation might even be able to reverse its origin. It possessed a few of the power of the chaotic green lotus. After the 3 pristine ones descend into the world, I, as their elder brother, must properly educate the 3. A supreme treasure with the power of a chaotic spiritual treasure has been divided into 3 pieces of scrap material. I really don't know if the 3 of them, at that time, were kicked in the head by a donkey, truly failing the Father God's heart and soul. The expectations of heaven and earth, pure waste. Between the secret resentment in his heart, Tian turned his head and told Wang Shu to leave this place first. I'm going to load this basin, all of it, into the chaos bead. You go wait outside first, just in case I accidentally hurt you later. Okay, you be safe and take what you can get. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Shu sniffed and urged Tian to pay attention to his safety before turning around and returning the same way. Stop it and get your ass back here. Under Tian's greeting, the world-destroying Black Lotus could only be reluctant to give up, coming to its front, and as if aggrieved, trembling slightly from time to time. Request to be able to have more contact with the green lotus of creation. I'm going to get you to take care of it even if you don't say so. Once I've put this basin into the chaos pearl, you'll go in and take good care of it for me. If anything goes wrong with the green lotus of creation, I will hold you responsible. With that said, Tian then offered up the chaos bead amidst the fluttering of the black lotus of extinction. Throw it into the middle of the sky. Knowing his mission, the chaos pearl suddenly released an infinite amount of grayish mist. After making it blanket the entire basin, it was accompanied by a flash of dazzling divine aura. The entire basin disappeared in an instant, leaving only a cave of unknown depth, dim, dilapidated, and dead. It's also gradually becoming the theme song of the place. No wonder the starry sky just now. It always felt strange somewhere. It turns out that everything within the basin just now, as well as the starry sky reflected in the vault of the sky, all of them are the visions that converge and evolve from the cultivation of the green lotus of creation. The chaos bead returned and looked at the basin within which all of heaven and earth were perfectly contained. Tian revealed a satisfied expression. You go in too. Throwing the black lotus of extinction into the chaos pearl along with it, Tian turned around and headed out. Chapter 21. 3 Races War Rises. Emperor in heaven is paranoid. As time goes by, the world goes on. After Tian packed the green lotus of creation, along with its place of conception, into the chaos bead in full, then he took Wangshu and continued toward the mountain. It took 1,000 years of driving around to get to the junction of the middle and lower sections. The two of them stepped into the lower half of the section and were about to leave when they also ran into a few unknowing griffins, declaring that the Buzhou mountain is their territory, and that any harvest must be handed over. Otherwise don't even think about taking half a step. Although Tian didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean he was afraid of it. He was not the slightest bit polite to this kind of mole cricket that was not even a tiny golden immortal, directly slapped them all into mincemeat. Then, he took Wangshu and turned into a rainbow straight away, returning toward the extra-dimensional starry sky. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Qilin clan's retaliation. It's mainly the sin and karma that surrounds the three-headed unicorn, as well as the hints of scarlet that gradually filled the pupils of the three. All of them show that the quantum leap of the three tribes has begun and passed through the initial stage, toward a mid-measurement all-races pandemonium scenario. In this situation, the quantum fury fills the heavens and the earth. The hearts of all the beings of all races were filled with hostility and rage. A fight at the drop of a hat and the extermination of a clan at the slightest misstep is a situation that occurs almost every day. In order to avoid being implicated in this, it is natural to run as fast as you can. Fortunately, the three races are busy conquering the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and there aren't many living beings like this in the extraterrestrial space. And there will be areas of suppression and weakening of the strength of the beings of the lower realms. None of the 3 clans paid much attention to it. So much so that the two of them, Tian, were on their way back to the extraterrestrial stars. Aside from encountering some golden immortals in Tai who didn't know how to die, they weren't hindered too much, especially after entering the extraterrestrial space. It was a smooth ride. Finally home. Looking at the violet microbe emperor star that was close at hand, Tian's tense heart finally eased slightly. Wangshu, wait for a moment. I'll put another insurance policy on the Ziwei emperor star. With that, he sacrificed the Chaos Pearl and imperialized it to release the mixed Yuan Infinite 10,000 Paths Grand Formation, with the authority of the Ziwei Emperor Star under his control. According to the deduction over the years, he dropped the array eyes one by one, make it thoroughly compatible with the stars. This process lasted more than 30 years, until he landed the last formation eye, on top of the perpetual starfruit tree. It was only then that the hybrid Infinite 10,000 Paths Grand Formation was considered to be perfectly inaugurated, letting the security of the Violet Emperor star be elevated once again. As long as it wasn't several perfection of the mixed golden immortals striking out together, it will be obliterated in a moment. Then only one mixed golden immortal perfection to come. Do not want to shake this formation half a point. After all, this was a life-preserving formation left to him by Father God. As long as he develops his strength, the position of the master of this flooded heaven and earth, no one will ever be able to shake it again. At that time, he will be the Flood Prince. As for who is Taejo? Pancake Father God deserves it. Anyone who dares to question this, then merge within the flooded heavens and earth and ask God the Father himself. He just sends people away and doesn't care about answering questions. After setting up the formation, Tian brought Wangshu back within the Ziwei Emperor star. The 5-needle pine was also transplanted perfectly and successfully before he returned to the Zhou Tian starfruit tree with peace of mind. Wangshu, I need to go into seclusion to refine the chaos bead, and you've now cultivated to great Luo perfection. The 5 chi in the chest are also about to be perfected. It's time to think about the road ahead. What's wrong with the path I'm practicing now? Wangshu was also confused by Tian's inexplicable words, didn't understand what the other guy meant. Time is honored in space as king. Fate is not out of the picture. And cause and effect are called king. Creation is unparalleled. And reincarnation is infinite. The 5 elements are dominant. And yin and yang are on top. Destruction is not apparent. The force is supreme. These are the 10 supreme Tao paths that have been passed down from heaven and earth for a long time. Although the way of the supreme yin is not bad, it ultimately falls under the banner of the way of yin and yang. Knowing what level of the great Tao one has practiced, on the occasion of one's promotion to the mixed golden immortal, or even to the mixed great low, the strength that can be brought to bear is sometimes comparable to a cloud. You have not yet stepped into the mixed golden immortal, and your future path is not yet set to die. I wish you to be able, with the laws of the most yin to generalize the laws of the most yang, and then the two of them are blended into one, sublimating into the laws of yin and yang. At that time, then we will use the yin-yang way to break through to the mixed golden immortal, or even the mixed Tao Lord. Occupy the position of yin-yang Tao Master. As Di Tian's words fell, Wang Shu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The extremes of yang give rise to yin, and the extremes of yin give rise to yang, and the cycle returns to unity, generalizing yin and yang. This path was simple to say, but in reality it was extremely difficult and demanded an extremely high level of enlightenment. If one is unable to comprehend the mystery of the cycle of unity, then it's basically the same as cutting off your own path. For the rest of his life, he would be trapped in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The way is not child's play. Go when you want to go. Stop when you want to stop. Feeling unable to reach it, they returned the same way. These are undoubtedly idiotic and nonsensical. Holding such thoughts, absolutely die without knowing how. However, even though he knew that this road was a road of no return, Wang Shu, after a moment's silence, or did they choose to believe in Di Tian? She didn't think the other woman would allow herself to do something she wasn't the least bit sure of, nor do they believe that they, as Tai-Yin star gods, who were born with the admission ticket to the great Luo of the mixed worlds in hand, the enlightenment aspect would be so poor that it would be impossible to comprehend the way of yin and yang. Okay, I'll switch to the yin-yang way. It's just that I've never been exposed to the way of the supreme yang, and if I want the yin pole to give birth to the yang, it is also necessary to draw on the half-authority of the solar star. Di Tian's heart also flooded with some warmth when he saw Wang Shu respond. This trust and love, this willingness to believe in yourself when you know there's no return in front of you, he would never fail the other. Then he offered up the fragment of the jade disk of creation and imperiously caused it to blossom with immeasurable Tao rhythms. It covered a 10-foot square circle centered on the two of them. Of course, its divine power is naturally more than that. The main reason was that there were only two of them, and it would be a pure waste of mana and energy to unfold any wider. Is this the fragment of the jade disk of creation that you obtained? Worthy of being one of the 5 great chaos treasures? Even if it's mutilated, it still has such divine power. Under the shroud of immeasurable Tao rhythms, Wang Shu suddenly felt that heaven and earth were clear and the Tao was unhindered, just subconsciously thinking of the yin pole giving rise to the yang. Many thoughts sprang up in his mind, and the countless mysteries concerning the law of supreme yin. That's the bottom line of me letting you go the way of yin and yang. With that said, Di Tian instantly imperiously commanded the remnants of the jade disk of creation to manifest the yin-yang Tao contained within it. In an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth were filled with yin and yang Tao rhythms, and endless laws of the arcane. It also nearly materialized. The extreme of yang gives birth to yin. The extreme of yin gives birth to yang. Water and fire work together. The cycle of life and death, and the destruction of creation. All kinds of mysteries related to yin and yang, all emerge in heaven and earth, one by one in front of Wang Shu. So, I get it. Along with the manifestation of the yin and yang avenues, it seemed as if Wang Shu had figured everything out in his mind. Murmuring, he fell into the law of enlightenment. Worthy of being a jade disk of creation. Even if it's just a fragment, it still has such divine power. Just a mere amount of tea time has allowed Wang Shu to realize some of the meaning of yin pole giving birth to yang. With its own law of supreme yin, it had a reverse epiphany of the law of supreme yang, which was in opposition to it. Paired with its ability to deduce heavenly chances, it can be called the supreme treasure of the Go Dao. It's no wonder that Han Jun was able to use the roots of an innate centipede to pit a bunch of people who were better than him in terms of potential, strength, and both are 100 times stronger than the reincarnation of the demon god. With this heaven-defying divine object in place, as long as one can live with it, there's basically nothing that can't be accomplished. Di Tian saw that Wang Shu had entered the state, and he didn't continue to sit dryly. After isolating a party of heaven and earth with the laws of space and time and allowing it to enlighten itself at ease, then he commanded the remnants of the jade disk of creation to manifest space and time, creation, stars, destruction, and force. The 6 great Tao paths, with eyes closed, were envisioned. Time is short. The years are quiet. In the blink of an eye, a long 10 yuan sessions had passed. Tian had already raised all 6 laws to over 80% during this period of time, nearly 90% of the ground. For the sake of combining work and rest, he had not been in enlightenment all these years, not having been half awake. Dan. Artifacts, formations, and talismans, the 4 divine path inheritances. He hadn't fallen behind in the slightest. Nowadays, it is already possible to draw out law divine patterns at will. Use with the 5 elements inkstone, Zhou Tian ink, and star pen. It is easy for him to create everything with the stroke of a pen and to flood the world with ink. Alchemy, forging weapons, and formations, but also has long been incomparably skilled and easy to use. Traveling through the flood for several yuan hui, the harvested immortal grass and spiritual roots were also refined into various types of pills by him. Spirit mines, strange stones, and innate spirit materials. He mostly used them to resmelter starburst bombs. Not only had it all been upgraded to the level of an extreme Hotian spiritual treasure, even more, it refines thousands of laws into it, so that when it explodes, it comes with some power of laws. Under the millions of explosion, the golden immortal will have to be half crippled, and even the body is dead, arguably the fastest progressing one of the 4. If one had the Qiankuan cauldron in hand, as long as one had enough materials, one could refine an extreme innate spiritual treasure. It wasn't even remotely difficult for him to say. As for the Tao of formation, it was a preliminary step into the realm of laying out formations with all things in heaven and earth and the chaotic void. Compared to the peaceful environment where Tian had reaped a great harvest and his cultivation strength had soared, the current situation in the flooded earth is not good at all. With the passage of time, the 3 clans have carved up the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. It became a well-deserved hegemon within the flooded heavens and earth. And the effect of the triple threat is that wars continue to rage. Every moment, thousands of living beings are affected and destroyed. Under the erosion of the quantitatively destructive energy and karmic sins, even the most docile of the usual races, it can also become bloodthirsty and irritable, striking out with a vengeance. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, 10,000 miles of pontoons, dead souls all over the place, and a fury that fills the sky. It is no longer possible to describe the heaven and earth at this time. Rarely is the place where the filth of heaven and earth gathers, known as the dirtiest sea of blood. At this point, in contrast to the outside world, it also looks incredibly clean, quiet and peaceful. Chapter 22, The Quantum of Solace Falls. The Star God comes out. Emperor Jun wanted to kill Tian to establish his authority. As the sun rises and the moon sets, the world changes with each passing year. In the blink of an eye, another 10 or so yuan sessions had passed. Today, above the flooded earth, it was already in disrepair, strewn with sores, the sky was crumbling, and a fury filled the air. The scene of the end of the world, in which the catastrophe had come, all living beings were dead, and all races had been destroyed, was clearly presented. Originally, as far as the eye could see, there must be living beings surviving within 1,000 miles, but at this time it is hundreds of millions of miles, not see half a bit of spirit. All are filled with corpses, skeletons, rivers of blood and ghosts. But the good thing is that the quantum leap of the 3 tribes has finally come to an end. The 3 tribes ended up in roughly the same trajectory as the original. The 3 ancestors fought to the death, resulting in the collapse of heaven and earth and the extermination of 80% of all living beings in the floodplains. A time when all spirits are resentful, wailing, and in pain. The 3 finally came to their senses. In order to be able to ensure the continuation of the race, Ancestral Dragon immediately swore an oath to heaven and earth to lead the warring dragons, who were full of sins and karma, to use himself to permanently suppress the eye of the returning ruined sea, to repair the water veins of the flood, and to withdraw from the battle for heaven and earth. The beginning Kirin looked at the sins and bloodbaths on the dragon clan's chi as the roiling merits fell. Half of it was cleared in an instant, and an oath was immediately sworn to heaven and earth as well. May the unicorn, who is full of sins and karma, lead the warring unicorns and use itself to hold the flooded earth for eternity, repair the crumbling mountains and rivers, ensure that the earth's veins are no longer damaged, and withdraw from the battle for heaven and earth. If there is no subsequent battle between the Tao and the devil, the Kirin should be the fastest to clear, a race of self-sins and karma. Unfortunately, just because of the phrase to ensure that the earth's veins are no longer damaged, directly making the Qilin clan, after Luo detonated the western earth vein, the Qi fortune plummeted. Not only was his strength stuck below the Luo, even his ability to reproduce had hit rock bottom. And that's why, in later generations, there are very few unicorn clans, but whoever debuts between heaven and earth, either becomes the mount of another. Either that or it's a blessed beast that spreads blessings. After all, the only way to not be affected by the Qilin clan's chi was to sever the karma with the Qilin clan. It is only by doing more meritorious deeds that one can conceive offspring. Let the Kirin clan not be cut off. The Phoenix clan belonged to the one with the strongest self-restraint due to the Emperor's skies mention. They're largely passive and defensive, trying not to get hurt. It will just waste the other person's cultivation. Then let the clans send people to come and exchange their clansmen for heavenly treasures and magic weapons and divine weapons. Even at the late stage of the quantum revelation, all the races have killed their eyes, and by the quantum revelation fury and the resentment of all the spirits, blinded. The Phoenix clan was also the least affected. After all, they don't kill badly, except for a few races looking for death. The invasion of the southern immortal volcano complex, outside of being destroyed by the Phoenix clan's regiment, the total number of living beings killed by the entire Phoenix clan from the beginning of the quantum reign to the end of the quantum reign, it didn't break 1 billion either. Even in the final battle of the three clans, when Yuanfeng mixed with the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, it was also keeping the last vestiges of sanity. Dodge it if you can, and put it off if you can. If you can't, you'll be in a place where no one's looking, and you'll have an explosive counterattack, venting the killing intent and hostility in his heart. It can be described as Gudo Ryu to the extreme. Only, although the Phoenix clan has restrained itself very much, trying not to destroy heaven and earth, but the quantum of solace is ultimately due to the three races. It made the Phoenix clan's chi above, similarly stained with a lot of sins and karma. In order to eliminate these sins and karma, Yuanfeng died at the death of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin. After the two races recovered their sanity under the power of merit, she is the decision maker, and she authorizes everything the Phoenix clan does, taking most of the sins and karma upon himself, swearing an oath to heaven and earth that, at the cost of his own life, he will forever hold the undead volcano cluster in the south. Clansmen who are burdened with sins help to repair the broken earth and comb the flood fire veins. The moment heaven and earth obliged, the immeasurable merit that descended, not only made the Phoenix clan's chi above the sins, karma, and fury that surrounded it were all swept away. What's more, it allowed Yuanfeng's disciple, Qingyuan, to break the threshold between the great Luo and the mixed Yuan in one fell swoop, stepped into the early stage of the mixed golden immortal. It can be said that the entire infinite quantity robbery came down, and the Phoenix clan not only didn't have much to lose, instead, the clan's hidden treasures have multiplied more than 100-fold, and added a mixed golden immortal powerhouse. It also indirectly led to the fact that the original saw Yuanfeng fall and wanted to recapture the ransom he had paid. The 10,000 races, who had returned a wave of blood, had completely lost hope. It can only be a case of going back to your own homes and starting over. Emperor Tian was observing that the quantum revelation of the three races had reached its end, when Yuanfeng disintegrated and swore, using the jade disk of creation to cover up the heavenly chance, paired with the might of the chaos pearl, he had collected his true spirit, and afterward admonished Qingyuan to keep a low profile and lead the Phoenix clan to entrench themselves in the southern continents. Without his orders, except for the clansmen who repaired the broken mountains and rivers, the rest of them were not allowed to step out of the outside world. For D. Tian, who had saved the Phoenix clan from extinction, Qingyuan could be said to be convinced. Straight away, he agreed, leaving a portion of the clan to repair the broken mountains and rivers. He led the rest of the clan and he returned to the southern continents and ran his own territory with peace of mind. And after admonishing Qingyuan, D. Tian didn't stay in the flooded earth any longer. It went straight back to the Ziwei Emperor star. He naturally hadn't been idle during the years of the Three Clans War. Now that he had raised his cultivation to a half-step mixed golden immortal, all 6 laws had reached perfection. The Black Lotus of Extinction, the Mountain River and Jigong diagram, the Hammeng measuring ruler, and the Chaos bead, were all refined and controlled. Dan, weapon, formation, and talisman. The 4 divine paths are also being augmented by the remnants of the jade disk of creation. Initially, it has reached the highest level, refining divine elixirs with laws, forged the most precious treasure with the magic treasure, laying out formations with the world, painting divine patterns with heaven and earth, and he also, with the 4 divine paths, he refined a violet emperor palace that was unrivaled in offense and attack, mixed with imperial guards, and resplendent in gold and blue. As for Wang Shu, who practiced the way of yin and yang, now, also under the enchantment of the jade disk of creation remnants, he had an epiphany that yin pole gives birth to yang, and yang pole turns into yin. The cycle of returning to the one, the panopticon, the metaphysics of yin and yang, with the top blossom of 12 pints of supreme beauty, harnessing the twin dragons of yin and yang, ascended to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. I don't know if the time has come, or what, but the first year of Wang Shu's breakthrough, Shiha and Shangxi were then born. And after receiving the 2 back to the violet emperor star, the star gods of the Zhou dynasty were also conceived. In just 600 years, All the star gods were born, one after the other. They announced their existence. All of the star gods of the Zhou heaven have come out, and it's time for them to come over for a gathering. Tian looked at the fruits above the weekly starfruit tree, all of which were blooming with dazzling starlight. The color of relief in his eyes surged. I am the lord of the Ziwei imperial star, the emperor of the stars and dukes of the weekly heaven, and I restrict all the ancestral star gods to 1,000 years of. Gather at the Ziwei emperor star and wait. Those who fail to arrive after the deadline will be killed without pardon. Through the fruit trees on the fruit tree of the circumstantial star, Tian's orders were instantly spread. The entire extraterrestrial space, most of the innate star gods, without the slightest bit of resistance to his orders, had immediately moved out and, rallying towards the outside of the Ziwei emperor star. Big brother, who is he to order us around? On the solar planet, Taiyi's eyes were slightly untamed, and in his heart, in regards to Empyrean's order, full of disdain and contempt. They are all great Luo golden immortals, but they were born a while earlier than us, so they are so arrogant, and those who are overdue will be killed without pardon? I'm really not afraid that the wind will flash his tongue. Emperor Jun had the same disdain in his heart. The two of them were carrying the innate treasure, Chaos Bell, and the very best innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, out of the world. And it's also the innate star god that was birthed from the left eye of Pango's father god, the sun star, with great fortune, great position and great creation added to it. If not for Tian taking the lead in descending into the world, it would not have been certain whose turn it would have been to take the position of the emperor of the weekly heavenly stardust. Taiyi, this is the first time that the star gods of the Zhou heaven have gathered. We're going to walk up anyway. If he's not strong enough, we'll just kill him on the spot. It definitely establishes our majesty. At that time, it would be nothing more than a breeze to ascend to the position of the emperor of the perpetual astral dipper in a smooth manner. Chapter 23 Establishing the Star Court. Establishment of the yearly calendar. I am the emperor of the stars. Time flies, the world changes. Thousands of years have passed in a flash. At Tian's command, with the exception of the 7 slayers and a few other star gods that had yet to be born, the rest of the ascendant star gods, all of them are already waiting outside the Ziwei Emperor star. Among them, the 28 stars, above the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the birth of the innate star god, and the innate star gods born above the 9 shining stars, except for the sun and the Taiyin. The cultivation is the strongest. All of them are in the late Dala period. The 36 stars of the Big Dipper, the innate star gods born from them are second to none. With the cultivation of the middle stage of the Great Luo, the 72 earthly stars, born of the innate star gods again, with the cultivation of an early stage of the Great Luo, the other remaining ascendant star gods, although they also had the cultivation level of early Dala, but compared to the heavenly star god born above the 72 earthly fury stars, it's still more than a step below after all. As for the 2 Jun brothers, in terms of cultivation alone, with the 28 stars, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, like the 9 star monarch, they were all at the late Dala stage of cultivation. However, the 2 were in the way of having the innate treasure, Chaos Bell, and the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, to add support, so much so that the actual battle power of the 2 was slightly higher than that of the 28 star lords, and the rest of the 9 star monarchs. Big brother, nowadays, all of these innate star gods have just been conceived, and their own potential has yet to be transformed into strength. As long as we kill Tian, we'll definitely be able to intimidate a bunch of star gods and ascend to the throne of the perpetual star dipper. Taiyi scanned the surrounding heavenly star gods, his eyes filled with calculations and ambitions. Don't be in a hurry to jump to conclusions, now that the rightful owner has not yet appeared, and the exact strength of the other party is unknown. Rushing into action will only spook the snakes. It won't be too late to wait for the people to come out and make sure that it's all right before you make your move to establish your authority. Jun's heart was similarly filled with ambition, but his mind was much more sensible than Taiyi's. Empyrean was born several Yuanhui before them, even if most of its time, all of them are cowering in the Ziwei Emperor star, but under the accumulation of days and months, what kind of undercard it hides, they are completely unable to know, and one's goal was the other party's life, and the status after the fall. If they were to make a hasty move, it would make the other party prepared, or their bottom card would be able to kill them. The consequences triggered can be really difficult to clean up. Just as the 2 Jun brothers were scheming in their minds, pondering a foolproof plan to kill Tian, the Ziwei Emperor stars suddenly blossomed out, with infinite brilliant divine light, and endless bustling star shadows branding the heavens and earth. The imperial purple chi streaked across the sky and manifested, and the laws of force pressed across the void, so that the group of ascendant star gods, including Emperor Jun, could not withstand the pressure of the might of the. In unison, they fell to their knees in the starry sky. The star of Ziwei reflects the 9 heavens, the great emperor stands tall before. Being in Tai Wei, he honors the supreme, and all the stars of the heavens are facing the yuan. The dragon's robe shines in the sun and the purple air rises, holding the heaven and the earth in his hands to set the world in motion. The living beings look up to pray for peace, and all the spirits worship and praise God. The Milky Way is like a belt around your knees. The universe is a place to roam. The 4 imperials of the great emperor support the heavenly program, and the 9 obsidian stars are listed on both sides. The 30 heavens are all arched together, and the 72 earths are all glorious. He is the only one who determines the changes in the wind and clouds, and the thunderstorms and rains start from the heart. Everything grows by its virtue, and the seasons change by its will. Stories have been passed down for millions of years, and majesty and mercy are held in equal measure. All the stars are subjugated, and those who glorify his name receive eternal light. Between bursts of celebratory poetry that resounded through the extraterrestrial starry sky and swirled around the endless universes rose up, the Ziwei Xingyao Emperor Dao Grand formation then slowly faded away. Emperor Tian was hanging from the top of the mountain river and Jigong diagram, holding the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler, and wearing a purple gold imperial robe, feet on coiled dragon short boots, wearing a crown of imperial hair binding that symbolized the emperor's imperial power, as if branded with the stars of the circumference of the sky, surrounded by the infinite divine aura of creation, under the reflection of endless stars, riding in the purple and gold emperor's carriage that was transformed by the emperor's law and pulled by 109-clawed golden dragons, accompanied by the celebratory poetry. He slowly arrived before the group of ascendant star gods. We bow to the violet emperor. The vastness of the emperor's majesty caused all the ascendant star gods present to involuntarily bow 3 times. Looking at the worshipping group of innate star gods, Emperor Tian's eyes did not have the slightest ripple in them. A bashful nod allowed him to rise. Remove your bow and level off. As the words fell, the 2 Di Jun brothers also came to their senses and looked at Di Tian with a full of scorn and resentment. After all, they were prepared to come and smash the scene. Now not only did he not make a move to finish off the other party, but instead, he kowtowed 3 times to the other party. In this way, the innate aura was already weaker than the other party, so what to talk about decapitating them? Seize the honorary position of the Emperor of the Stars and Dukes of the Weak, in order to prevent accidents? While the crowd of innate star gods were subconsciously bowing, Empyrean Heaven then had already imperialized the mixed Yuan Infinite 10,000 Paths Grand Formation. The starry sky within 100 million miles of the Ziwei Emperor star was completely shrouded, for the strange colors in the eyes of the 2 of them. Emperor Jun, as the executor of the formation, he naturally saw it all in his eyes, but in the way of business today. In the future, there is also a need for the 2 Di Jun brothers to go down to the world to form the demon race, taking a bullet for the Stargazer divine court he was about to create. He then just made them kowtow 3 times and did not take the opportunity to directly get the 2 killed. Nowadays the vast majority of the innate star gods have come out. As the Lord who rules the stars and buckets of the circumference of the heavens, I wish to establish the starry shining divine court to rule the extraterrestrial stars on behalf of the heavens. Under the faint voice proclamation, most of the crowd of ascendant star gods did not hesitate, and all respectfully owed their bodies in unison and drank loudly. We bow to the Star Emperor. Rarely did Tai Yi and Di Jun have a lot of reluctance in their hearts, but in today's situation, daring to resist is tantamount to seeking death. For the sake of their lives, the 2 of them could only reluctantly follow the group of ascendant star gods and bow down. Seeing this, Emperor Tian straightened his feet on the infinite emperor's violet chi and ascended above the extraterrestrial starry sky, proclaimed aloud to heaven and earth, I am the lord of the peripheral heavenly star dipper, and now more than half of the innate star gods have come out one after another. In order that the extraterrestrial stars may prosper, the flooded heavens and earth may flourish, and all beings may no longer be insensible to the passage of time. The spirits of the world know that the years have changed. I divide the time of the year by the number of the consummation of the circumference, the 28 signs of the movement of the stars, dividing the 12 heavenly hours, that is, 1 day, by the rising of the sun in the east and the setting of the sun in the west, with Taiyin when the sky recedes into the night. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper converge in the direction indicated by the handle of the spoon, dividing the 24 seasons. Combine the rotation of the 4 seasons and the changes in heaven and earth. Spring is spring, rain, hibernation, vernal equinox, Qingming, and grain rain. The summer months are Rixia, Xiaoman, Mangzhou, summer solstice, Xiaoshu, and Daoshu. Autumn is autumn, summer, white dew, autumnal equinox, cold dew, and frost. Winter is winter, light snow, heavy snow, winter solstice, light cold, and heavy cold. Emperor Tian's loud proclamation fell, and all of heaven and earth celebrated. As the infinite sunrise of purple energy came from the east, the golden lotus of the roiling Dao Rhyme rose abruptly. An ocean of heaven and earth merit that covered billions of miles in circumference came out from the void. The divine aura of blessing enveloped the stars in the circumference of the heavens, causing a sudden rise in chi while splitting roughly 60% of the merit, it fell straight onto D. Tian's body. This time, he similarly did not choose to refine it, but continued to condense the golden light of merit. Such a vast amount of merit not only made the golden wheel of merit behind it. It swelled to the size of 100 feet in an instant. Even underneath his feet appeared a merit auspicious cloud that was comparable to an extreme innate merit spiritual treasure. Chapter 24, Violet Emperor Seal. The star chart of the weekly heaven. Discipline Tai and Emperor June. The envy, unwillingness, and greed in the eyes of the 2D Junes who saw the scene. Nearly all of them are overflowing. If D. Tian was obediently eradicated by them, all these things will be theirs. Just as the two were secretly indignant, the remaining ocean of merit and virtue was divided straight into four, with each part occupying 10% of heaven and earth's merit and virtue. 3 of them, respectively, fell to the 28 stars, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, as well as in front of the 2 Tijun brothers and Wangshu. The 28 stars are the most numerous. One success of virtue divided into 28 parts was only enough to make their cultivation initially step into Tadala perfection. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, on the other hand, are because there are only 7 of them, and one succeeds in virtue of the moment of the stroke falling, directly making their cultivation elevated to the perfection of the Great Luo, just short of the avenue of law sublimation. You can step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. The one success virtue that fell in front of the 2D Jun brothers and Wangshu was split into 3. Wangshu occupies 50% of them, and the 2D Jun brothers have 20.5% each, and Wangshu still chose to condense the golden light of merit. The 2D Jun brothers, on the other hand, couldn't wait to absorb it all, raising his own cultivation to the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, just short of the law sublimation avenue. You can step into the mixed golden immortal. For this result, the two can be very unpleasant. His heart was filled with jealousy and hatred towards D. Tian. If the other side wasn't so strong, it's not like they have the means to cut it down. The 70% of the merit that has just been given to them will be theirs. At that time, they would surely be able to step into the mixed golden immortal and ascend to the emperor of the peripatetic stardust, and even to become the master of the entire flooded heavens and earth. But all of this was ruined by D. Tian. Just as the 2D Jun brothers were filled with hatred and blamed all the faults on D. Tian, the last portion of heaven and earth merit also slowly fell on top of the remaining innate star gods. Nowadays, even the weakest innate star god, it had also reached the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As long as one cultivates hard for another 1,000 years, one will definitely be able to step into the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Now that the yearly calendar, the times of the day, and the seasons, have been divided, and all beings are no longer insensible to the passage of time, the spirits of the world know that the years have changed. In order that the stars beyond the realm may prosper and the stars of the circumference may flourish, I wish to establish the starry shining divine court, the Hammang measuring ruler, the book of 10,000 spirits, and the map of mountains, rivers, and landscapes are used to suppress chi. Since then, on behalf of heaven, we have ruled over the stars beyond the realm, over the endless universe, and over the stars in the sky. Ascend to the emperor of the stars, look to heaven and earth, and the great way will allow it. Emperor Tian's high voice fell, and the arcane dharma sounds of heaven and earth celebrating suddenly rang out. 2 promises fell from the underworld, one before and one after the other. The chi of the stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky were instantly manifested into a bright river of stars that converged towards him. Come on! Looking at the converging chi luck, D. Tian immediately collected the roiling sunrise violet chi and the Tao rhythm golden lotus. With the supreme art of forging, the two were blended and gathered together to create the peripheral heavenly stars and buckets of chi, instantly refined into a party containing the stars of the circumference of the sky, symbolizing the imperial power of the starry glory divine court. The Purple Wei Imperial Seal, a scroll branded with extraterrestrial stars, symbolizing the starry glory divine court's boundaries of the peripheral skystar map. Both of them, although their current grades, were still only equivalent to innate spiritual treasures. But as the starburst divine court continued to expand, climbed up the ladder of chi, and prospered, its grade will continue to rise. The occasion of the complete conquest of the flooded heavens and earth, the grade of both would then break free from the boundaries of heaven and earth and be promoted to a chaotic spiritual treasure. And with the 2 magic treasures refined, the establishment of the Stargaze divine court had also come to an end. As to why there is no heaven and earth merit, is it not the merits of heaven and earth that are rewarded by the previously established annual calendars, celestial seasons, and festivals? If you want the merits of heaven and earth to come down again, the only way to continue to enhance the chi of the extraterrestrial starry sky, so that the circumstantial starry dipper will continue to prosper and thrive, sheltering the flooded earth, intercepting things that come from the chaotic void and threaten the flooded heaven and earth. There will be a constant stream of heaven and earth merits since it landed on the bodies of Di Tian, Wang Shu, and the rest of the innate star gods. We pay our respects to the Star Emperor, grateful for the merits of your reward. Looking at Di Tian's return, the group of ascendant star gods bowed once again. Tai Yi looked at Di Tian, who was holding the Ziwei Emperor's seal and the star map of the circumstantial sky, and the fire of jealousy in his eyes was nearly overflowing. He actually forgot to conceal his intentions and did not follow the other heavenly star gods in bowing down. It made it seem as if it stood out from the crowd, incomparably conspicuous and prominent. It caused the surrounding ascendant star gods to reveal astonished, dismayed, and puzzled gazes in unison. Bearing my bounty, but with a fierce eye. Dang it! Seeing that Tai Yi was so insensitive, Di Tian didn't even want to pretend anymore. He gave a stern cry with cold eyes. Waving the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler in his hand, he smashed down heavily towards the two. When Tai Yi saw this scene, the hostility in his eyes soared, and he wanted to offer the chaos bell to resist, but the moment it was about to do so, Di Jun grabbed the other party and pulled him back, and he hurriedly blocked it behind him, using his own fleshly body to harden himself to carry Empyrean's punishment. Tai Yi has been spoiled by me since he was a child. His nature is brutal and arrogant, and he doesn't know how to be polite. Today, my mind was shaken by the Star Emperor's pressure and I subconsciously wanted to resist. I would also like to ask the Star Emperor to consider today, the day of the establishment of the Stargaze Divine Court, a day of universal celebration. Spare his life. These are the heavenly treasures, magic weapons and divine weapons that I have collected from the Sun Planet since I was born. As an indemnity for Tai Chi's offense, please be gracious. Di Tian looked at Di Jun, who was severely injured but still had to protect Tai Yi, and some satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Originally, he was wondering what excuse to let the two go, so that it can go to the lower realms in the future and form the heavenly court of the demon race, blocking the risk of being sought out by the quantum revelation for the Starburst Divine Court. And now the other side is bringing the reason to the door itself. It was natural for him to go along for the ride. Collecting the heavenly treasures handed over by Di Jun, Di Tian nodded with indifferent eyes. Just this once. Next time, death. As the words fell, the Emperor's might suddenly erupted and pressed horizontally towards the two of them, Emperor Jun, so that the two are like dry leaves in a river, without the slightest resistance at all, straight to the ground. Now that the Star Court is in its infancy, and all the wastes are yet to be rebuilt, and your cultivation is still weak, not enough to suppress the endless universe, you are limited to 10,000 years to raise your cultivation to the late Dala stage or above. The one who has made the most progress after 10,000 years will be rewarded with an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing such a generous reward, the group of ascendant star gods, all of a sudden, bowed again with glee. We worship the Star Emperor's holy grace. Go on, Emperor Tian indifferently answered, and then rode in the violet gold Emperor's whiskey, bringing Wang Shu back into the violet Emperor's star. Along with the opening of the Ziwei Imperial Dao formation, the ascendant star gods all scattered in all directions, until the entire starry sky was left with just the two of them, Emperor Jun, and the imperial pressure that pressed down on there. Only then did it slowly dissipate. Gazing at the direction of the violet Emperor star, Tai Yi secretly shouted angrily in his heart, Empyrean, for today's disgrace, I will surely 100 times, 1,000 times, and even 10,000 times more back at you. Chapter 25 Yuanfeng seizes the Sun Star. The two of them, Emperor Jun, wanted to go down to the realm, within the violet Imperial Palace, above the Starburst Imperial Throne. Di Tian's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the backs of the Di Jun brothers who had left in a sorry state. A little coldness flooded the bottom of his eyes. These two are both wolves and ambitious people, and in their hearts they are estimated to have long had the intention of plotting rebellion, especially that Tai Chi one. From time to time, ever since you appeared, there have been flashes of murderous intent and hatred in your eyes. It simply won't be sincerely submissive. Wang Shu saw that Di Tian's eyes were slightly cold and immediately spoke out to remind him. Might as well nip it in the bud before it grows, lest something unforeseen and out of control happen later. As Di Tian replied in a faint voice, he also withdrew his gaze towards the heavens. No need to worry. They're just pawns that I pushed out to block the quantum rain's involvement for the Star Court. Let the two be arrogant for a while. When their use is drained, it will be time to go through the books and settle with them. Wang Shu saw that Di Tian had plans in mind, so he didn't say anything else. The question of Di Jun's brother was also revealed between the two of them in a question and answer session. How are Shiho and Changshi doing these days? Pretty good. Speaking of his two younger sisters, Wang Shu also regained some gentleness between his brows. The cultivation strength of the two men, aided by the jade disc of creation and the 5 elements of pine seeds, it has already been elevated to great Luo perfection. All that's missing is the sublimation of the laws to the great Tao, and you can step into the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Hearing this, Tian nodded with a satisfied look in his eyes. Not bad, didn't fail me. As Wang Shu's own sister, he naturally took more care of the two of them. The two of them were also quite competitive. Learning that such heaven-defying divine objects as the jade disc of creation existed, immediately, he abandoned the law of supreme yin. Among them, she had chose to major in the laws of the soul and minor in the laws of the stars and the laws of Tai-yin. Prepare to follow the path of dual cultivation of the body method with the soul commanding heaven and earth, the body transforming into Tai-yin, and the stars quenching the body. Changshi, due to his natural affinity for the laws of space and time, he then chose to switch to the laws of time and space, preparing to step into the mixed golden immortal with the way of time and space. Of course, as a close associate of Tian, her physical cultivation hadn't fallen behind. It's just that it's more difficult to raise the spacetime law, plus it's still a bit of a child's mentality. As a result, the physical cultivation was not high, and was currently hovering between Tai and Daoluo, and Shiha is naturally calm in nature, sparing the 3 laws of the same cultivation. With the help of the fruit tree of the stars of the week, the raised his physical cultivation to the early Dala realm. In the near future, the heavens and earth will once again be baptized by a quantitative calamity. For the sake of the peace and stability of the extraterrestrial starry sky, you'll have to step into mixed golden immortal perfection as soon as possible. At that time, I will be able to leave without worry and plan for more chi and talents for the Star Court. Wang Shu nodded with a slight expression. She hadn't really thought about it either. Nowadays, it has only been a little more than 10 yuan sessions since the last quantum leap fell. The next quantum leap is already creeping in. What exactly is heaven and earth preparing to do? Under such a repetition, even if the flooded heavens and earth could support it, it's impossible for all souls and beings to carry it off, isn't it? But doubtful as she was in her mind, she did not question the matter. She believed everything that Empyrean said, even if the other party says that in the near future, the aura of heaven and earth will be completely depleted, and the flood will move towards the age of the end. And she wouldn't have the slightest doubt, since the 2D June are destined to descend to the world, the location of the sun star god, that it's also necessary to replace one of our own to go forward and take control. As Tian's thoughts grew in the bottom of his eyes after Wang Shu's departure, he instantly arrived at the underneath the perennial starfruit tree. The Yuanfeng was transformed by the open heaven fire spirit, letting it assume the position of the sun star god is undoubtedly much more appropriate than those 2 weedy birds. As thoughts grew in his mind, Tian also casually took Yuanfeng's heartblood and true spirit and injected into the fruit that symbolizes the sun star. With half of the authority under his control, he allowed the 2 to sink inside the star core, and with the sun star as the eye of the formation, gathering the power of the supreme yang stars in buckets in the circumference of the sky, an innate off-fire star river grand formation was constructed for it, to help them to be able to complete their pregnancy at an early date. Just as Tian was plotting to have Yuanfeng replace the sun star god, the 2 of them, Emperor Jun, who had left in a sorry state, were already filled with endless anger and hatred within their hearts at this moment. Damn bastard! To make us make such a big fool of ourselves in front of a crowd of ascendant star gods. How will this allow us to gain a foothold in the extraterrestrial starry sky in the future? How can we still establish our majesty and seize the honorable position of the emperor of the perpetual stars and dukes? After the 2 of them fled back to the sun star, Tai could no longer hold down the anger in his heart. Night hissed. Teasing us like this and still wanting us to submit is simply a daydream. Enough! How much longer are you going to make a scene? As Jun listened to Tai's constant hissing, a bit of annoyance also rose in the bottom of his eyes. How could he not want to become the emperor of the circumstantial stardust and not want to sit on the throne of that peerless supreme being? But today the 2 of them are the weak ones. Empyrean was able to easily crush them to death by merely moving his little finger. At this time, if you do not cover up your own heart of treason, ready to rebel against the intention of regicide, once outsiders knew about it, they would surely die without a burial place. Big brother, I'm just a little pissed off. Why would heaven and earth recognize that cowardly and incompetent bastard? Tian? Having the qualifications and strength to unify the flooded heavens and earth, but only thinking of living in a remote area. Guard this empty, dead, extraterrestrial space. Both the heart and spirit, as well as the pattern, are too small, not worthy of becoming the emperor of the perpetual stars and dukes at all. If heaven and earth were to hand over all of Empyrean heaven to us, in less than a few yuan sessions, it will definitely be possible for the Starburst Divine Court to dominate the entire flood world. While Tai's delusion continued in his heart, His eyes were tinted with a bit of helplessness and despondency. But it's all just ifs after all. As long as that bastard Dtion is in power for one day, the extraterrestrial starry sky, then there will never be a seat for us. There is no way to accumulate. Even if one wants to remain dormant for a while for subsequent schemes. Turnaround capital. As Jun listened to Taiyi's helpless exclamation, a slight glow suddenly rose in his eyes. The extraterrestrial starry sky was indeed ruled by Empyrean. As long as the other party stayed alive, they would never be able to get out. But their parochial and unambitious character gave them other options. Nowadays, the quantitative robbery of the flood world has just passed, and everything belongs to the booming trend. If they go down to the realm quietly, before Emperor Tian realizes it, developing a power no less than the Stargaze Divine Court, completion of the accumulation of primary capital, then it is not for lack of turning the tables, beheading Tian, and seizing the authority of the Zhou Tian Xingdou, and then the possibility of dominating the flooded heavens and earth. When he thought about this, some fire rose in Jun's heart. Immediately, he informed Taiyi of his intentions in a deep voice. Taiyi, since the extraterrestrial starry sky can't accommodate us, there's no need to stay here anymore. With the cultivation and roots of the two of us, we will surely be able to go above the flooded earth and form a force no less than the starry glory divine court. At that time, not only will we have the capital to fight against Empyrean, with proper planning, it's not a delusion to kill it and reclaim the power of the perpetual Star Dipper. Chapter 26 Star Glory Treasure Pill. Heaven and Earth Fortune. Luo Shuji is approaching again. The passing of time, the vast expanse of heaven and earth. For today's flooded heavens and earth, time doesn't mean much. Retreats, enlightenment of heaven and earth, travels in the flood, pile after pile, seemingly sparse and commonplace, but the time it takes to, but they are all measured in 10,000 years. At this time, 50,000 light years had already passed since the establishment of the Starburst Divine Court. For the first 10,000 years, the star gods spent their time in intense cultivation. It was hoped that he would be able to win the chief of the competition and be rewarded by Empyrean heaven. But what they never expected was the first watershed difference in life. It is not something that can be remedied by practicing hard. As they once again converged outside the Ziwei Emperor star, their fighting spirit was high as they prepared to compete. The appearance of Shihi and Shang-Chi directly caused all of them to widen their eyes and drop their jaws in shock. As to why? Naturally, it was because the two, with the assistance of the Jade Disc of Creation, had crossed over to the level of the mixed golden immortal. Even if it was only the initial completion of law sublimation and the physique was still in the middle to late downward stage, but it was also not an existence that could be touched by the 28 stars and others. And so the first perpetual star duel match ended before it had even begun. But the efforts of the star gods were all visible to Tian. The existence of the two Shi and Shi overspecification was also born because of him. In order to be able to collect people's hearts, it then uses the power of the circumference of the stars and dippers to, blending the star Tao rhythm contained in the Jade Disc of Creation, a batch of star radiant treasure pills that could help innate star gods and perceive the corresponding star laws had been refined. Sort of a consolation prize for the star gods. The group of star gods who received the star radiance pill, after experiencing its divine effects, he immediately knelt down and thanked Empyrean, and he strongly requested that all future benefits and rewards should preferably be replaced with Starburst Baodan. For this kind of request, Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. He hadn't gotten his hands on the Qian Kuan Cauldron yet, and couldn't manage to refine innate magic treasures in large quantities. If he rewarded the latter-day magic treasures, it would again appear that he was actually a bit too stingy. And Starburst Baodan, to put it bluntly, it's the power of the Star Dipper, which can be seen everywhere in the outer space. With the Jade Disc of Creation, after the avenue of stars was manifested within then a steady stream of Taoist rhythms can be generated. And then, with the laws of the Great Tao as the material, the origin of heaven and earth as the supplement, and the mixed Dharma as the fire, the supreme alchemy method of condensing the divine elixir of laws, the batch product that is refined. Basically, for every furnace opened, 3,650 pieces were able to be refined. By joining forces with Wang Shu once, he could concurrently refine 1,000 furnaces of starlight treasure pills. That's 3,650,000 pieces. This is not as exhausting as spending a lot of time and energy looking for the Qian Kuan tripod, collecting heavenly treasures and refining innate spiritual treasures to be strong. After all, it would only take 3 months to refine a furnace of starlight treasure pills. Instead, he gave a group of star gods a customized benefit of 1,000-year paycheck. According to the level of strength and the size of the contribution, the person with the highest current cultivation level, one would also be able to obtain 365 Starburst Baodan. He teamed up with Wang Shu to refine it for 10,000 years. The amount of inventory today is so large that it is estimated that even if the Witch Demon Quantum Revelation falls, it will not necessarily be able to be distributed, though along with the higher the cultivation level of the Devourer, the less useful the Starglow Divine Elixir became. However, the value of this item was not something that could only be used to perceive the corresponding astral laws. Today, 40,000 years after the Starburst Divine Elixir appeared, it had already become the symbol of the Starburst Divine Court, as the mainstream currency used for exchanges between the 10,000 races of the Flood and the Stargaze Divine Court, and along with the Flood of Beings, the recognition of the trading role of the Starburst Treasure Pills. The Starburst Divine Court's chi also suddenly soared quite a bit. For this reason, DTN even sent people down to the realm to search for the whereabouts of Mount Wui. If we can find the fallen treasure money, then he would be able to use the Star Glory Treasure Pill as a fulcrum to gradually control the wealth and fortune of heaven and earth and create a business path. At that time, relying on the dealings of the beings of heaven and earth, one could obtain a steady stream of chi, to add to the prosperity of the Starry Divine Court once again. But DTN only controlled the general direction. Most of the specific minutiae are covered by the 6 star gods of Wenchang, headed by the god Wenxiu, responsible for tending and communicating. It's like now, he's already in the Ziwei Palace, with the 3 Wangshu sisters, practicing and frolicking together for 10,000 years, and the Starburst Divine Court's chi was still flourishing more and more, without any semblance of weakening. On this day, DTN was with the 3 Wangshu sisters, on top of the violet gold dragon couch, a time for honesty and openness about what's wrong with your heart. Outside the palace gates suddenly came a loud shout from the god of Wenxiu Xing. Your Majesty the Star Emperor, the star gods have something to report. Please dress for court. Hearing this, DTN responded in a faint voice with puzzled eyes. If there's anything you want to say, you can say it here. However, the god of Wenxiu Xing clearly didn't want to be like that, only to hear flop after the sound. The other side of the high voice again. Your Majesty, as the Lord of the Stars and Dukes of the Weekly Heaven, the only orthodox sovereign of the flooded heavens and earth, never indulge in drinking, and the 3 matrons are just as good as they can be. You must hold yourself in check and not be too indulgent. Now that you haven't been to court in 10,000 years, if you don't show up again, it really undermines your authority. When these words came out, the 3 Wangshu sisters couldn't help but have scarlet cheeks, slightly tightened the clothing on his body, and DTN was really sweating a bit, but that's exactly why. He appeared to understand a little bit of the joy that the future Emperor Xin felt when he indulged in his pleasures. Your Majesty, you'd better go. Wang Shu's eyes actually froze slightly when she saw the way DTN looked at them. Immediately, he manifested his formal attire, and urged at him with helpless eyes. Don't look, just go. Maybe a group of star gods really have something important to discuss with you. The 2 of them, he, had also put on their formal attire by now and began to dress DTN. Although he could have worn it instantly himself, it was enjoying the process. After all, as the emperor who ruled over the stars and dippers of the circumference of the sky, if he had to do even such a small thing himself, then what's the point of being an emperor? After putting on the purple and gold imperial robe, the short coiled dragon boots, and the star-bound crown of hair, DTN also instantly arrived before the Wenxiu star god, summoned the star god of the week to the court. The moment the words fell, the Wenxiu star god suddenly cried out in a loud voice, the Star Emperor is at the throne. The gods returned to their positions. In an instant, the sound of beating drums, accompanied by the rising and falling shouts and stern cries of, in an instant, it spread to the stars of the circumference of the heavens and the extraterrestrial stars. All the idol star gods heard about it. All of them moved to the Ziwei Emperor's palace, the place of the court's deliberations, the hall of the heavens. Since the Purple Weather Emperor star had the peri-celestial star fruit tree, except for the ascendant star gods who were sent out to work, any free ascendant star gods were basically within the Violet Weather Emperor star, or in the surrounding star fields. So from the sound of the beating of the drums to the arrival of the star gods in the hall of the heavens, it also took just over a month. We bow to the Star Emperor. Emperor Tian looked down at the star gods bowing below, his eyes nodding in satisfaction. Remove your bow and level off. What is it that you and others need to report? As the words fell, the Wenxiu star god took the lead, but before he could open his mouth, a loud cry suddenly resounded through the Violet Weather Emperor star. Fellow Taoist DTN, Luo Shua has something to ask for. Please show yourself. Chapter 27, Luo Shu, Allegiance to Me. Bloodbath of the Star Court. Election. Shouldn't he be, at this time, wandering all over the floodplain, gathering the air of the heaven and earth's calamity and death, preparing for a duel with Hong Jun and the others? Why are you still free to visit me? DTN looked outside the Violet Emperor star at Luo Shu, who was shouting for an audience, and his eyes flashed with some thought. knowing that the other party in Hongjun wanted to trap him and take his magic treasure. After taking control of the flooded heavens and earth, he just didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill to speak of towards it. Not to mention the last time Luo sought him out to come down to the realm, the two hadn't torn their faces apart, but they should have almost reached the point of, well, old age. Now the other party actually took the initiative to come to him. Is it hard to get him to help? You guys wait here, I'll be right there. With that, Tian flashed to outside of the Violet Emperor star, and he opened the mixed unlimited 10,000 paths formation, just in case Luo Shuji played a trick. If you have something to say it quickly. Chapter 28, Heaven Measuring Ruler vs. Godslayer Gun, Demon Extinction Order. Emperor in Heaven hadn't been walking the flooded heavens and earth for very long, but the other party's behavior, the general cultivation before disappearing but has long been Luo Shua insight. Now but a mere 10 or so yuan sessions, the other party was able to go from the late Dala, ascending to the mixed golden immortal with the dual cultivation of the body and dharma, and all of them reached the early limit of the mixed golden immortal, or even the middle stage. The strength of his natural talent and potential was worthy of being the rightful ruler of the flooded heaven and earth. As long as there was enough time, none of the mixed metaphysics Daulos would be its ultimate limit. If we don't take advantage of his weakness, we will strangle him in the cradle. There will be no end of trouble. Realizing that now, Tian listened to Luo's cold snort, his eyes indifferent as he guessed that let it be a fact for which it is chilled. I thought the two of you had come to worship the mountain in the first place. It's because of the fear of my potential. Only 1,000. Chapter 29 10,000 Starburst Talismans. Starburst Bomb. The collapsed Luo. In response to Luo's impotent rage, Tian didn't pick up on it. Instead, he retreated a few steps slightly, no longer fighting it physically, sacrificing the star brush, paired with the Zhou Tian ink and the 5 elements inkstone. The Imperial Spirit script book was supplemented with the divine patterns of laws, long-range bombing of it. After hundreds of years of fighting, Luo's sanity has also gone from the initial rage, madness, and, gradually it was worn back to normal. Boredom and breathlessness arose. There are only two possible reactions from the other side in such a situation. Either forcefully break free of his interference and vanish. It's either that or a saber-rattling outburst to the death. Either way, it's no longer appropriate to fight at close range. The only way to greet them is from a distance. That's the way to save yourself. With the current power comparison anyway, trying to force Luo to stay is like a fool's errand. Even if it does work out by a fluke, it will make the Chapter 30, Hybrid Starburst 10,000 Paths Grand Formation. Emperor in Heaven intervened in the battle between the Tao and the Devil. In response to Luo's shocked hiss, Tian's heart was filled with disdain and contempt. When really, it's a sickness. Not to mention the hardness of the 365 primary stars, the outpouring of the mixed Yuan Dao Lords. It would also take some work to destroy. Let's just say that as the Emperor of the Perpetual Star Dipper, how could he not know how to love his own territory? All the way over the constant indiscriminate bombing, seemingly without any rules. But in fact, he had a plan in mind. It's basically a bombardment of empty no man's land, or it's filled with all sorts of astral mines, meteorite belts of useless debris, all the way down the chase. Not only did it not cause the slightest damage to the extraterrestrial starry sky, it did not cause the slightest damage to the extraterrestrial starry sky. Instead, it's for the Starlight Divine Court mining team, as well as a group of innate star gods who cleared the starry sky of debris, suppressed the starsea's baneful chi, and laid down formation veins, eases a lot of the workload and difficulty. Of course, he naturally knew that too much was too little, and didn't. Chapter 31, Tian establishes authority with the devil race. Hongjun took advantage of the situation to end everything. In response to Wang Shu's doubts, Tian didn't have much of an explanation. The battle between the Tao and the devil seemed incomparably perilous, and even Yin Yang, who was a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, and the others, all were pitted by Hongjun. But in reality, as long as we wait for the Western Earth vein to detonate, all the reincarnated demon gods involved in the war, all of them have been greatly crippled. Then the level of danger is bound to take a sharp turn for the worse, and it's not like he's going to get directly involved. I just want to collect the Qianquan tripod in a smooth manner. It's just a way to get some of Law's legacy. Of course, if things don't work out, legacies and all that can be given up. Only the Qianquan tripod must be gotten. Even if he relied on the Chaos Bead Divine Might, tracking Qianquan back to his cave, or looking for an opportunity to rob and kill him halfway, neither must be allowed to escape from him. For the public, the dry heavenly cauldron is the Father God's companion treasure, the lotus flower of the chaotic green lotus. He's just reclaiming the inheritance. Selfishly. Chapter 32, It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Luo was forced to sacrifice his entire clan. Within the void partition, Emperor Tian palmed the Chaos Pearl and looked at the divine minds of the 10,000 races mixed within the, constantly throwing out bait to lure beings to attack and kill the demon race's innate star gods. A little satisfaction couldn't help but rise in his eyes. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Luo, I hope you can withstand the surprise I've carefully prepared. Within the past 10,000 years, he didn't just arrange for his men to wrap up the great power of all the races of heaven and earth to encircle the demon race. He had even prepared many starburst talismans and starburst bombs, as well as quite a few backhanded and underhanded cards. The control of the chaos bead has also been mastered, and between the ebb and flow of the mind, it is possible to collect people and objects, framing heaven and earth in time and space. If Hongjun and the others reveal a breakthrough, let him have the opportunity to decapitate. The undercard and backhand prepared also gave him enough backbone. Bury them all here for good. Hon. Chapter 33, Iron Duke Hongjun. Luo Shu's scheming falls through. Qian Kuan run. When these words came out, Qian Kuan could not help but be slightly stunned. Such a generous offer. Indeed, it is much more tempting than what Hongjun gives. And although Luo is honored as the demon ancestor, but the character revealed on the outside has always been one that speaks for itself and is overbearing and strong. Basically, as long as it's a yes, then it won't go back on its word or cower to avoid it. In contrast, it is good at flowery words and empty promises. Just scheming. Most of the time. Iron Cock Hongjun who doesn't want to give out half of the benefits. More credibility indeed. Damn it, digging in my face. What a piece of work. Hongjun wasn't blind either. Seeing that Qian Kuan's resistance decreased, then he realized that the other party had obviously been impressed by the generous conditions given by Luo. In his heart, his anger suddenly rose, and he could not wait to open Qian Kuan's heavenly spirit. Let's see if the other guy has a brain or not. Let's not talk about whether or not the other side will honor their promises. It's just taking a step back. Law paid handsomely, and yet you have sworn allegiance to be a slave and a servant for all eternity. He wants to take back all that was given to you and blackmail you again in reverse. Can you still resist not paying? Or will they just kill themselves? Can't even see this Thai verbal trap. I don't know how you've survived this long. For the shaking of Qian Kuan, not only was Hongjun enraged, but even the five elements and the yin and yang two people. It also felt incredibly depressing. Only, they can't think of anything deeper. It just seems like I promised early. If you have the cheek to compare goods before going to war, ask Luo what price to offer. Perhaps, in the end, the benefits gained would be far more than what they had bargained for with Hongjun. With this in mind, the two attacked with a slightly weakened intensity, and subconsciously glanced at the Golden Master. Hopefully the other side will raise their prices. Even if you can climb up with law, that would naturally make them more excited. Sandpiper, that's what it says. However, how could Hongjun do what they wanted? Immediately, he shouted at the trapped immortal sword sect. Qian Kuan, you brainless fool, falling into a trap without even realizing it. If you make an oath of the great Tao, you will serve Luo for all eternity. Then all that has been gained from now on, the other side if you let you dedicate it. Are you taking it or not? Although it was known that most of these rewards would not need to be honored when the Tao Demon contest was over. But he didn't want to carry on with Luo. Why do you have to go through all that trouble and talk when you can just break down the lies and get it over with? What about letting other people's greed surge to their detriment? I have to say, that's a hell of a move. Beautifully played by Hongjun. As the sound of a high shout fell, Qian Kuan's slightly thoughtful eyes instantly became much clearer. The two of them, yin yang in five elements, saw that Hongjun directly lifted the table and did not look forward to it anymore. It's true that we were overthinking it. Letting this iron rooster, Hongjun, pluck his feathers. It is estimated that even if Panga were to come back to life, it would be unlikely. Alright, he was able to promise to give us each 2 successes of virtue, to scavenge the loot at will. It's kind of gone out the window already. I'm afraid it's impossible to get it to dig out again. Between their silent exchanges, the two also increased their attacks. Yin Yang continuously imperialized the Yin Yang Great Mill and Taiji diagram, pounding the absolute immortal sword sect. The 5 elements are the central Ehexil apricot yellow flag, the eastern green lotus precious color flag, the southern off-earth flame light flag, and the western cloud world vegetal color flag within the imperial 5-faceted flag of the innate heaven. Against the immortal slaying sword sect, he used the 5 elements great Tao to madly grind away, worthy of being the reincarnation of a demon god that was already born not long after the heavens and earth opened up. Truly everyone is rich as hell. Within the void partition, Tian looked at the magic treasures in the hands of 5 elements and yin yang. A flash of realization flickered at the bottom of his eyes. He had been a little surprised. Even if Hongjuan's blessings were stronger and he had more free time. According to the rule that the magic treasure has a spirit and the chance is determined by heaven. It's also impossible for him to juggle cultivation at the same time. Accumulated enough to divide the 3,000 red-dusted guests of the sea of innate spiritual treasures, and hundreds of top-grade and extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures of varying quality. Now it seems that the mana it harvested, a large part of it, presumably, comes from the selflessness of these best friends, if not for their legacy, where the flood is called the name of the magic treasure, will not have at least 70% fell into the hands of Hongjun, as the place of Father God's conception. The lotus leaves of the chaotic green lotus are transformed into a legacy that has to be reclaimed at some point. According to the division of the latter, the 5 square flags of the innate, it ultimately belongs to Yuan Shi, Jiat-yin, Taishang, Shiwangmu, and Hei He. There is no time now for the time being, when the things fall into the hands of the 5, or when the time comes for Hongjun to preach. All of them can be easily reached by knocking on the door. Thoughts flickered ever so slightly in his eyes as Dtian slowly withdrew his gaze. Look to even if you have reacted. But there was not much resistance to Qiankuan. It itself was a rookie support role relative to a bunch of demon god reincarnations. Qiankuan tripod, Qiankuan diagram, 2 magic treasures, although good. However, it was more in favor of refining magic treasures and stabilizing the heavens and earth. The actual battle power was simply not comparable to the Godslayer gun, and the fully open-ended trap immortal sword. The two fought for only a few days, and Qiankuan was already covered in sword marks and pits. But that's not the most dangerous. Being pierced by the deicide lance and broken by the immortal trapsword will not only leave a short period of time, the damage that simply cannot be recovered from. What's more, it would be continuously eroded by the immeasurable ferocity and extreme killing intent wrapped in both. For several days, Qiankuan's eyes had long been occupied by Scarlet, and the whole attack of the it's also gradually moving towards just offense and not defense. No, it absolutely can't go on like this. If you continue to fight with Luo, even if Hongjun gets the final victory, I too will lose my sanity and be reduced to a puppet beast that only knows how to kill. At that time, whatever benefits there may be, they will not be able to receive half of them. Between the ups and downs of his mind, Qiankuan looked at the once again attacking Luo Shuhu, and his eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. Deliberately revealing a break, he slammed into the god-slaying gun mansion head-on, at the cost of half a step of his body collapsing. He feigned his inability to fight again and exited outside the immortal execution sword formation. Hong, fellow Daoist Hongjun, I have the intention to kill the enemy, but I'm powerless to do so. The task of resolving Luo, the great devil, is in your hands. The poor Taoist did his best. With a miserable face and a tone of unwillingness, Qiankuan shouted several times, and then he crashed down to the top of Mount Sumeru. But he wasn't going to sit around and wait to die. With its current condition of half-crippled flesh, confused soul, and nearly depleted mana, as long as several Daolord perfections exchanged their lives for him, he could be allowed to stay here forever. If he continued to stay here, in case he was seen by the scattered cultivators who had come to raid Mount Sumeru, with greed in his heart, he summoned the strongest members of the 10,000 races to come and surround him. It would really be out of the dragon pool and into the tiger's den. Thereupon, leaving behind an out-of-body incarnation sufficient to hoodwink outsiders, it then quietly disappeared into the void. Prepare to find a place to retreat and recover for a while. When all the strife has fallen away, then show up and demand your payment. Then he traveled to the outside of the chaotic sky and accompanied the two of them, Yang Mei and Timothy. From now on, if not necessary, he would never step into the flooded heavens and earth again. However, while his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was incredibly cruel. Just the moment he vanished into the void, Emperor Tian made a decisive move, commanding the chaos be to smoothly incorporated within the chaos world. Chapter 34, the Qiankuan ancestor angrily asks for the Great Tao. A vast amount of hidden treasures in the bag. What is this place? Why is it uncannily similar to the time of chaos? The moment Qiankuan disappeared into the void, he sensed that the surroundings were not right. As far as the eye can see, gray and chaotic air currents spread all over heaven and earth, with no distinction between up and down, left and right. The world's spacetime is chaotic and disorganized. Deadness, emptiness, and coldness, as if they were the main theme of this place, made people's hearts irritable. It's impossible to be still and think. I obviously just wanted to vanish into the void. How did I come to this hellish place? Qiankuan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar everything around him, unable to contain his panic, constantly eroding his sanity. The whole man went mad, his eyes growing scarlet, his face grim as he walked around and, wielding the Qiankuan tripod, he impacted the spacetime barrier. Hopefully, we can escape this place as soon as possible. It's just that the near collapse of his sanity has long since slipped his mind. Being within the world of chaos, the most vital law of survival, that is to say, One should never attack the surrounding space and time unless it is necessary. After all, the most dangerous thing in the chaos period was not the chaos winds that obliterated all life, nor is it the deadness and emptiness that can be seen everywhere. Rather, it is the already disordered and unorganized space and time. If Qianquan was still a chaotic demon god, with the strength of a perfection of the mixed Yuan Dao Lord, naturally able to rely on the laws of the great Dao to stabilize the chaotic spacetime around them, avoiding being wrapped up in it, to the dangerous land of chaos that holds unknown dangers. But he was not only in the middle stage of the mixed world now. Sanity was also near collapse due to the erosion of the fury and killing intent, plus the sudden arrival in the world of chaos. After swinging and smashing the barrier for but a few moments, it was hit by the sudden lifting of the temporal turbulence. Wrapped up, he came to an area filled with chaotic winds. In an instant, Qianquan was unable to even utter a miserable scream, and his physical body was completely obliterated. If it wasn't for Empyrean's timely intervention, which framed the chaotic astral winds that were sweeping uncontrollably, it was estimated that the other party's divine soul, too, would be completely worn out. Which Taoist friend is here to tease the poor Taoist? We are able to discuss any questions, any claims, just let me live, that's all. Along with the obliteration of the physical body, the effects of the fury and killing intent had obviously subsided quite a bit. Qianquan's sanity was also slightly restored. Understand that you have now been reduced to a lamb to the slaughter. Immediately, he chose to abandon everything to save his life. Surrender your entire fortune. Naturally, Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to show up in person. If the chaotic period was even included, the other party had lived for at least tens of thousands of yuan sessions. Who knows if it has? Similar to curses and poisonous techniques, insidious undercurrents. Although with Qianquan's character, it was unlikely that he would take the desperate path of dying together. But he had the intention of putting an end to it forever. Just in case the other party, if they do have it and have the intention to die with it, wouldn't he be in danger then? Could be. Qianquan saw that the other party had something to ask for, and the worry in his heart suddenly put down most of it. As long as you can buy your life, heavenly treasures and body protectors are nothing more than mere possessions. But you'll have to make an oath of the great way to ensure that you'll let me live after handing over everything. Not since. For this proposal from Qianquan, without the slightest hesitation, Tian agreed. Let's not talk about the fact that the world within the Chaos Pearl is not recognized and governed by the Great Tao at all. Here he is the greatest. The oath thing wouldn't affect him in the slightest even if it was made every day. What's more, he was right to promise to let it live. However, Qianquan himself was indomitable, unable to escape the sweep of the Chaos Big Dipper, resulting in the obliteration of his divine soul. Then it can only be counted as its bad luck and has nothing to do with him, isn't it? The Great Way is above, and heaven and earth discern it. As long as Qianquan gives up his entire fortune, I can let him go. To be able to be realistic, he also manipulated the chaos bead and transmitted an answer that resounded through the surrounding chaos in Qianquan's divine soul. This is my accompanying supreme treasure, the Qianquan tripod, the Qianquan diagram. I hope that you will smile. In fact, the truth of this promise could be discovered with a more careful mind. But Qianquan, under the influence of the chaotic air currents, residual fury and murderous intent, the divine soul weakened at a rate visible to the naked eye. If you don't leave this place, you will surely die and your soul will be dispersed. So he didn't even have time to think about the rest. He forcibly severed the connection with the Qianquan tripod and the Qianquan diagram, and respectfully placed it in front of his body. As for the accumulations over the years, I have placed them within the Qianquan tripod and the Qianquan diagram. Fellow Taoist can check it out for yourself. Upon hearing this, Tian did not immediately take out the Qianquan tripod and Qianquan diagram to check them out. Instead, he asked Qianquan to make an oath of the Great Tao, has handed over all the gains of the past without the slightest concealment. Nor did he put his hands on the Qianquan tripod and Qianquan diagram, much less retaliate in any form. Otherwise, they would immediately be obliterated by the chaotic deity wind and die without a burial place. For this request, although Qianquan's heart was unwilling, but in order to be able to save his life, there was nothing for it but to agree, and immediately swore to the Great Way, repeated what Empyrean had said. Along with the sound of the oath falling, the promise of the underworld rang out, and the Qianquan tripod and the Qianquan diagram disappeared. The Dreykas who thought they could finally leave. However, he realized that the chaotic winds around him suddenly rioted and swept towards him in an instant. I haven't hidden anything or tampered with the file, much less retaliate in any way. Why are you punishing me? Avenue. You. However, before he could finish questioning the Great Tao, the chaotic Big Dipper was already upon him. In just 10 or so breaths of time, its divine soul had completely obliterated. Only a little bit of the true spirit remains. as well as the tattered origin of the Qianquan Avenue, silently hanging in the chaotic void. For both, Tian didn't take over at first either. Instead, the two were isolated separately and stored in a party of chaotic spacetime. And make the chaotic spacetime where the true spirit is stored. Continuously raise the chaotic winds. Make sure there is no possibility of resurrection of the opponent. It's worthy of being an existence that has survived 2 quantum robberies to the end peacefully. It's really rich. As his divine thoughts probed into the Qianquan tripod and the Qianquan diagram, Tian was actually stunned for a moment. There were not many innate spiritual treasures within it, probably just 100 or so. There were countless innate spirits and precious minerals and strange stones that were used to refine weapons. Let's take the hidden treasures within the Star Court's treasury as an example. A group of ascendant star gods facing the flooded races in trading for tens of thousands of years. It was only then that we accumulated the vast wealth we have today. The heavenly treasures that Qianquan had collected, however, were able to rival 1/5 of the treasures hidden within the treasure trove. This shows how terrifying the wealth it has accumulated is. Use this as a basis for a piped-in view of the legacy inherited by the Humboldt. One can imagine how huge the other party's fortune must be. As his mind ebbed and flowed, Tian became more and more determined to collect his debt from Hongjun. The flood in the heavens and the earth were opened up by God the Father, and everything in them belongs to him. This group of reincarnated devil gods led by Hongjun. How dare he raid the people so much and collect the inheritance left to him by God the Father? It's almost as if there's already a way to get killed. It must be made to pay back 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Chapter 35, Wen Qi transforms 3 corpses. Luo Shuji is having a seizure. The death knell is ringing. Kill. As Emperor Yan explored Qianquan's lifetime savings, the balance of victory in the outside fight gradually began to tilt toward Luo. The divine power of the immortal execution sword formation lies not only in its power to kill and destroy, but also in its power to kill and destroy, and in its power to kill and destroy, and in its power to kill and destroy, as well as the 4 divine swords that contained immeasurable ferocious air. As the Heavenly Tao's #1 killing formation capable of suppressing and killing the 4 saints on its own, the Qi is connected and borrows from each other, and thus the 4 swords come together to achieve the slaughter of the mixed world. Formation charts for killing saints. It is its most fundamental dependence. Along with Qianquan's escape, the trap immortal sword gate that suppressed him was naturally liberated. 5 elements was the weakest existence among the remaining 3. Not only was his cultivation only in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, even the magic treasure in his hand, due to the lack of the northern Xianyuan water control flag, it was impossible to perfectly reach the point where the 5 elements of the muddy source returned to 1, overcoming all things in heaven and earth. One can only fill the gap in the 5 elements of water with one's own 5 elements of the way. It was paired with the remaining 4 innate 5 square flags to fight against the immortal killing sword. However, the immortal killing sword and even the 4 immortal execution swords contain the most ferocious air, a divine sword with the strongest killing intent. After opening the front with the infinite fury, under the increase of the immortal execution formation diagram, the divine might it possessed had once again soared by more than several times. The immortal killing sword chi that was chopped out was even more direct to that of a powerful and ferocious might comparable to that of a late-stage mixed golden immortal. The 5 elements, whose magic treasures were defective and whose cultivation level was low, faced a steady stream of incoming immortal killing sword chi. It can only be with the help of the innate 5-fold flag, which has the characteristic of inviolability of all laws, while laying down the innate 5 elements Hunyuan Grand Formation to defend against the attack of the immortal killing sword, continuously commanding the 4 innate 5-sided flags, releasing 10,000 golden lotuses, greenwood astral winds, chaotic flames, and gung gold sharp ons. They bombarded the immortal slaying sword gate. He tried to break the formation and went to support Yin Yang, but after Luo took care of Qianquan, he set his sights directly on him. Between the killing immortal sword and the trapping immortal sword's power merging, the 5 elements only supported for 1 day. Then Luo caught the break. With the divine might of the 2 immortal swords, he decimated the physical body. The Godslayer lance followed closely behind, piercing through the divine souls that tried to escape, making the 5 elements the obvious, the first victim to die in the battle of the Tao and the devil. At the moment of his death, Luo didn't dare to have the slightest pause and, turning his head, he then aimed his spear at Yin Yang. With the ferocious might of the immortal killing sword and the immortal trapping sword, it helped the absolute immortal sword to launch a siege against it. Instead, he remained on the periphery, sending out harassing attacks from time to time, looking for the best time to kill someone with a single blow. Hongjun, having come to such a critical moment, do you still want to continue to hide? Now that the 5 elements are dead and Qianquan has escaped, if you don't take out your bottom card, the poor Taoist won't serve you anymore. Seeing that he was under the siege of the 3 immortal swords, He even had to be on guard against Luo's sneak attack. Hong Jun, on the other hand, was still fighting the immortal punishing sword, where it was tough. Yin Yang was suddenly furious. Angrily, he snapped for it to hurry up. Otherwise he would have had to go first as well. Bunch of losers. After having the upper hand, it took only a few days for Luo to break them down one by one. With that kind of ability, you're still asking for a share of 2 merit each. If I had known this, I might as well have agreed to Timothy and Yang Mei, each with 3 successes of virtue. At the very least, with the strength of both, there will be no dragging. Hearing Yin Yang's stern cry, Hong Jun's heart was filled with displeasure and remorse, but the situation has been so, and he couldn't turn away again. Only the last card can be used. With the divine power of the Jade Disc of Creation, observe Pangu opening up the heavens and the earth, and his body falling to generalize all things. The divine ability that was Epiphany 1 Chi transforms 3 corpses. It is also the prototype of the latter-day Paraclete's way. With the power of the mixed elements in his body, he generalizes the good, the evil, and the self. 3 out-of-body avatars with 80% of the strength of the main body. With the help of the Jade Disc of Creation, he had reached the cultivation level of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Wanting to break the immortal execution sword formation was undoubtedly an easy task. After all, it wasn't true that Luo's ferocity was monstrous, but its cultivation at the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. After all, it was a heart injury that restrained him from utilizing the full divine power of the immortal execution sword formation. Don't look at the other party's current ability to easily break Shenkuan, kill the 5 elements, and suppress Yin and Yang. However, the burden brought about by the operation of the immortal execution sword formation was also pressing him. That's why, even if it's against your heart, you have to use pitfalls and backstabbing. One of the reasons for such underhanded tactics. 3 corpses out, in a deep, low voice, good, evil, and the self, then split out from Hong Jun, taking advantage of the time when Hong Jun wielded the Pango streamer and violently erupted down. The immortal execution sword gate was shaking and unstable. Together, they harnessed the extreme innate spiritual treasure-piercing heartlock, taking the 3 white jade chains and dividing them into 9 black jade chains. He set up a formation of heavenly dragnet. In an instant, the immortal Punisher sword was blocked, imprisoned, and suppressed. With the immortal execution sword missing, the immortal execution sword formation naturally can't continue to maintain the divine power at its peak. Seeing this scene, Luo Shu's eyes in the killing intent suddenly rose. Some helpless and unwilling to. It also came quietly to mind at this moment. Looks like I'm really going down this time. He really didn't expect Hong Jun to hide so deeply. Not only did he have the strength of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, it can also be divided into 3. It was comparable to an out-of-body incarnation of a late-stage mixed golden immortal. Just as Luo felt powerless all of a sudden, Yin Yang also made an immediate decision, imperializing the Taijita to block the power plummeted with the Jie Xian sword, the trap Xian sword, and the killing Xian sword. Wielding the Yin Yang Great Mill, he slammed down on him. The immortal execution sword formation has been broken. Your end has come. Luo looked at the incoming Yin and Yang, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Immediately, he wielded his god-slaying lance to meet him head-on. I haven't lost yet. Before the final card is played, everything is still dry and undecided. Even if it destroys the whole of the West, I fight for the last chance of survival. With this in mind, Luo's pupils were gradually filled with scarlet red. His body's devilish might was also more and more like an abyss, like a prison. The killing intent that kills the vault of heaven, destroys the earth, kills all living beings and destroys all things. In an instant, it covered heaven and earth for billions and billions of square miles, making the Yin Yang, with whom he was wrestling, even more chilled at the moment, feel an incomparable chill. Hands shivered slightly with inhibition. All the mana in his body became incomparably slow, and he was simply unable to drive it as he wished. Hong Jun also inexplicably felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this, as if there was some heaven-destroying calamity that was about to descend. The hairs on his body exploded. Cold sweat instantly dampened the back of his shirt. No, it can't wait. Luo must still have unknown cards. If we don't end the other side as soon as possible, I'm afraid that we won't wait for Yin Yang to die, but we will make the situation of the 10th. Once again, an unforeseen mutation, driven by his terrified heart. Hong Jun immediately went all out, leading the good, the evil, the self, the 3 out-of-body incarnations surrounded and killed Luo. Come on, come closer. The death knell has sounded, and when you can't break free, it's time for all of us to go on the road together. However, just as Luo's heart hissed madly, his own only attack not defense, fighting for his life, heaven and earth and spacetime were suddenly frozen, and a familiar greeting suddenly entered his divine soul. Fellow Daoist, I haven't seen you for thousands of years. How have you been lately, Emporian? For the owner of the voice that had repeatedly teased him and messed him up. If Luo couldn't recognize it again, then he could really go down and accompany 5 elements. Are you seeing that I'm showing defeat and preparing to settle old scores with new ones? If so, come on, show me your true strength. Let's see if you're qualified to ascend to the position of master of the flooded heavens and earth, and to rule over the stars and dippers of the circumference of the heavens, all races of beings. Chapter 36, The Law's Legacy arrives. Creation of the Devil's Way and establishment of the Devil's Realm. The Tao of the Devil ends. For Law's clumsy agitation, Tian naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to fall for it. The other party was now in this state, undoubtedly ready to break the pot and take away one if he could. One only needs to restore the flow of heaven and earth and appear before all. Luo will definitely detonate the Western Earth vein immediately. In this situation, he was out of his mind to fight his opponent. Not to mention that he was here to make a deal, not to fight for his life. There's no need to risk your life at all. Fellow Daoist, don't bring out this kind of small trick to play. You think that with my character, I would be like those fools in Hongjun. How dare you come to you without getting even the most basic information? When Luo heard this, the madness in his eyes faded slightly. Understanding that the other party obviously already knew that he wanted to blow up the Western Earth Veins plan, he was not surprised by this. Ever since the appearance of the upgraded version of the Demon Extinction Order, a wave of demon elimination frenzy was immediately set off above the flooded heaven and earth. As the dominant player in this frenzy, the biggest gainer, the Starburst Divine Court had not only scavenged at least a third of the demon race's hidden treasures. More so, it is the existence of the largest number of demonic slave holdings. A few hints from the mouths of the softbodies, some authentication. Definitely could have guessed what he was thinking. Since you know my plan and don't show up to fight, what exactly do you want? Seeing Luo retreat from his disguise, Tian didn't continue to beat around the bush and stated his purpose. The Deicide Lance, the 4 Immortal Execution Swords, the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram, and the True Spirit, in exchange for you to live again. How can I fight with Hongjun again, and win or lose in a fair and square manner? Hearing this, Luo's eyes couldn't help but flash through some thoughts. Actually, the plan to blow up the Western Earth vein, whether or not he could blast Hongjun, he knew better than anyone else. Establishing the Devil's Way and creating the Devil Realm was the backdoor he prepared for himself after he was unable to blast the other party to death. At that time, as long as one gives up one's physical body and divine soul, and integrates within the demonic realm with one's true spirit, becomes similar to the heavenly Tao, the Earth's veins are destroyed and the West is broken by karma. It will then not be articulated to him. Instead, it's all shifted to Hongjun, who forced him to die. But if it does go that far, he will never be able to step into the flooded heavens and earth again. It's totally a case of killing 1,000 enemies at the expense of 800. My strength is low. I can only fix heaven and earth for 60 breaths of time. Now there are the last 20 breaths. If not, then we will part ways. Seeing the ultimatum from the Emperor, Law also no longer hesitated. After all, it's better to die than to live. Instead of staying within the demonic realm and suffering the torment of eternal solitude, how about choosing to believe in each other for once? Yes, I promise you that after detonating the Western Earth vein, you can take the 4 immortal swords, the Immortal Execution Formation Diagram, the Godslayer Gun, and the True Spirit. As long as I'm allowed to win over Hongjun once, what's the harm in being at your disposal for the rest of my life? The flow of space and time in heaven and earth also resumed once again as Luo Shua drank lowly in his heart. Hongjun, as a powerhouse of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, naturally sensed that just now the time of its own. There seems to be a disconnect with the world. However, he hadn't thought that behind all of this, it was Tian who was laying down a dark hand. It was just taken as an unknown trick played by Luo as he prepared to lift his final card, to avoid a long night. It's also not daring to talk more nonsense. Immediately, they teamed up with Yin Yang to begin the final kill, and his move was just what Law wanted. Since he had promised Tian, the Immortal Execution Sword that had been taken away by Hongjun had to be taken back. In order to make sure, it also used the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique to burn its origin and divine soul, forcibly raising his cultivation to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. The two men who messed with the Hongjun thought the other party was ready to pull them down with them, and subconsciously retreated, not daring to come any closer to it. Luo was overjoyed at the sight. Immediately, he did not dare to hesitate, wielding the god-slaying lance, imperializing the absolute immortal sword, the trap immortal sword, and the immortal killing sword, straight towards good, evil, and the self. The 3 out-of-body incarnations swooped down. Not good. He wants to retake the immortal Punisher sword. When Hongjun saw this, he immediately understood his intentions. Unfortunately, it was too late. Luo burned everything in exchange for his cultivation. It was not something that could be rivaled by a mere 3 out-of-body incarnations, and he was aiming to take the sword, not kill anyone. When his cry of alarm fell, the heart-piercing lock that suppressed the immortal execution sword had long been cut off by Luo Shuji. Hong Jun, it's not true that the king becomes the king, but it's not so easy to carry the crown of victory steady. Seeing the immortal punishing sword in his hand, Luo Shuji immediately strangled his hand and detonated the Western Earth vein. Unlike the original trajectory, though, knowing that you have a do-over, and it didn't make things worse, fear that the karmic consequences of destroying the West will be articulated over his brand new identity. Then it just detonated the Earth's veins within billions of miles around Mount Sumeru. After the explosion, besides the core area being flattened, the rest of the area's landscape was blown up quite a bit. It wasn't devastating. With the depths of the Western Earth, plus more than 70% of the Earth's veins, it has not suffered damage. To regain his peak, it would take at most a few hundred yuan sessions. If a being is willing to step in and help, then that time can still be sped up a lot. In that case, the karma to be born shouldn't be too great, right? Luo looked at the heaven and earth around him, and his heart breathed a long sigh of relief at the same time. At that moment, no longer paying attention to the yin and yang, who did not know whether they were alive or dead, as well as under the shroud of the celebratory clouds of the heavens, with angry eyes, the grim-faced Hong Jun, straight away, he ascended to the 9th cloud and began to carry out his final plans. The great Tao is above. I am the ancestor of the devils Wei Luo Shuhu, and today I have a feeling that there is a lack of heaven and earth in the flood. Cultivators are reckless, and there are countless people with low hearts. Hereby opens the demonic realm of no delusion, no desire, no law, and no calamity, setting up a heavenly devil's calamity to test the heart of the future practitioner's way. One thought to turn into an immortal, one thought to turn into a devil, all to blame. From now on, the devil rises and the Tao dies, the devil dies and the Tao rises, and the cycle goes on, immortal and never-ending. Angrily shouting loudly fell. An infinite amount of demonic chi swept across the 8 wastelands, and the Tao rhythm purple lotus surged in the void. The sprightly, spooky sounds resounded through the heavens and the earth. Rao Hongjun has all the heavenly celebration cloud protection, but also feel a little dizzy. The killing intent and anger that had previously been ignited in his heart, this moment is even more inflated. Even his eyes couldn't help but be rendered with a slight scarlet color. Devil's way rise, demon realm open. Looking at the infinite ocean of merit and virtue that descended, Luo did not use it to restore himself. Instead, all of it was cast into the evolution of the demonic realm. It's useless for him to keep it anyway, so he might as well use it to add to the demon world. Prepare yourself for a fallback. Hong Jun, this time you relied on intrigue to win. You won't be so lucky next time. Luo looked at the devil realm that was perfected and stabilized at a speed visible to the naked eye under the infusion of immeasurable merit. Immediately, he smiled broadly and said goodbye to Hong Jun, and his divine soul disappeared between heaven and earth. The true spirit, on the other hand, is the moment it disappears into the demonic realm. It was secretly incorporated by D. Tian with the chaos bead. As for the immortal execution 4 swords, the immortal execution formation diagram, and the god-slaying lance, long ago, when the earth vein detonated, was in his pocket. That said, the West has not suffered devastating damage, and the karma owed by Hong Jun is not great. Can the two, guiding in Junti, still occupy the positions of the 2 heavenly Tao saints? Chapter 37, Emperor in Heaven collects merit. The Yuanfeng finally takes shape. After storing the 4 immortal execution swords, the immortal execution formation diagram, and the deicide lance, and abducting the true spirit of Luo Shu, there would be no need for Empyrean to remain on the floodlands. Straight away, he turned around and headed back towards the extraterrestrial stars. As for Yin Yang, who was unknown in life and death, originally he had the intention to make another profit. However, due to the earth vein that Luo had blown up, it hadn't exploded with too much power, causing Hong Jun to be under the shelter of the celebration clouds of the heavens. He did not suffer much harm, only on the occasion of the subsequent appearance of the devil's way, being dazzled by the sprightly and weird sounds that resounded through the heavens and earth. Killing intent surged. The face is as hideous as a cannibalistic ghost, to not be an outlet for the other side, and he gave up the idea of scavenging. And as the devil world evolved and perfected, the devil way was hidden in heaven and earth. The battle between the Tao and the devil was also considered to have completely come to an end. The rewards of heaven and earth followed from the void. It was just that what Hong Jun never expected was, according to his prediction, even if it wasn't as good as the massive amount of merit rewarded by heaven and earth when the divine rebellion was annihilated, it should at least be able to equal more than 80% of what it was then. But as the ocean of merit manifested itself, It was only 60% of what it had been in the beginning when contrasted with it. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. The 5 elements die. Qianquan perishes. And yin and yang die without treatment. He alone would be enough to acquire at least 70% of the ocean of merit at the very least. The overall math was not far from what he had predicted. However, just as the meritocracy was being divided, instead, something came up that puzzled him to the point of being a big surprise. After the 20% of heaven and earth merit was divided into billions, it fell on the 10,000 races that participated in the extermination. Within the ocean of merit, surprisingly, another 40% of heaven and earth merit was split off and headed toward the extra-dimensional starry sky. He'd counted on a dozen yuanhui, promised a lot of favors, and pulled in 3 experts. Risking his life, he took great pains to decapitate Luo. It had also only gained 40% of the merits of heaven and earth. Wasn't the Starburst Divine Court the one that issued the order for the extinction of the demon race, inducing the 10,000 races of the flood to exterminate the demon race? The whole process, not to mention participating in the war, is to do the slaughter of the devil's soldiers, can be said to be few and far between. Why they were able to share 4 successes. Hong Jun, who already had murderous intent churning in his heart and was burning with rage, had his sanity completely collapsed. Pointing to the sky, he hissed madly, questioning the cause and effect of it all. It's a pity that heaven and earth are only responsible for rewards and punishments, and that the exact cause and effect of the... He presses on without giving an explanation. For Hongjuan's questioning and abuse, much less for the sake of his merits, he would not be punished. Angrily questioning voice fell. 5 azure blue shocking thunder suddenly appeared, directly bombarded on the body of Hongjun. It made its eyes, which were filled with anger, instantly become incomparably clear. Knowing who you will depend on for food in the future. Hastily bowing to heaven and earth for a tea time. Until the threat of sensing the underworld dissipated, it simply couldn't be bothered to think about the specific reason why the Starburst Divine Court acquired merit. Hastily collecting the remaining 4 successes, he fled all the way back to the Jade Capital Mountain. Close the cave tightly and don't dare to come out again. And the reason why the Starburst Divine Court was able to obtain 4 successes of virtue was actually very simple. What Hong Jun said only occupies a small part. The real big head is because D. Tian indirectly prevented Luo Shu from destroying the entire West. It was what made the total amount of merit that the Starburst Divine Court had gained this time around. Being able to compete with Hong Jun, who had worked for 10 or more yuanhui and had wasted his brain and life. Regarding this result, D. Tian had actually likewise not expected it. It was on the way back to the extraterrestrial space. He saw an ocean of merit that was tens of millions of miles in circumference, chasing after him in his direction. Still puzzled at first sight, what did Wangshu and the others do? Surprisingly, it drew such a massive amount of merit to descend. But as the ocean of merit approached, about 2/3 of it split straight up from it, darting toward him. It was only then that he realized that these merits and virtues were the rewards of heaven and earth for ending the Tao Devil controversy. As for why there were so many of them, he probably had some guesses in his mind, none other than for changing the original ending of the Broken West. He then fed all of the heaven and earth merits into the auspicious cloud of merits at his feet. Once again, he returned towards the Violet Weather Emperor star. Nowadays, he has already certified the mixed realm in both body and law, with full force. It only took more than 2,000 years to return to the top of the Violet Emperor star. Welcome back, Star Emperor. Amidst the gusts of loud shouts, D. Tian nodded his head slightly and arrived at the place where the perpetual star fruit tree was located. You're finally back. Greetings, Lord Star Emperor, ×2. Looking at his returning figure, the 3 Wangshu sisters also rose to greet him immediately afterward. Shi-ho, Chang Shi, I've told you to do the same as Wangshu. Just address me directly as D. Tian. There is no need to be so restrained. Empyrean smiled softly and stroked through the hair of the 2 of them before he gathered Wangshu into his arms. Worthy of being the Taiyin star god whose roots are second only to mine amongst the stars of the week. The qualifications and potential are both unrivaled. I've only been gone for thousands of years, and you've already broken through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. If this continues in the long run, the first mixed Yuan Dao Lord of the Stargaze Divine Court will be none other than you. In response to D. Tian's flirting, Wang Shu's cheeks flushed crimson and her eyes curved into crescent moons. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. I'm only doing this because of my single cultivation of the Yin-Yang Dao, plus the assistance of the Jade Disc of Creation. It's only been able to get to this point in a short period of time. In terms of actual battle power, one would still have to rely on the advantage of the realm to be able to match you, and now at this rate of cultivation, when we break through to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, it will be the end of the line. If one wishes to step into the great luo of the mixed world, but one needs to accommodate the 3,000 great paths with the great paths one has cultivated. Step out on a path that is exclusively your own. Only then will you be able to certify the realm of the mixed realm with force. I have not yet cultivated even the great Tao that I myself have cultivated to perfection, not to mention comprehending the subtleties of the other great Tao, accommodating them into one, and creating an exclusive Tao path. As the two of them talked and laughed, they also slowly came under the perpetual starfruit tree, looking above the fruit that symbolizes the power of the sun, reflected in the sight of the earth's core. The yuan foam that had already regeneralized into a crimson bird egg. Tian's eyes revealed a slight look of satisfaction. The spirit of the opening fire blends with the great Japanese source. Such a root is worthy of the position of the sun god's honor. Jun's two mongrel birds were just a little bit luckier to have been born on the solar planet, if it is born in the lower earth. Not to mention the slight favor of the imperial way of Qi, relying on the support of the great Japanese source of, metamorphosed into one of the few three-legged golden crows in heaven and earth. To be born into the fire crow clan is considered to be the favor of heaven and earth. The Dai Nippon source on those two mongrel birds will have to be stripped out in its entirety as well, if you have the chance, taking the gifts given by the stars of the circumference and doing things that are eating out of the sky, if not still useful. For the crime of disrespecting me alone, it's enough to be sent to the spirit-severing platform to be lynched for 10,000 years. Thinking about this, a coldness flashed underneath Tian's eyes as well. This time in the lower realms, I've retrieved the Qiankuan tripod and also scavenged quite a few heavenly treasures. Need to shut down for a while to consume this harvest. During the time I'm in seclusion, you will still temporarily take over the position of Star Emperor. I see. Wang Shu nodded his head lightly as he sniffed, without the slightest ripple in his eyes. This sort of thing had long been commonplace for her, since the beginning of the establishment of the Starburst Divine Court. Empyrean was a throwaway most of the time. Other than controlling the general direction, the rest was for her to communicate with the god of Wensu to operate. I'll go too. Knowing that the other party would be able to manage everything, Tian didn't continue to say much more. Then he turned into a rainbow towards the mountain peak that was burning with violet heavenly flame. Chapter 38, 7 Killing Star God Luo Shu. Hongjun became a saint and proclaimed heaven and earth. The sun rises, the moon sets, heaven and earth revolve. In the blink of an eye, 133,000 years had passed. The heavenly treasures scavenged from Qiankuan, as well as most of the innate spirit materials in the Star Court's treasury. All of them were refined into various types of magic treasures by Tian, and used to arm the Starburst Divine Court, as well as increasing the trade back and forth of Starburst Baden. Wang Shu, as the main palace, naturally couldn't keep holding Hotian-level magic treasures. He then used the branches of the laurel tree, the branches of the Fusong tree, paired with the power of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky. A superb innate spiritual treasury in Yang double-stranded sword was refined, containing 48 innate prohibitions. It contained the complete laws of yin and yang, and the laws of the stars. They were two extreme divine swords, a sword to the sun, melting the sky and burning the earth, a sword to the yin, freezing the divine spirit. The two are one, the yin and the yang are endless. The stars and buckets follow each other and extinguish all things. With Wang Shu's identity as a Tai-yin star god, and the yin-yang way he practiced, the power that could erupt in terms of offense was not even inferior to some lesser innate supreme treasures. As his companions, Shiha and Shanxi were naturally not to be favored. It was only in the way that the two men did not like to fight. He then refined two top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the soul-suppressing bell and the mirror of ages. Among them, the soul-suppressor bell was made from the origin of the Tai-yin star, combined with the Tao rhythm of the laws of the soul, containing 36 innate prohibitions. It contained the complete laws of the soul, the laws of Tai-yin. When the bell rings, it calms the mind. Ring the bell 2 times and the royal 3 souls. The bell rings 3 times, destroying 7 spirits. Paired with the way cultivated by Shiha, those with weak divine souls would not have the slightest resistance in front of them. The mirror of the ages, on the other hand, is a combination of some of the origins of the mountain river and Jigoku diagram with the Tao rhythm of the laws of space and time. It is made by refining, containing 36 innate prohibitions. It contained the complete laws of space and time, as well as some laws of cause and effect. The mirror reflects the past, present and future. Perform a projection of all the beings in the world. It can also reflect the image of thousands of red dust, pulling the enemy into it, with past regrets, present ambitions, future fantasies, weaving endless nightmares to sink into. If one can break through the endless nightmare and cut off all one's desires with a firm will, then you can break free from it and go to the next level of cultivation. But if you can't see through the dream, or if you voluntarily sink into it and can't get out of it, then one will be imprisoned within it forever, never to return to reality. The refinement of the 3 Wangshu sisters' magic treasures was completed. Empyrean then took some of the great Japanese source, the heavenly treasures harvested by the Phoenix clan, The power of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky, blended with the original aura of the Yuan phone. A superb innate spiritual treasure. How Sun Clock was refined, containing 48 innate prohibitions. It contains the complete laws of the Supreme Sun, the laws of separate fire, the laws of the sun, and the laws of the stars. Outside the clock, thousands of stars and buckets reflect the mountains and rivers, and the south bright flame surrounds the body. Inside the clock, 9 rounds of Haori burns the sky and destroys the earth, and the endless universe hides killing opportunities. The moment it was offered, it was like a blazing sun approaching the earth and the stars falling. It has the divine might of suppressing heaven and earth and burning out space and time. After the Haori bell was refined, he placed it into the sun star, allowing it to mingle with the Yuan Feng Qi. The origin is connected, so that it gradually transforms her companion to the treasure. Moreover, an extreme innate spiritual treasure was not the limit of what the Haori bell could achieve. If it can be made to bind to the sun star and be fused and refined with its origin, it is then able to ascend to the innate supreme treasure. Of course, if he wanted to reach that point, he was on top of the artifact path. It would have to go up at least a few more notches to make the attempt. After taking care of Wangshu's and the others' magic treasures, he then used the perimeter star dipper origin too. The star fruit tree's tens of Yuanhui only condensed into a single origin tree seed that was re-refined. The violet emperor seal and the star map of the circumstantial heavens. It made it a supreme treasure for the suppression of the mixed starlight 10,000 paths grand formation. Within the range of the large formation, the power of both was comparable to that of a top-tier innate supreme treasure. It can command the star court's chi to suppress, entrap and kill all spirits and beings. Within the star court's sphere of influence, the ability to follow the law and change the heavens and the earth are the most basic abilities. In fact, as a matter of fact, the origin tree seed of the perennial starfruit tree was also able to take root and sprout again, grow a brand new starfruit tree. But there's only one extraterrestrial star in the flooded heavens and earth. Only one perennial starfruit tree was also allowed to exist. Empyrean didn't get his mind up again. It was directly refined into the violet emperor seal and the star map of the weekly heaven. After refining the magic treasures of himself and Wangshu's 4 people, all of them were completed. Tian then began a large batch, refining various types of innate spiritual treasures, as well as the extreme innate spiritual treasures that were rewarded to the star gods. To this day, along with the last batch of star magic treasures, they flew out from within the Qian Koan tripod. It was only after the 100,000 and 30,000 year long treasure refining that the curtain really came down. One Tsu star god, where is he? As Emperor Tian's light voice fell, the One Tsu star god, who had long been waiting at the side, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed in response. Microcosm, yes, sound the drums of the heavens and gather the stars and gods to wait outside the hall of the heavens, where I will reward them for their accomplishments. Divide and conquer. When the One Tsu star god heard this, the color of joy in the bottom of his eyes suddenly rose, and he hurriedly arched his hand in response. I accept the decree. With a slight nod, Tian directly tore through space. In the midst of a burst of beating drums that resounded through the circumference of the sky, came to be filled with killing intent, scarlet blood fury roaming the sky. The light winds blowing over the 7 killing stars also seem to have an infinite number of wronged souls hissing and wailing, being second only to the 3 supreme stars, the violet, the sun, and the position is within the first line of stars, the most top-level extreme fatal fierce star. So far, it has only birthed some star phase, and it is still far away from the birth of spiritual wisdom, but that's just as well. If its near conception was complete and it had a spirit and consciousness, he would not be able to bring Luo's true spirit. Getting into it. After all, a tiger's poison is not enough. As the emperor of the peripatetic stardust, he naturally had to put the ancestral star god first. With the exception of those 2 mongrel birds of Dijun, you want to be sheltered by him even though you want to conspire and rebel? It's a daydream. Go, and here is the place of your rebirth. Taking out the true spirit of the law from the chaos pearl, with its divine might of obscuring the heavenly chance, he infused him into the origin star core of the 7 slaughter stars. The moment the true spirit merged with the star core, a head of ferocious might, with a king's mark branded on its head, killing feathers on its back, and scarlet blood fury wrapped around its body. The 7 killing white tiger silhouette followed by endless grievous souls instantly enveloped the billions of miles around the 7 killing stars. The roar roared the heavens and the earth, and the ferocity covered the circumference of the sky. No one can smell it without chilling and look at it without fear. However, just as Luo's true spirit melded with the 7 killing star core, I don't know if it was a coincidence that or did heaven and earth intend it. The infinite purple chi covered the floodplains. The golden lotus of Taoist rhyme filled heaven and earth, and bursts of loud shouts resounded through the world. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth, outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. Leader of the Xianmendu, 1 Qi transforms the Hongjun, the poor Taoist Hongjun, who has today certified to sainthood. In the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, open the dojo Purple Heavenly Palace. Because of the feeling that all beings in heaven and earth are foolish, the path ahead of the way is unclear. In return for rewarding the flooded heavens and earth and blessing the 10,000 souls and beings, it will be after 10,000 years of age that, in the palace of the violet sky, he will speak of the method of proof and preach to the infinite number of living beings. At that time, all those who have the destiny can come and listen. Chapter 39, Distributing Rewards to the Star Gods. This Roho is not the other Roho. The mysterious sound spreads to the 9 heavens, and the golden lotus of the Tao spreads to the starry sky, circling heaven and earth for a long time. It is hard for all the spirits to congratulate the heart. Tian looked at the thousands of visions that enveloped the floodplain, some playfulness growing in his eyes. That's quite a coincidence. There's just been a sign of resurgence and renewal on Law's side. Hongjun then generalized the image of ascending to the pinnacle. It may seem like a mere coincidence, but in reality it is an allusion to the idea that the Tao disappears and the devil rises, and the Tao rises and the devil disappears. So it seems that perhaps when Luo Shuhu reaches the peak, it will be the day when Hongjun's power fades. As his mind fluttered with thoughts, Tian landed his gaze on the 7 Slaughter Stars Origin Star Core. Since Providence has allowed you to start another game, then let us not be blinded by arrogance and intrigue. Blinded. Otherwise, even if you start all over again, you'll still lose at the hands of that stinker. Between the faint voice of admonition, the slightest hint of imperial pressure overflowed and shrouded straight toward the Origin Star Core. At that time, if you can't show enough value, what awaits you is total extinction. Understand? Law's cultivation has long since dissipated. Nowadays, although it had already been integrated within the 7 Slaughter Stars Origin Star Core, it caused the divine soul to be generalized in birth once again, but it is still incredibly fragile, even if it's just a tiny bit of power spilling out. Nor was it an existence he could fight against. So be it. Looking at the Origin Star Core that floated up and down, Tian nodded slightly with a bland look in his eyes. As long as they don't act out of their minds, all actions against Hongjun, I can provide you with everything you want, so that you can play a game head-to-head with it. It will not be interfered with by anything outside of it. 1 mallet, 1 sweet date, always an extremely effective means of imperialization, even for beings who have existed for eternity, as long as there is desire in their hearts. This method is permanently feasible. 1 last glance, unable to put it into words, only a continual trembling of the, expressing the excitement in his heart. Luo, Tian laughed lightly as he tore through space. Stroll among the domains and wander between the voids. Enjoy the beauty of the circumference of the sky and the view of the stars, hanging out for hundreds of years. Only after the many star gods gathered outside the hall of the heavens did he return within the violet weather Emperor star. My humble servant pays homage to His Majesty the Star Emperor. The moment Tian strolled out from the void and arrived in front of the hall of the heavens, the star gods bowed in unison. Greet him. Remove your bow and level off. In a faint voice in response, the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram was offered, and thousands of innate spiritual treasures that, a dozen or so extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures came out of nowhere in an instant, branding the eyes of the crowd of star gods. It caused them all to show shock and horror, full of unbelievable incredulity. It was not unknown to them that, under the intentional or unintentional revelation of the god of Wunsu, what was Emperor Tian doing in this retreat? But what they never expected was, the other party was able to refine so many innate spiritual treasures, and these magic treasures refined by Tian. At the very least, there were 10 innate prohibitions. Based on this, even if we look at the entire floodplain, we may not be able to find it. Such a god-awful refining method, right? Where is the god of the moon? The Dharma treasures stored within the mountain, river, and Jigoku diagram were all displayed before the eyes of the star gods. Empyrean then set his eyes on the second highest ranked Grand Master of the Star Court. I am here. Spare me the fact that the god of Wenshu was prepared for this. It was also still slightly disoriented by the shock of such a grandiose scene. In the low drinking voice fell 10 or so breaths. It's only from the shock back to God. He hurriedly knelt respectfully in front of Tian and waited for his dispatch. These are all magic treasures that I refined with my hands. You record it under the Star Treasure Pavilion. Let the living beings of all races, by virtue of the starburst precious pills, heavenly materials, spiritual ores and marvelous stones, or take up a bounty for a free exchange. You can arrange the exact price yourself. If there are any good innate spiritual roots and law divine materials, they must be exchanged for all of them. Never skimp. These batch products that can be refined at the drop of a hat. Understand. I will never fail the Star Emperor's order. I will use the heritage of the 10,000 clans as firewood to ignite the splendor of my star court. Such a bold directive was issued. When Xu Xingshan was instantly thrilled with an instant red warmth, the voice couldn't help but raise several times. Respectfully, he owed himself a high drink to receive the decree. Where are the 36 heavenly deities, the 7 obsidian stars, and the god of the Big Dipper? The moment the soft drink resounded through the heavens and earth, with the addition of the 5 elements Pinecone and the star glow Baodan, all of them arrived at the limit of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 50 heavenly star gods who had cultivated their laws to perfection and were steadily progressing towards the mixed Golden Immortal. All together, they stepped out from the queue and knelt in front of Tian. Actually, it was originally supposed to be the 9 star monarch, only in the way of the 2 brothers of the Emperor Jun defected. Yuanfeng has not yet been born. Wanshu 3 sisters returned to the harem. Then the 9 star monarch was changed to the 7 star monarch. They are the Star King of Gold Virtue, the Star King of Wood Virtue, the Star King of Water Virtue, the Star King of Fire Virtue, the Star King of Earth Virtue, the Star King of Law, and the Star King of Kidu. One of them is the Star King of Luo Shuju, also known as the Star King of Jiaochu Luo Shuju, who is also known as the Star King of Jianqing. It is not the devil's ancestor Lo, a human body with a snake's tail and 4 long hands, cultivating the laws of the sun, the laws of Taiyin, and the laws of war. It has the ability to swallow the sun and the moon. The actual battle power was strong enough to rank among the top 10 of a group of innate star gods. Tian swept over the star gods below. From within the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, he took out 36 starburst-covered divine weapons of various styles, 7 halberds that emanated the killing intent of war, 7 ring-headed swords surrounded by demonic fury. They were handed to a group of star gods respectively. This is the 36 soldiers of the Big Dipper, ranked as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, containing 30 innate prohibitions. It contains the laws of the stars, the laws of the Big Dipper, and the laws of the 8 trigrams. According to the style of your respective blades, they are specially crafted. On its own the power is not outstanding. If we use this as the eye of the formation and generalize the 36 Big Dipper formation, it can easily confine and suppress cultivators of the same realm. I hope that when you and others go down to the world to escort the things of the Star Treasure Pavilion and trade with the 10,000 races of the Flood, don't degrade the reputation of my Stargaze Divine Court. I beg your pardon. If there is the slightest mistake, we will bring our heads and die in thanks. The 36 Big Dipper star gods respectfully received their respective blades and swore in a loud voice with deep eyes. This is the Battle Heavenly 5 Elements 7 Obsidian Divine Halberd, ranked as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It contains 32 innate prohibitions and contains the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of war, the laws of destruction, and the laws of the stars. The power of killing is unrivaled. The cycle of the 5 elements is unending. The destruction of war glows, and the mixed elements guard the stars. It is a first-class battle magic treasure. You can borrow the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the 7 obsidian stars, and set up a royal defense formation, the mixed 5 elements formation. You can borrow the war fierce fury, the power of immeasurable destruction, and set up a killing formation war heavenly destruction array. With your current strength, once the former comes out, it cannot be broken by anyone other than an early stage mixed golden immortal or above. The latter is now in the world, and no one below the early stage of the mixed golden immortal is unbeatable. As pillars guarding the Stargaze Divine Court, I expect you and the others to cooperate with the Taiyin Star God. Don't let outsiders invade the Star Court by half a step. I beg your pardon. Anyone who dares to invade the Star Court shall be killed without pardon. Between the loud and furious shouts, an infinite amount of ferocious air surged out wildly from the 7 people's bodies. Under the shroud of the 5-colored divine aura, the 10,000 miles of floating slaughter was generalized in the sky, and the shocking killing intent was branded into the void. It shows the determination of the 7 to guard the Star Court. This is the Northern Dipper heaven-splitting demon soul blade, ranked as a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, containing 30 innate prohibitions. It contains the laws of space and time, the laws of battle, and the laws of the stars, combining the souls of hundreds of millions of devils, the origin of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the grudges of 10,000 spirits, and the rhythm of the Tao of space and time, carefully refined, with the ferocity of the devil's fury, the god who cracks the sky and breaks the air, and the trickery of the turbid soul of resentment. It is truly a first-class offensive treasure. In addition to being able to absorb the grudges of all spirits, the ferociousness of heaven and earth, and the souls of all living beings to advance, until it is promoted to the extreme innate spiritual treasure, the limit of what can be arrived at. At that time, only the top innate supreme treasures will be able to suppress, at the same level, the magic treasures that none can fight against it. I hope that you and others will follow the god of Wenshu and remove the Star River Fury as soon as possible. Complete the laying of the array veins for the mixed starburst 10,000 paths grand array. I beg your pardon. I will do my best and never fail the Star Emperor. After dividing and sealing the Dharma treasures of the first line star god, Tion immediately took out 72 of them once again. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure containing 25 innate prohibitions. Call the 72 earthly fury star gods out of the queue. This is the earthly fury turbid heavenly divine soldier, though not as good as the 36 soldiers of the Big Dipper, but it also belongs to the offensive divine weapons that are not weak in power, containing the laws of the stars, the laws of the earth, and the laws of erosion, combining the turbid chi of the earth and the origin of the stars. Made. It has the trickery of defiling the sky and muddying the earth, and the power of the earth shaking the mountains. I hope that when you and others are stationed in turn on the lower earth, you will not allow those who have ill intentions to. It hurts the Star Court. I beg your pardon. Swear to guard the Star Treasure Pavilion to the death and defend the majesty of the Star Court. After 10 or so UN Hui's cultivation, the 72 earthly fury star gods that were at the early stage of the Dala Golden Immortal, also under the 5 elements of pine, the Star Glory Treasure Pill, it reached the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Just waiting to reach the peak of the laws and advance to the level of the Great Tao. Then he would be able to step into the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. Where is the god of Wensu? I am here. Seeing that it was finally his turn, the Wensu star god hurriedly stepped out of the queue, his eyes excited as he bowed in response. This is the Spring Breeze Pen, the Summer Yang Ink, the Autumn River Book, and the Winter Cold Inkstone, which are ranked as mid-grade innate spiritual treasures in the subregion. If you combine them, you will be a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It contains 24 innate prohibitions and contains the laws of the 4 seasons and the laws of the way of literature. It was refined by taking the Tao rhythms of the 4 treasures of Wendo, and has 1% of the original's divine might. At critical moments, one can burn the origin of the magic treasure and induce the merit contained in the 4 treasures of the One Tao to descend. As long as one is not above the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal and is willing to carry the karma of heaven and earth to kill forcefully, all of them can protect you safe and sound. Chapter 40, Revolt Against the Chaotic Green Lotus, Rise to the Purple Heavenly Palace. The 2 of them, Emperor Jun, are now. Many thanks to the Star Emperor for the treasure. As the head of Wenxing, the 4 treasures of the way of literature is his lifelong pursuit. Now that Tion has actually made, with the 4 treasures of the Wendao Pan Shang Dao rhythms, a magic treasure that was refined, the reward was given to him. This is undoubtedly the most precious and sacred supreme honor for him. Cooperate with Wang Shu to manage all the tedious chores within the extraterrestrial stars. When the glory of the Star Court shines through the heavens, you may choose any one of the 4 treasures of the way of letters. As Tion's words fell, the Wensu star god's eyes suddenly lit up with endless excitement and ecstasy. It kept sweeping through his brain, making it impossible to put it into words. One can only bow down with the utmost sincerity to thank Hong En. These mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, on the other hand, are the reward for you and the others. Waving his hand for the Wensu star god to retreat, Tion would then divide the reward for the remaining heavenly star gods' magic treasures from the mountains and rivers, causing them to fall in front of their respective owners. I look to you and others to continue to grow the glory of the Star Court. Let all the spirits of heaven and earth, and all the creatures of the world, be honored by the sound of it, and be afraid by the sight of it. As Emperor Tion's words fell, the crowd of star gods respectfully held up the Dharma treasures that had been divided and respond in unison with a chant. I beg your pardon. The Star Court is eternal, glory undying. All races submit. You are the only one who rules. Looking at the crowd of star gods who shouted in unison and threw themselves on the ground, the relief in Emperor Tion's eyes surged. Extraterrestrial stars are the only ones that matter. The flooded heavens and earth are ours alone to dominate. All the races and all the beings are only my emperor. I am the only one in charge of the 4 seas. This is the kingdom that I have built. This is the mission for which I was born. This is the supreme foundation of my submerged dragon. Star God of the Big Dipper. Star God of Kidu. Star God of the Law. Step forward. At the Star Emperor's disposal. Looking at the 9 ancestral star gods that were covered in fierce aura and shocking killing intent, Tion immediately handed over the task of taking care of Luo Shua to a few people. The Star God of the 7 Slayers has birthed a divine soul, and every 10,000 years that you pass, then 3 men were assigned to station at the 7 killers. Infuse it with the Tao of killing, the Tao of destruction, the Star and River Fury, and the Fury of War. Help it to come out at the earliest possible time for my use. The humble servant obeys the decree. After the Dharma treasures had been divided and sealed, and Luo Shuhu had made the arrangements, Tion waved his hand for the star gods to disperse. He returned alone, under the fruit tree of the Star of the Week, and made the jade disk of creation, manifesting the avenue of time and space. the avenue of destruction, the avenue of stars, the avenue of creation, and the avenue of force. Gradually, he fell into the world of epiphany. There are still 10,000 years until Hongjun preaches. Except for the time it takes to catch up, he has at least 7,000 more free years. And this trip to the Purple Heavenly Palace would definitely not be smooth sailing. In order to successfully reclaim Father God's legacy, not a single moment of time could be wasted. Time flies, years fly like a shuttle, idiom, how time flies. More than 7,000 years had passed since Ditian closed his door to enlightenment. With 100,000 years of treasure refining his precipitation. This enlightenment heaven and earth could be described as incomparably smooth. Time and space, stars, destruction, creation, the great Tao of force, all had stepped into the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. The physical body was also enhanced by the chalcedony, reaching the limit of what could be enhanced at the middle stage of a mixed golden immortal. At most, after another 1,000 years of age, the physical body could be made to step into the late stage of the mixed golden immortal realm. As for Dan, artifacts, formations, and talismans, the four great divine paths of enlightenment, in the way of having initially stepped into the highest level, every single step forward from now on becomes incredibly difficult, and can even be said to be comparable to ascending to the sky. Even with the enhancement of the jade disk of creation remnants, there wasn't much of a boost. The green lotus pot of creation that was previously contained within the chaos bead, then it was under his feeding without regard to loss. It has thrived to 9 pins, generalized 36 innate prohibitions. It reached the extreme top grade innate spiritual treasure, and as the green lotus of creation blossomed, he branded his pupils with the divine pattern of the laws, while observing the great Tao of creation within it. I even vaguely felt that between the green lotus of creation and the black lotus of extinction, it seemed to be able to infiltrate with law divine patterns, and then the possibility of merging with each other and reversing the chaotic green lotus. It was only that he didn't have enough sense of the rune Tao, plus the green lotus of creation hadn't matured yet. He then did not set out to test it. After preparing to get the Karma Fire Red Lotus, the Pure World White Lotus, and the Golden Lotus of Merit, all of them, re-verify that you are correct. Counting the time. It's about time to head outside the chaotic heavens and ask Hongjun for some of the Father God's legacy. With a pinch of my fingers, I realized that more than 7,000 years had passed. He then did not continue his closed-door cultivation. Straight away, he tore through space and arrived in front of the Hall of the Heavens, and because of Wang Shu's command, the 5 astral deities of the Big Dipper, Sky Kuei, Sky Wound, Sky Fierce, and Sky Storm, as well as the 7 observations. As early as 1,000 years ago, he was waiting outside the Hall of the Heavens for Ditian to emerge. We pay our respects to the Star Emperor. Between the star gods owing and arching their hands, Empyrean nodded with a bland look in his eyes. It was taken out from the mountain river and the Jigaku map, taking the origin of the Z-Way Emperor's star and combining it with the Emperor's Way. The 9 Dragons Purple Gold Emperor's carriage is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that was refined by the 9 Dragons Purple Gold Emperor's carriage. Remove your bow and level off. A faint response fell, and Ditian took hold of Wang Shu, who was clad in a phoenix robe and wore a silver moon phoenix hairpin on her head. Taking Shi He and Shang Shi with him, he boarded the 9 Dragon Purple Gold Emperor's chariot, along with the 9 Star Giants dragons that were generalized by the Emperor's great Tao, pulling the Purple and Gold Emperor's carriage slowly ascending into the air, toward the chaotic sky beyond. The Big Dipper Star God, who was right behind him, suddenly shouted loudly, "Rise to the Purple Heavenly Palace." In a flash, the drums of the heavens sounded in an instant, and a burst of exciting drumming music spread across the starry sky, heralding Emperor Tian's travels while reminding the 10,000 spirits to quickly avoid it. Anyone who does not kneel at the sight of them, or avoid them at the sound of their voices, will be punished for treason and rebellion. The 9 Dragon Purple Gold Emperor's carriage serves as the standard for the imperial sky. No one naturally dared to stop the extraterrestrial starry sky, and no one dared to come halfway close. The group soon passed through the extraterrestrial stars, stepping within the confines of the mixed sky. Only a short time after stepping into it, the 2 Dijun brothers appeared. Within the vision of Ditian and the others, the 2 as an existence that dared to defect to the lower realms. Anyone who belonged to the Starburst Divine Court was disgusted to the extreme, though he didn't know why. Emperor Tian didn't allow them to go down to the world and remove the 2 scheming scum, but that only means there was no time to meet. Now that they've met, if both don't give a statement and get permission for forgiveness from Empyrean, then this is where the 2 weedy birds will be buried. Assholes who defected to the lower realms, to see the Star Emperor's carriage and not know how to bow. His crime is punishable. The Star God Luo and the Star God Kidu were originally existences that symbolized killing in war. Looking at the 2 Dijun brothers, when they saw Ditian descending, not only did they not bow down to the law, Instead, they wanted to speed up and escape. Anger surged wildly in his heart. Holding the battle heavenly 5 elements 7 obsidian divine halberd bestowed by Emperor in heaven. With the battle heaven destruction grand formation, he immediately attacked and killed towards the two. Damn it, how did I run into DT on here? Big brother, do it, if we don't let them get a taste of us. These arrogant, self-important fools really think that we, the brothers, are. All of them are soft persimmons to be pinched. Chapter 41, Slapping Tai. Emperor Jun begs for mercy. The art of letting go. Tai looked at the incoming two. His eyes erupted with anger, and he immediately tried to sacrifice the chaos bell. Let the two have a taste of their own medicine. Don't be impulsive. Seeing that Tai was about to do something bad again, Jun hastily reached out and pressed down on his opponent. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the two of them were no match for Tion. Nowadays, the other party not only himself would be able to confront the demon ancestor Luo head-on. The crowd of star gods under his command had also reached the half-step mixed golden immortal realm. The 3 Wanshu sisters have even reached the mixed golden immortal, and the cultivation of their 2 brothers, but because of the scarcity of resources and the 10,000 manipulations of the, still hovering at half-step mixed golden immortal, with this extreme fallout, not to mention offering a magic treasure to counterattack, or uttering one more disrespectful word, it was estimated that all of them would be suppressed by a group of ascendant star gods. We pay our respects to. Jun wants to lie in wait and seek development. However, the attacking Luoshu star god and Jidu star god didn't care if the other party was soft. If one offends the star emperor, everyone apologizes. Then they, the ministers of the star court who follow around and protect them. What's the point of continuing to exist? Even if you really want to accept the other side softening, that would have to be after beating it until it knelt down and begged for forgiveness from Star Emperor Hong-en. It's only then that you can give each other a chance. Otherwise, as long as the Star Emperor hadn't ordered to stop, the two of them, Emperor Jun, hadn't lost their ability to resist, then keep hitting it dead center, until they fought to the point where the two men, when they saw the carriage, worshipped it, and when they were known, they knelt. Soldier kills and destroys the sky. Luoshu Star God and Jidu Star God, knowing the strength of Jun's duo, he also had an innate treasure, Chaos Bell, and an extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, to protect him. The first hand then responds with full force. The roar fell. The war halberd was raised high. The infinite war fury filled the air. The destructive intent shook heaven and earth, and the chaotic void was filled with astral winds. Soldiers kill and brand time and space. All of a sudden, the beacon fire is miserable. The might of the Jingo and the Iron Horse, the dragon blood Xuanuang's fierce. Instantly, it generalized the 4 directions of the realm, enveloping the two of them in Emperor Jun. Tai Chi, do it! Seeing that the star god of Luo and the star god of Kidu had no intention of stopping at all, Jun could only stiffen his back and offer up the river map and Luo book to block the attack of the two. Kill! Tai Chi had long been impatient. Emperor Jun shouted loudly as he immediately sacrificed the Chaos Bell and killed towards the Luo Shu star god. It hasn't been a few days since he went down to the realm, and he even thinks he has hardened his wings. Dare to move in my face? Within the purple and gold emperor's carriage, Tion looked at Tai, who was holding the Chaos Bell in his hand and fighting with the star god Luo Shuji. Some coldness in his eyes suddenly rose. What an ignorance! Cold grunts fell. The emperor's might swept through in an instant, billions of miles in circumference, and the crowd was slightly lost in a moment of concentration. His original self also walked out slowly from the emperor's carriage and flashed to the front of the center of the battlefield. After stopping Luo Shu Xingshen behind him, he flung thousands of slaps at Tai continuously, causing his still handsome face to swell into a pig's head in an instant. His eyes were glazed over, his mouth was crooked, blood was spilling out, and he completely lost consciousness. To offend below, to be unashamed, and to be a rebel at heart, all 3 offenses are punishable by the same penalty. Will you serve? However, Tai Chi had long since lost consciousness. The eardrums were also crushed to pieces by the constant blows. For Tion's questioning, he had no sense to answer, and could only sit in the void. It took a long time to give a half-hearted response. Your Majesty the Star Emperor, we know we're wrong. Please also be magnanimous and spare my second brother's life. After all, Jun was not a cultivator who specialized in killing. Under the suppression of the star god of Kidu, it's only possible to hold back with a river map. While stalling his opponent's movements, he waited for Tai Chi to finish his opponent and come to his aid to kill him, in order to find a chance to escape into the chaotic void. But Tion was surrounded by many hands. It wasn't that he had only brought 2 ascendant star gods with him. Nowadays, not only did they have to defend against the Iron Kidu star god and Luo Shu star god, they also had to be wary of the 5 heavenly dipper star gods that shared the same realm as them. as well as the 3 Wanshu sisters of the mixed golden immortals. Under such circumstances, continuing to resist was undoubtedly suicidal. To ensure that there is a chance of survival, Di-jun did not hesitate to harden himself against Ji-du's halberd and kneel in the void, pleading with Di-tian to forgive Tai and let them live. For the sake of the two of you, brothers, who are beings nurtured by the sun star, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped. Hand over everything you've scavenged in the lower world and get out, or stay here forever. In order to allow the 2 mongrel birds to be able to continue blocking the guns for the Star Court, Emperor Tian pondered slightly for a moment. Just figured it out for both. Penalties that can both make their hearts ache and make their hearts hateful and their ambitions unquenchable. There is actually an art to releasing water, to be invisible and keep diminishing the opponent's leverage, fishing for each other's obsessions and ambitions. There are a lot of doorways embedded in it. The latter-day Yang Jian being hijacked by the 8 princes is the most classic example of the opposite. As a god of war who practiced the 8-9 mysteries, was the chief of the 3 generations of disciples of the hierarchy, and ranked in the top 10 in the heavenly court. A top powerhouse who used his physical body to harden the blood-transforming divine blade and the turning heavenly seal. How dare he be hijacked by the 8th son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, holding a mediocre knife in his hand? It's not even a release anymore. It's just that putting the Milky Way wouldn't dare to be so exaggerated. However, any living being with a normal brain would be able to see the foulness in it. That is, it has incense as a bailout. Otherwise, the 8th prince's end would definitely be more than 1,000 times more miserable than his 3rd brother. Tendon stripping and soul lighting are probably the easiest scenarios. Many thanks to the Star Emperor's great grace. When Emperor Jun heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and hastened to bow respectfully. Gave all the harvest from the lower world. The next time you dare to offend your superiors without knowing your honor, you will be expelled from the ranks of the star gods. At this time, whatever Di-tian said was what he said. Di-jun didn't dare to have the slightest retort at all. We would never dare to do it again. Kowtow to my emperor's holy grace. Bow down and thank the emperor for his forgiveness. Bow down and thank the emperor for his forgiveness. In the midst of Emperor Jun's constant bowing and thanksgiving, the purple and gold dragon carriage set off once again, to teach the two a lesson. The 5 astral deities of the Big Dipper, Luo Shuji, and Ki-du, followed the emperor's carriage as it left. Still in front of Emperor Jun's faces, they took turns stepping on Taiyi's body to leave. You won't be so lucky next time. The Luo Shujo star god who fell at the end, his eyes coldly rising suddenly, stepped on top of Taiyi's chest the instant he did so. The force under his feet instantly increased by more than hundreds of times. He stomped his chest straight down before he was satisfied and followed the purple and gold emperor's carriage. ******************************** ing asshole. You guys wait. All the humiliation and pain I, Emperor Jun, must be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, repay you all. Looking at the backs of Di-tian and the others, anger surged wildly in Di-jun's heart, and the hatred in his eyes nearly turned into substance. But he only dared to hiss in his mind at the moment, not daring to make the slightest sound at all, lest Di-tian and the others hear of it and return. At that time, he would have nothing that would allow him to show mercy again. Chapter 42, The king proceeds to the Purple Heavenly Palace. All beings worship. The burning lamp begs to be taken in. Those 2 weedy birds, they're no good. It's not a permanent solution to keep letting them get away with this. How about sending the Beta Star God down to the world and finding a chance to waste them? Within the purple and gold emperor's carriage, Shiha majored in the way of the soul, and with regard to the emotional fluctuations within living beings, the most sensitive. Even though Emperor Jun didn't make a single sound, the anger, unwillingness, and resentment emanating from his divine soul, in her eyes, it was as unmistakable as a candlelight in the darkness. 2 stray birds are still useful to me. It cannot be slaughtered for the time being until it has been drained of its usefulness. Di-tian didn't reveal too much about Shiha's reminder, just informing the other party of the reason for not killing the Di-jun brothers. Then he took out some chalcedony from within the Chaos Pearl and handed it to Shihi and Changshi. This is the chalcedony left behind after Father God's body fell, a supreme treasure to enhance the physical body. Now that you have cultivated the way of laws, to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals, it is also considered to be able to barely withstand this item's divine might. Remember not to be greedy and swallow as much as you can handle. This item can be different from other immortal herbs and divine medicines. If you swallow too much, your body will really explode and die. Hearing this, the 2 of them, Shihi, after respectfully receiving the chalcedony, nodded their heads solemnly in response. There are still more than 2,000 years to go before arriving at the Purple Heavenly Palace. The 2 of you will refine the chalcedony here. In the way of the skyrocketing demand for transactions from the Flood World's 10,000 races, there is a bit of a shortage of Starglow Baodan within the Star Court. Wangshu and I are going to take this opportunity to refine some more starlight treasure pills, just in case. After saying that, Ditian then imperialized the violet gold emperor carriage and cut the internal space into 2 halves, for the 2 Shiha to cultivate, as well as for him and Wangshu to make pills. Heaven and earth are long, and the years rush by, accompanied by 36,000 starlight treasure pills, flying out from within the Qiankuan tripod. The 2,000-year-long alchemy had also finally come to an end. Looking hundreds of millions of miles away, the Purple Heavenly Palace, which had long been overcrowded with many innate saints converging, Ditian's eyes scanned the week with indifference. Only after star god Luo Shuji and star god Kidu lifted the bead curtain did they slowly step out of the purple and gold emperor's carriage, and just the moment he showed up, the infinite purple gas rises from the east, the golden lotus of the Taoist rhyme appears in the void, and the sound of the subtle celebration of the Dharma. In an instant, it resounded through the surrounding billions of miles of emptiness. The star of Ziwei reflects the 9 heavens. The great emperor stands tall before. Being in Tai Wei, he honors the supreme, and all the stars of the heavens are facing the Yuan. The dragon's robe flaunts the sun and the purple air rises, and the hand holds the heaven and the earth to set the world in motion. The living beings look up to pray for peace, and all the spirits worship and praise God. The Milky Way is like a belt around your knees. The universe is a place to roam. The 4 imperials of the great emperor supplement the heavenly program, and the 9 obsidian stars are listed on both sides. The 30 heavens are all arched together, and the 72 earths are all glorious. He is the only one who determines the changes in the wind and clouds, and the thunderstorms and rains start from the heart. Everything grows by its virtue, and the seasons change by its will. Stories have been passed down for millions of years, and majesty and mercy are held in equal measure. All the stars are subjugated, and those who glorify his name receive eternal light. With the poem of heaven and earth's celebration ringing out, the heavenly Dipper star god and the heavenly Kuei star god, all of them also raised their voices in hushed tones, proclaiming Ditian's future. The star emperor is coming. All spirits retreat. The moment the 2 of them rang out with a high shout, the might of the 7 ascendant star gods was unleashed without any reservation. In an instant, it swept across the void outside the Purple Heaven Palace, enveloping towards the group of innate saints. In front of the purple and gold emperor's carriage, the 9 star giants roaming the void, and with that, a burst of shocking dragon roars that resounded through the chaotic heavens and earth, with the pressure covering all spirits and beings, attracting the gazes of the crowd of innate saints. All of them were drawn to the front of the violet gold emperor's carriage. The emperor's might is like an abyss and a prison, and thousands of laws are branded in the heavens, above the figure for which heaven and earth and spacetime are celebrating. We pay our respects to Emperor Ziwei, at the same time as feeling incomparably horrified at Ditian's appearing visions and subordinate prowess. Most of the innate sacred, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, immediately greeted its arrival in unison. A small portion of the innate sacred, on the other hand, were too self-appointed to bow down and, nor do they want to invite trouble, go straight for the out-of-sight out-of-mind option, or simply turn their heads and ignore them, or simply close their eyes and rest their heads, or continue to whisper about them. It simply ignored Ditian's arrival. To see your brother arrive and not greet him, so wildly accustomed to not having any semblance of upbringing, Ditian scanned the 3 clearings who were whispering and avoiding him, and some coldness flashed in his eyes. However, just as he stepped out of the purple and gold emperor's carriage with Wang Shu on his arm, a slightly rounded figure that, suddenly bursting out of the middle of the crowd, not a care in the world for the strange looks of others, he came straight to the front of the purple and gold imperial carriage and quickly squatted down where the 2 of them had gotten off. Since the beginning of my birth, I have listened to the emperor's mighty name, and my heart has long yearned for it for a long time. At today's sight, it really is true to its name. Not only is his body awe-inspiring and his appearance honorable, but he has a pair of eyes that shoot cold stars, and 2 eyebrows that are as thick as brush paint. The chest is horizontal and broad, with the might of a million men. The words are lofty and spit out 1,000 feet of ambition. The heart is bold, like a lion shaking the sky and going down to the clouds. The emperor's majesty is even unrivaled. Indeed, he is the born ruler of the flooded heavens and earth, the ruler of all spirits and beings, and the master of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the heavens. The Shao Dao is willing to follow the emperor to the death. I still hope that the emperor will give the Shao Dao a chance to show himself. The path will definitely do its best to show its worth. It was also the first time that Ditian had seen someone who spoke these words to such a slick degree. Originally, he was still wondering when such talents were born in the flooded heaven and earth. However, after he saw the face of the visitor, his eyes flashed with a bit of realization. No wonder the ass-kissing is so smooth. It turned out to be one of the latter days. The famous 3 surnames, one of the 3,000 red dust guests, the hierarchy's vice priest, the West's past Buddha, the burning lamp. It's not bad to be able to talk to the guiding too, the ones who stink. This shamelessness is also truly a rare existence within the flooded heavens and earth. In regards to burning lamp's defection, Emperor Tian had already made up his mind after a moment of slight contemplation in his heart. There are rotten uses for rotten people. Shamelessness has its benefits. As an emperor who ruled over all spirits and beings, the most important point was to know people and make good use of them, not to mention character aside, whether it's potential, roots, or qualifications. The burning lamp is among the many innate saints, a first-class existence, and the root cause that turned him into a third-caste slave. It was only because, on the occasion of following Hongjun and Yuan Shi, he simply could not see where the road ahead lay. If Hongjun had been able to treat everyone equally and give everyone an equal chance to become a saint, then the 6 who eventually proved to be saints. It is by no means necessarily the 3 Qing, Nuwa, and Reception brothers. It is not impossible that Styx, Burning Lamp, and even Emperor Jun and Tai, the, wrestle with the opportunity to witness to sainthood. When the sermon is over, you may come to the Ziwei Emperor Star to find me. With his mind set, Di Tian took Wang Shu on his arm and stepped on the back of the burning lamp. Stepping into the void that had been solidified by Hongjun with great magic power, the Shao Dao kowtows to the Emperor's great grace. Along with all 4 of the Di Tian people stepping into the void, the burning lamp's eyes were constantly filled with ecstasy. Hastily and respectfully, he owed a response and a thank you. Chapter 43 Young Roots. The twin breasts are transformed. The Law of Tai. Laws of Chaos. Burning Lamp's backpedaling to Di Tian. It was merely an insignificant hiccup in the process of its monarch's visit to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Slowly stepping down from the purple and gold Emperor's carriage, he stepped into the chaotic void and scanned the crowd of later generations known for their, but not the innate holiness of its form. Some feelings could not help but rise in its heart. The existences that I still had to look up to and plead with in my previous life have all become my juniors in this life. Not only do you need to greet me respectfully, but you also need to bow down and honor me with the title Violet Emperor. This feeling of supremacy and domination over all things is truly mind-boggling. A million comforts. While enjoying the admiration and respect of the crowd, Di Tian did not forget the purpose of his visit. As the Lord of Heaven, Earth and Man, the Heavenly Tao is currently more ambiguous with Hongjun. It is impossible to lay hands on it and recall it for the time being. The Earth's way and the human way, along with the heaven and earth, continue to improve, although there has been a slight trend of recovery. However, due to the relevant things, it has not been manifested in the world for the time being, and just a little slimmer. 2. To revive both completely and thus take them into their own hands, 2 more key players are needed. The Holy Mother of Humanity Nuwa, the ancestral witch of the earth Ho-Tu. Both are here now. Therefore, one of his main purposes in coming to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon was to bring the 2 men together. Dominating the human birth and creation cycle. Just keep these 2 things firmly in your hands. Then reigning over the earth and humanity is close to being the nail in the coffin. The Father God was transformed by the Yang root and carries the air of the innate Supreme Yang, born to control the way of extrapolation, the way of the Supreme Yang, and the way of Tai, the laws of existence and non-existence, of life and death, of black and white, of water and fire, where extremes are relative. All of them can transform into each other by virtue of the way of Tai and realize the mysteries of the Tao. Di Tian brought Wang Shu and the others and slowly came to Fushi's body. After faintly saying his roots and feet, a direct invitation to join the Star Court was issued. The development of the Star Court cannot be without talents like yours. If you have any intentions, come to me at the Violet Emperor Star. Inside the Star Court offerings return, Starry Pavilion, the position of the Chief Skywatcher, a superb innate spiritual treasure that fits the path one has cultivated, and a million Starburst treasure pills. It is the celebration of your joining the Star Court. Fushi really didn't think about it. How could Empyrean know him so clearly? He's been around since the beginning of time. He and Nuwa were in a cave, practicing meditation and realizing heaven and earth, and never set foot on the floodplains. Where did the other side learn these secrets? And the introductory benefits given to him were unprecedented and incomparably ostentatious. That's not like buying 1,000 bones at all. It's more like he's been known to him for a long time. The corresponding price is offered only after finding out the full details. The 2 breasts of the Father God were transformed into the air of the innermost Een, born to control the way of creation, the way of supreme Een, and the way of chaos, the laws of love and hate, of cause and effect, of reality and reality, of good and evil, wherever they are accompanied by each other. All of them can generalize heaven and earth and realize the mysteries of the Tao by virtue of the way of chaos. If fellow Daoist Nuwa is interested, she can join the Star Court with your older brother. The title of the Lord of Creation within the Pavilion of Prosperous Stars, a superb innate spiritual treasure that fits the path one has cultivated. 1,000,000 Starburst Baodan. It is your initiation gift. After saying that, Di Tian looked at Fushi and Yua, his eyes gentle as he invited the two of them once again. I hope you two can give it some thought. The Star Court benefits go beyond that. Whether it's resources, fame, status, and even everything you want. As long as the Star Court has and is able to do so, it can be honored to the two of you one by one, according to the merits they have performed. As the words fell, Di Tian didn't press any further. Loosening up is the only way to get two people to return in good faith. If you show too much haste, it is bound to backfire. It made the two men defensive, if not respectful, of him, and his promise to the Fushi duo. On the other hand, it caused the surrounding group of innate sacred to immediately feel incomparably envious. A superb innate spiritual treasure that fits one's cultivated path. 1,000,000 starbursts of precious pills. It's just too ho-hum. Worthy of being the lord of the Star Court? Truly an extraordinary atmosphere. I can't believe these two are still tangled up. If it were me, don't say I'd waste time thinking about it, but any extra second of hesitation is disrespect to the Emperor. While the two innate saints were whispering, a body covered with thunder divine patterns that, physically imposing innate holiness. Instead, they snorted and taunted the two, not knowing anything at all. You two cuties who only recognize immediate benefits and don't know the real overwhelming treasures. Knowing the meaning of the pavilion of flourishing stars, compared to which the best magic treasures, the most precious Dan, they're all scum, too. Anyone who joins them is second in status only to the Violet Emperor and the Star God of Tyene. Even if you don't do anything, the salary that is paid out once every 1,000 years is as high as 100,000 Starglow Baodan. Not to mention the benefits and rewards that come with accomplishing tasks and cultivation breakthroughs. Hearing this, some of the innate sacred ones who had just appeared in the floodlands and hadn't come into too deep contact with the Star Court, immediately, his eyes widened. Longing and envy written all over them. I can't wait to be able to replace both Fushi and Yua. However, after Di Tian had recruited the Fushi siblings, then the portable group of ascendant star gods, standing in the void, no more voices were uttered to pay attention to the other innate sacred. Dare I ask Emperor Ziwei, what is your route? Just as the many innate sacred whispered, while pondering whether or not to learn from the burning lamp and pray to Empyrean for the opportunity to join the Star Court, an extremely unreasonable, and almost equivalent to provocative, respectful inquiry spread throughout the void outside the Violet Sky Palace, causing the crowd of innate saints to look sideways at the person inquiring. Wanted to see who it really was. He had the audacity to be so unbridled as to ask Di Tian to his face what his roots were. However, upon seeing the questioner, it was the head of the 12 ancestral witches Di Jiang. Most innate saints immediately chose to twist their faces, not wanting to intervene too much, being just born not long ago. Then, from the hands of the 10,000 races, he tore down a piece of land hard and occupied the existence at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. From the 12 ancestor witches down to the witch clan soldiers, basically, they all belong to the category of those who are indifferent to life and death. Take it or leave it type. If the wrong gaze causes you to be targeted by this group of brainless manginas, that's purely unprovoked and self-inflicted, unbridled. Luo Shu Xingxin and Ji Du Xingxin. They don't care if Emperor Jiang is a brainless mangaka or not. How strong are the witches? Whoever dares to offend Di Tian, no matter how powerful they are, they dare to copy the divine halberd and let its head bloom a scarlet flower. The two of you have misunderstood. I have no intention of offending or provoking in any way. Emperor Jiang is just reckless in nature and doesn't speak without thinking. It's not like he's really unworldly. Looking at the reactions of the many innate saints around him, as well as the ferocious gazes of Luo Shuji Star God and the others, he was just as dumb as he was, but he also sensed the inappropriateness of his words. I am the embodiment of Father God's heavenly spirit and carry the essence blood of Father God's heart. Why do you inquire about this matter? Chapter 44, the 12 ancestral witches recognize their big brother. Di Tian, Hong Jun, you've made a name for yourself. Empyrean Heaven naturally knew that Emperor Jiang had come, probably for some reason. It was nothing more than generating a bloodline sensation and wanting to come and ask for a guess, or they have something to ask for and want to get close to him in exchange for his help. Either way, it's a good start for him. No wonder the first sight of the Emperor. We then felt incredibly close. So it's all made from the Father God's heart and blood. Really? In his excitement, Emperor Jiang forgot the most basic rules again and subconsciously took a few steps forward. Seeing this, Luo Shu Xingxinji instantly offered up his battle heavenly 5 elements 7 obsidian divine halberd and stood horizontally in front of his body. Stop it from getting any closer. Stop immediately. Anyone who dares to transgress, behead. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Chang Liang, seeing that Luo Shujo Star God came really, immediately dashed to the front of Di Jiang, staring at each other with full alertness. the 5 astral deities of the Big Dipper and the astral deity of the counting capital. Seeing their movements, all offered up their magic treasures as well. Gazing angrily at the 12 ancestral witches, just dare to cross the line again. Immediately, they will move to suppress it. Don't be impulsive, all of you. Emperor Jiang felt an immense headache as he looked at the 2 groups of people with swords drawn. He's just trying to recognize a relative. How did it get to this point? It was naturally impossible for Di Tian to watch his own men fight with Emperor Jiang and the others. The 12 ancestral witches are of the same father god bloodline as me, so all of you step back. Waving his hand, he ordered the crowd of star gods to retreat. Di Tian then took out some chalcedony, 5 drops to a share, and handed it to the 12 ancestral witches. This is one of the blessings bequeathed by God the Father within the Buzhou mountain, a supreme treasure of the fleshly body, alabaster marrow. Although you and the others do not have Yuan Shun, you have inherited the physical talent of the Father God, and are born with a fleshly body that is supremely strong. These will be given to you as a gift of meeting. Emperor Jiang and the others looked at the hanging in front of them. The divine pattern of the great Tao of force was imprinted within it, and the supreme might filled heaven and earth with the white jade divine marrow. Endless desire and fervor surfaced from the bottom of his eyes, occupying his pupils in an instant. They really didn't expect it. Empyrean would even put such supreme treasures so easily ceded to them. The legacy left behind by the Father God should be shared by all the bloodline direct descendants. Not only did Empyrean Sky jump ahead of everyone else, he took the legacy that Father God had left for everyone else and took it for himself, to the point of making a show of being an elder, using the legacy of Father God to enlist people for himself. Simply a moralizing asshole. Yuan Shi looked at the white jade divine marrow hanging between heaven and earth in front of the 12 ancestral witches. The heart was instantly filled with jealousy and indignation. Ergo is right. Father God's physique crowns chaos, and even the 3,000 demon gods were unable to hurt him. Even if one's body falls and generalizes all things in heaven and earth, there must be countless legacies left behind. Even if the white jade divine marrow were to be severely depleted, it would still be able to help at least a few people ascend to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord with the way of the flesh. And yet he took out only this much to send off Emperor Jiang and the others. Truly an insatiable scumbag. For the indignation of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, although Taishong did not respond in his heart, he did not show the slightest sign of dissimilarity, but the heart felt a million times more irritated all the same. Clearly, God the Father has left a blessing. It's okay for you to sneak in and take possession yourself. Now it was surprising that in front of everyone, the seal was divided among the 12 ancestral witches, but not given to them. It's not purely in their face. Don't you recognize that they are the same as the Panchial direct lineage? Just as the 3 of them were secretly resentful. Di Tian's next words. It directly doubled its anger, and the hatred in its eyes nearly turned into substance. All of you are created from the heart and blood of the Father God, and are the same Pangu direct authenticity. The blessings bequeathed by Father God, I naturally cannot hog them alone. Take these in peace, and if you need them again, or if you have any trouble, feel free to seek me out at the Ziwei Emperor Star. As long as it can be done, I will never make the slightest excuses. At the same time, I hope that we can all be united. Together, we will maintain the heaven and earth opened by God the Father. Do not let some deceitful and faceless people jeopardize the prestige of God the Father, stirring up the heaven and earth that Father God worked so hard to open up. Empyrean had spoken to this point. If the 12 ancestral witches didn't respond again, that would be really unintelligent. Immediately, he held the white jade divine marrow in his hand and responded to it with a respectful bow. You, as the head of the first lineage of Father God's bloodline, the rightful ruler of the flooded heavens and earth, as latecomers, we should listen to Big Brother's orders. I have to say, this title of Emperor Jiang, it caused a slight look of satisfaction and gratification to suddenly rise in Di Tian's eyes, with the status of Big Brother. In the future, no matter whether he leads the creation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, establishes the 9 hells of earth, or takes the witch race under his command, it's going to be 1,000 times smoother and easier. My brothers and sisters, there is no need for such politeness between us. Between the light lifting of Di Tian's left hand, he helped Di Jiang and the others up. Being of the same Father God bloodline, the legacy is naturally shared, and we must help each other in times of trouble. If you can't even do that, how different is that from a heartless, skinless, although Empyrean was only speaking metaphorically. However, as the 3 Qing who have claimed to be the direct descendants of Pangu's bloodline and the only authentic ones in heaven and earth since the day they were born, but it's not a matter of being in the right place. Even if they were surrounded by innate sacredness, no one paid them any mind at all. But the 3 of them still looked as if they had been stripped naked and were standing in front of the crowd. There was a feeling of endless shame and indignation. However, they could only shout angrily and complain a few times in their hearts. it didn't dare to sternly question Ditian at all. Otherwise, even if they weren't beaten to death by the likes of Star God Luo, they would certainly be crippled by them, even to the point of being reduced to the laughingstock of all spiritual beings. Big brother, the Pango Hall we live in is made from the heart of Father God. It is contained within, beginning with the day of the birth of God the Father, until Father God's body falls and generalizes heaven and earth as the end of all that passes. You may return with us if you have any spare time. Observe the glory of God the Father's life. Not since, for this kind of thing, Ditian naturally wouldn't refuse. Inside the Panga shrine made from the heart of God the Father, must have unimaginable blessings, and he, as the only being who was transformed by the Father God's heavenly spirit, accommodated the essence blood of the Father God's heart. There is absolutely nothing to lose if you go for a walk-up. It wasn't impossible to obtain the Father God's legacy once again, causing his understanding of the great Tao of Force to skyrocket. Just as Ditian answered in reply, the 12 ancestral witches rejoiced, and the 3 clearings were secretly indignant. The gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace suddenly opened. Directly, the gazes of everyone present were all attracted to the Hao-In child. The time has come for the sermon, so please follow me. After saying that, he went straight back inside the Purple Heavenly Palace. Seeing this scene, numerous innate sacred immediately wanted to step into it. However, due to Ditian's might, the crowd could only hold back their excitement. When he led a group of heavenly star gods and the 12 ancestral witches to step inside the Purple Heavenly Palace, only then did he dare move to prepare for entry. But just as they were about to take a step into the Purple Heavenly Palace, a flirtatious cry from Ditian's, it directly caused the numerous innate sacred to instantly stiffen in place. Hong Jun, I haven't seen you for many years. You've really grown up. Chapter 45, Ditian, Heavenly Tao Sage? It's just a subordinate slave. If it's really what he thinks it is, then it would be equivalent to Di Jun and Kuan Pang, firmly occupying the opportunity to become saints. The third sermon fell, and the 6 channels of Hongmeng Violet Chi distributed by Hongjun would surely have a share of the 2. With this in mind, an aura appeared in Ditian's mind at first. Let the bottom of its eyes cannot help but flooded with a little cold and chilling. Great, so the math is on my head. If the situation continues as it is, as the 2 Dijuns ascended to the position of heavenly Tao saints, the might of the demon race must have soared dramatically, and according to the development of the original trajectory, after Hutu was incarnated in the wheel of reincarnation and could not appear in heaven and earth, with the strength of Di Jiang and the others, they were bound to be unable to lead the witch clan against the heavenly court. In private, he recognized the 12 ancestral witches as his younger siblings outside the Purple Heaven Palace. Then it can never be left unattended. Allow the heavenly court to overthrow the witch race. In public, the heavenly court was established by the rebellious star god with the intention of ruling over billions of races. The organization that conquered the flooded world. As the rightful heir of the flood, he was bound to reign as the emperor of all the spirits of heaven and earth. And naturally, it's impossible to let it go. Let it occupy the place of dominion that is rightfully his. At that time, the situation of the witch demon quantum leap would turn into a war between the star court, the witch race, and the demon race. In this way, not only will we be able to weaken the star court along the way, all the more reason to look for an opportunity to pit me against the wall. Hong Jun, this wishful thinking, really good. Between the slight flicker of his eyes, Ditian couldn't help but feel a slight chill rise in his heart. Worthy of being the number 1 conspirator of the flood. The long-term planning really puts him to shame. If we did not know the approximate pulse of the original trajectory, even if he dodged the first life and death killings, it will also be used by Hong Jun to find another opportunity to pitfall. Don't close the door. Have mercy. Just as Ditian was pondering how to deal with Hong Jun's scheming, 2 eager cries in quick succession. Directly, the many innate divine gazes, as well as the Haotian child who was closing the door, all of them were attracted to the void outside the Purple Heavenly Palace, and just for a moment the crowd looked away. 2 shiny bald men, like loaches drilling holes, through the gap in the soon-to-be-closed palace gate. He forced his way inside the Purple Heavenly Palace. Looking at the incomparably conspicuous 6 futons, the 2 had an idea in their minds. Junti immediately opened his mouth, wiping tears from his eyes as he wailed and began to sell his misery. Elder brother, we are suffering. Pity us, brothers, who have traveled so far, through so many miles and so many hardships, and yet there isn't even a seat. Woo-hoo! Reception is even more blue than blue. While covering his face with his Taoist robe, he poured out his bitterness in a frantic manner, displaying his grief to the fullest. How sad! Our brothers have traveled day and night through countless dangers, yet we are still a step too late after all. Not only is there no longer a place for us, but even, in response to the wailing voices of both, the many innate sacred ones within the Purple Heavenly Palace, and yet none of them hitched a ride. Instead, there were glances of mockery, indifference, and disgust. Shut up. Wangshu's nature is inherently cold, except when facing Shihi, Changshi, and Di Tian. He would reveal a soft, gentle side. At other moments, it's basically a cold, unfeeling, iron-faced stance. Seeing that Guiding and Junti were getting more and more rowdy, and even directly paralyzed on the ground, wailed incessantly. Annoyance surged in his heart, and he directly shouted coldly and sternly at the two men. However, the duo belonged to the existence of being cheeky as wastepaper, wiping their asses and then their faces, plus the fact that they had just come out of the world not long ago, and their knowledge of the powers of the world. It is limited to rumors from the mouths of living beings, so much so, that the two pressed on, not knowing Wangshu's true identity. Just think that as more and more of the ascended saints show impatience with them, even the idea of having a hand in it, in order to show his mercy and honored grace, Hongjun would surely look at the two as pitiful, or too rowdy. Give them a seat. Of course, they admit they have a gambling element, but cultivation is supposed to be a gamble. Win the bet and ascend to the supreme. Lose the bet and die. The number of futons within the Purple Heavenly Palace undoubtedly indicated the great opportunities hidden within. If they were able to win the bet and get the mercy of Hongjun, that would be the equivalent of picking up, for nothing, a great opportunity. Oh, we have come all the way from the far west, and not only have we not been given any hospitality, instead, he was angrily rebuked by a woman. Can it be that there is no longer any in the east? Who can officiate? And billions of living beings have been. As a performer, you naturally need to be constantly aware of how the audience is reacting and behaving around you. Paramount wailed incessantly at the same time, suddenly discovering the innate holiness around them. Surprisingly, they all revealed a look of panic, dismay, and teasing, and as if they were some kind of avoidable plague. In just a few short breaths, they all retreated to 10 meters away. Pressure didn't dare to come halfway near them. So bizarre was the situation that it directly caused the two to gradually stop crying out and eyes looked around with suspicion, trying to see from the eyes of the many innate saints what had gone wrong. However, it was Wangshu who was insulted by Junti, the main palace of the Lord of the Stars and Dukes of the Week, the ruler of the Starburst Divine Court Taiyin Star God, the supreme power of the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, to receive what the two had just done. It's a good thing they didn't fall on their sword, and they were told to inform them of the reason for it? It is really a daydream and a delusion. Even the recognized good old man of the flood-red cloud. At the moment, he was only looking at the two without saying a word and with pity in his eyes. Not the slightest intention of informing why. Humiliating my partner, disrupting the sermon, and compelling the people. Just as the two were confused, Ditian stood up from on top of the futon and slowly came to Junti. With cold eyes, he counted the other party's sins in a faint voice. After entering the Purple Heavenly Palace, in my capacity as the Lord of the Stargaze Divine Court, the rightful sovereign of the flooded heavens and earth, I sentence you to death. Are there any last words that need to be said? Hearing Empyrean's pronouncement, Junti's pupils instantly shrunk violently, realizing exactly what a stupid mistake he had just made. What a stupid mistake. Understanding why the numerous innate sacred, why they suddenly displayed that bizarre look. Lord Star Emperor, I didn't know that goddess was your Taoist, and in no way did he intentionally disrupt the sermon, much less compelling. You, however, Di Tian didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was offered, the great Tao of destruction encircling it, and the eyes indifferently pronounced the sentence in a cold voice. Since you have no last words to say, then hit the road. As the words fell, the heaven measuring ruler was raised high. Endless divine might blossomed in an instant, and the great Tao of destruction suppressed heaven and earth. At the trembling of fear and trembling of the Paraclete, under the anxious gaze of the receiver, the many innate saints all revealed curious, surprised, teasing, and mocking looks. However, just at the moment when Junti was about to be smashed through his heavenly spirit, Hongjun finally couldn't continue to sit back and watch. Dodging in front of Di Tian, he used the might of the celebration clouds of the heavens to block the benefits of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. Please also give me face, fellow Taoist. Spare his life. Chapter 46, Di Jun, Kunshin becomes a saint? Sentencing Junti to death. If it's really what he thinks it is, then it would be equivalent to Di Jun and Kuan Pang, firmly occupying the opportunity to become saints. The third sermon fell, and the 6 channels of Hongmeng Violet Qi distributed by Hongjun would surely have a share of the two. With this in mind, an aura appeared in Di Tian's mind at first. Let the bottom of its eyes cannot help but flooded with a little cold and chilling. Great, so the math is on my head. If the situation continues as it is, as the two Di Juns ascended to the position of heavenly Tao saints, the might of the demon race must have soared dramatically. And according to the development of the original trajectory, after Hutu was incarnated in the wheel of reincarnation and could not appear in heaven and earth, with the strength of Di Jiang and the others, they were bound to be unable to lead the witch clan against the heavenly court. In private, he recognized the 12 ancestral witches as his younger siblings outside the Purple Heaven Palace. Then it can never be left unattended. Allow the heavenly court to overthrow the witch race. In public, the heavenly court was established by the rebellious star god with the intention of ruling over billions of races. The organization that conquered the flooded world. As the rightful heir of the flood, he was bound to reign as the emperor of all the spirits of heaven and earth. And naturally, it's impossible to let it go. Let it occupy the place of dominion that is rightfully his. At that time, the situation of the witch demon quantum leap would turn into a war between the star court, the witch race, and the demon race. In this way, not only will we be able to weaken the star court along the way, all the more reason to look for an opportunity to pit me against the wall. Hong Jun, this wishful thinking, really good. Between the slight flicker of his eyes, Di Tian couldn't help but feel a slight chill rise in his heart. Worthy of being the #1 conspirator of the flood. The long-term planning really puts him to shame. If we did not know the approximate pulse of the original trajectory, even if he dodged the first life and death killings, it will also be used by Hong Jun to find another opportunity to pitfall. Don't close the door. Have mercy. Just as Di Tian was pondering how to deal with Hong Jun's scheming, two eager cries in quick succession. Directly, the many innate divine gazes, as well as the Haotian child who was closing the door. All of them were attracted to the void outside the Purple Heavenly Palace. And just for a moment the crowd looked away. Two shiny bald men, like loaches drilling holes, through the gap in the soon-to-be-closed palace gate. He forced his way inside the Purple Heavenly Palace. Looking at the incomparably conspicuous 6 futons, the two had an idea in their minds. Junti immediately opened his mouth, wiping tears from his eyes as he wailed and began to sell his misery. Elder brother, we are suffering. Pity us, brothers, who have traveled so far, through so many miles and so many hardships, and yet there isn't even a seat. Woo-hoo! Reception is even more blue than blue. While covering his face with his Taoist robe, he poured out his bitterness in a frantic manner, displaying his grief to the fullest. How sad! Our brothers have traveled day and night through countless dangers, but we are still a step too late after all. Not only is there no longer a place for us, but even, in response to the wailing voices of both, the many innate sacred ones within the Purple Heavenly Palace, and yet none of them hitched a ride. Instead, there were glances of mockery, indifference, and disgust. Shut up! Wangshu's nature is inherently cold, except when facing Shihi, Shang-Shi, and Di Tian. He would reveal a soft, gentle side. At other moments, it's basically a cold, unfeeling, iron-faced stance. Seeing that Guiding and Junti were getting more and more rowdy, and even directly paralyzed on the ground, wailed continuously, annoyance surged in his heart, and he directly shouted coldly and sternly at the two men. However, the duo belonged to the existence of being cheeky as wastepaper, wiping their asses and then their faces. Plus they had just come out of the world not long ago, and their knowledge of the powers of the world, it is limited to rumors from the mouths of living beings, so much so that the two pressed on, not knowing Wangshu's true identity. Just think that as more and more of the ascended saints show impatience with them, even the idea of having a hand in it, in order to show his mercy and honored grace, Hong Jun would surely look at the two as pitiful, or too rowdy. Give them a seat. Of course, they admit they have a gambling element, but cultivation is supposed to be a gamble. Win the bet and ascend to the supreme. Lose the bet and die. The number of futons within the Purple Heavenly Palace undoubtedly indicated the great opportunities hidden within. If they were able to win the bet and get the mercy of Hong Jun, that would be the equivalent of picking up, for nothing, a great opportunity. Oh, we have come all the way from the far west, and not only have we not been given any hospitality, instead, he was angrily rebuked by a woman. Can it be that there is no longer any in the east? Who can officiate? And billions of living beings have been. As a performer, you naturally need to be constantly aware of the reactions and behavior of the audience around you. Paramount wailed incessantly at the same time, suddenly discovering the innate holiness around them. Surprisingly, they all revealed a look of panic, dismay, and teasing, and as if they were some kind of avoidable plague. In just a few short breaths, they all retreated to 10 meters away. Pressure didn't dare to come halfway near them. So bizarre was the situation that it directly caused the two to gradually stop crying out and eyes looked around with suspicion, trying to see from the eyes of the many innate saints what had gone wrong. However, it was Wanshu who was insulted by Junti, the main palace of the Lord of the Stars and Dukes of the Weak, the ruler of the Starburst Divine Court Taiyin Star God. the supreme power of the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, to receive what the two had just done. It's a good thing they didn't fall on their sword, and they were told to inform them of the reason for it? It is really a daydream and a delusion. Even the recognized good old man of the flood-red cloud. At the moment, he was only looking at the two without saying a word and with pity in his eyes. Not the slightest intention of informing why. Insulting my partner, disrupting the sermon, and compelling the people. Just as the two were confused, Ditian stood up from on top of the futon and slowly came to Junti. With cold eyes, he counted the other party's sins in a faint voice. After entering the Purple Heavenly Palace, in my capacity as the Lord of the Stargaze Divine Court, the rightful sovereign of the flooded heavens and earth, I sentence you to death. Are there any last words that need to be said? Hearing Empyrean's pronouncement, Junti's pupils instantly shrunk violently, realizing exactly what a stupid mistake he had just made. What a stupid mistake. Understanding why the numerous innate sacred, why they suddenly displayed that bizarre look. Lord Star Emperor, I didn't know that goddess was your Taoist, and in no way did he intentionally disrupt the sermon, much less compelled you. However, Ditian didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was offered, the great Tao of destruction encircling it, and the eyes indifferently pronounced the sentence in a cold voice. Since you have no last words to say, then hit the road. As the words fell, the heaven measuring ruler was raised high. Endless divine might blossomed in an instant, and the great Tao of destruction suppressed heaven and earth. At the trembling of fear and trembling of the paraclete, under the anxious gaze of the receiver, the many innate saints all revealed curiosity, surprise, teasing, and mockery. However, just at the moment when Junti was about to be smashed through his heavenly spirit, Hongjun finally couldn't continue to sit back and watch. Dodging in front of Ditian, he used the might of the celebration clouds of the heavens to block the benefits of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. Please also give me face, fellow Taoist. Spare his life. Chapter 47, Burning Lamp out of the way. Hardcore Hongjun, can they still become saints? Spare his life? After gazing at the countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, necklaces, and pendant beads, the barriers composed by Emperor Tian, Hongjun with indifferent eyes, the slightest doubt surfaced in his heart, and while the force in his hands gradually and slowly increased, questioned what it meant. On what grounds? Insulting my Taoist partner, disrupting your sermon, and compelling the many innate saints present. The intention is to stir up discord between the West and the East. One by one. It's a death sentence that cannot be forgiven. With your face alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince me and convince the many innate sacred, right? Tian's words fell, and the burning lantern, who was determined to climb the star court and climb to the top of one person. Immediately, he stepped forward and answered the call. His Majesty the Star Emperor is right. Ever since these two stepped into the Purple Heavenly Palace, they haven't stopped for a moment, spilling the beans, feigning misery, cajoling the public, and that's all there is to it. We're all cultured beings who don't want to be with two skinless pieces of trash that, more than half a dozen other words, but not only do the two of them not know how to restrain themselves, but they are in the Taiyin star god. After speaking out against it to stop it, more and more intensified, in a vain attempt to compel the many innate saints to join them in targeting the Taiyin star god and provoking a fight between us and the star court. The sinister nature of his heart really deserves death. Saying that, Burning Lamp came to Hongjun's front, and owed slightly with sincere eyes, archly requesting to him to behead the duo of Junti. Sage, don't you forget it. Such an ungrateful and evil-minded person is a being from the West. If it is not removed at the earliest opportunity, they might just as well have inherited the legacy of the demon ancestor, Luo Shuhu, regather the wanton and devious, and once again wreak havoc on the world. At that time, if you do not stop it in time, causing the quantum robbery of heaven and earth to rise again, words of suffering and doom for all beings, the karma and sins you have to carry, you are afraid you can't afford it. The quantum leap of the three tribes has just not long passed. The poignancy of the battle between the Tao and the devil was still fresh in his mind. It's not true that the beings of the 10,000 races have taken advantage of the chaos to make a fortune under the dominance of the Star Court, but today they just want to recuperate. There is no desire at all for another quantitative calamity to befall the heavens and the earth. These sayings of the burning lamp, it appeared to be speaking to Hongjun, but in reality it was telling the surrounding innate sacred. The two of them, in all likelihood, will turn out to be the second Luo Shuhu. If the two are not nipped in the bud, when their great power was about to be realized, they would surely set off endless battles once again, ravaging the entire flood world. For this probabilistic problem, no self-interest is involved, so naturally no one says much else. But once you may damage your own interests, then even if it's only 1 in a billion, most people would also choose, at the expense of crap that has nothing to do with them, in exchange for not suffering the slightest damage to their own interests. Sage, Emperor Ziwei, what fellow Taoist Burning Lantern said is extreme. The two of them are a tumor that destabilizes the flood. Exactly. If we don't snuff it out, if the quantum rain comes to heaven and earth again, everything will be really late. Kill these two vultures with evil hearts. They must not be allowed to plague the living world. Along with the fall of the burning lamp's words, more and more innate sacred ones also all came to their senses. One after another, they revealed a posture of righteous indignation, righteousness, and a single-minded consideration for heaven and earth and the living creatures. Wanted to let Han Jun do it himself and execute the two Zhuanti men on the spot. Worthy of having survived several karmic events, and of being able to take fire out of the fire. The higher you go, the higher you exist. Both the sharp words and the examination of the situation were extremely apt. Empyrean listened to the growing cries. The bottom of his eyes couldn't help but flare up with some teasing and playfulness. Old friend, holding beings hostage with great power is your specialty. Now when the object of coercion becomes yourself, how do you choose? Although Empyrean wasn't quite sure, why did Han Jun have to save the guiding duo? But it didn't stop him from wrapping his head around it. The other guy's goal, from the beginning, was to screw him anyway. As long as he could make it feel bad, or even have something to lose, it would be a gain for him. A bunch of ungrateful ants. Under the higher and higher cries, Hong Juan's heart is also gradually rising a little, killing intent and disgust. He was the only supreme power that had ascended to the mixed world within the flooded heaven and earth. These mole crickets that aren't even mixed golden immortals. How dare you be so arrogant in front of him, when it is really a crime to die. Gentlemen, please listen to the poor Taoist. However, for the sake of future plans, and to pay back Western karma, Rao Hongjuan's heart was surging with anger. It was so hateful that he could not wait to directly strike and kill this group of ants. It was also only possible to force all the dissatisfaction and press it back to the bottom of his heart, revealing his signature smile. It is not easy for all spirits and beings to practice. These two have traveled thousands of miles, from the barren far west, overcoming many difficulties, came to the Purple Heaven Palace to seek the way. It shows the sincerity of his heart toward the way. Naturally, the poor man cannot banish it, nor can he rely on mere speculation. Just cut off their life and path. With that, Hong Jun turned to look at Tian, and from within the mustard space, taking out the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure used to capture the 4 pieces of the immortal Punisher earlier, the heart-piercing lock. It was respectfully handed to the other. The two of them didn't mean to offend. It's really because the West is barren, and I don't know the mighty name of fellow Taoist Wang Shu, and I don't recognize your true form, fellow Taoist. This treasure will be taken as compensation to fellow Taoist Wang Shu for the losses suffered. The poor Taoist makes amends to fellow Taoist on their behalf. I also hope that you will be able to hold your hand high and not bother too much with the two of them. Tian swept a glance at the shivering Jun Ti duo, as well as the Dharma treasure handed over by Hong Jun. Though doubts flashed in the bottom of his eyes, he felt like looking into the other man's gourd and, what kind of drugs are being sold? Just this once, and never again. After answering in a faint voice, he put away the heart-piercing locks and led a group of heavenly star gods, the 12 ancestral witches, and the burning lamp, back to the original position. The many innate sacred eyes saw this, and without further ado, they sat back in their seats. Hong Jun is a real mixed metaphysics Tao Lord. They dared to look straight at each other themselves when there was a tall man blocking the shot, but now Tian had withdrawn with his men. If they continue to make trouble, even if you don't get liquidated on the spot, who knows if the other side will, after the fact, put shoes on them and trip them up? The big deal is to watch out for some of the Junti duo in the future when traveling through the flood. If there is a chance to directly eliminate the root and branch, won't it put an end to the trouble forever? There was simply no need, at the risk of dying, to continue wasting time. Seeing that the chaos had finally subsided, Hong Jun immediately visualized 2 bushels of. A faint voice barked at the duo of Junti. The two of you have traveled thousands of miles and long distances, so you can imagine the sorrows. These 2 bushels will be taken as a reward for your heart toward the Tao. From now on, concentrate on listening to the sermon. Try to revitalize the West, and don't try to be clever again. Having said that, amidst the stunned, puzzled, and confused eyes of the many innate saints, back on top of the 9 heavenly bushes, since the seats have been set, they cannot be changed, and you should not start another dispute over them. If there is any further disturbance as a result of this, all of them are expelled from outside the Purple Heaven Palace. A deep cold voice fell, and the many innate saints could only suppress the doubts and displeasure in their hearts. Echoed, by the order of the saints. Chapter 48, Empyrean, preaching? You can't. I am the true sage. What exactly is Hong Jun plotting? Ming let Di Jun and Koen Pang become saints, is the most favorable option for the current situation. Why do you still want to give the receiving duo seats? Is it hard to believe that the duo is a smokescreen it put out? Or is the karma it owes to the West really so great? Must we take the position of two heavenly saints in order to repay them all? Di Tian looked at Hong Jun's confused behavior. It was also the first time I felt clueless. Couldn't figure out what the other guy was up to. The poor Taoist was favored by the flood and the heavens and earth before he was lucky enough to ascend to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord. On the day of the testimony, I felt that the inheritance of the flood cultivation was incomplete, and the path ahead for the world's people was lost, especially in the palace of the violet sky, to teach all spirits the experience of cultivation and the method of ascending to the mixed world. This sermon is divided into 3 times. The first time I spoke of the way of the great Luo golden immortals, the second time I expounded the way of the associate saints, and the third time I explained the way of the saints. I hope that you will understand and listen. Make no noise. As Hong Jun's words fell, a group of innate saints bowed and thanked him for the great grace of his preaching. The way of the Tao Lord is in the Yuan Shen. Condense the 3 flowers on the top and cultivate the 5 qi in the chest, become the phase of the 3 flowers scattering at the top and the 5 qi facing the Yuan. The great rover. The sermon sounded and the sermon came to life. Inside the palace of the purple heaven, 10,000 feet of haze covered space and time. The earth's golden lotus surrounded all beings. The laws of the great Tao flew and manifested, and immeasurable spiritual qi fell like rain. The moment when thousands of visions surfaced to descend, numerous innate sacrednesses also gradually sank into it. There are those who are as intoxicated as they are. There are those who bow their heads in contemplation. There are those who are sad and happy. There are also those who sleep soundly, worthy of being in existence, capable of being a Tao ancestor. There are indeed 2 of them. As Di Tian listened to the Tao spoken by Hong Jun, a slight look of recognition rose from the bottom of his eyes. But it's also just a testament to their abilities. When it's time to do something, there's never the slightest hint of weakness. Heaven and earth are long, and the years fly by. 5,000 years have passed in a flash. As Hong Jun stopped, for the De Lo Wei expounded, thousands of visions in the palace of the purple heavens. It is also gradually returning to peace. The many innate saints also slowly revived from their enlightenment, eyes filled with awe, gratitude, and adoration. He looked toward the figure above the 9 heavenly bushels, calm and self-possessed. The way of the great law has been fully elucidated. Do you have any doubts to ask? Anyone who was able to come to the purple heavenly palace was an innate divine of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Although it may be due to the difference in the inheritance of heaven and earth, it made the understanding of the way of the Dala, the cognition of the cultivation process, slightly different. However, there was not much of a problem in comprehending the way of the Dala as told by Hong Jun. Only, just as he saw that no one was asking questions, he was ready to end his first sermon there. Empyrean suddenly called out to him, "Fellow Daoist, I have an unkind request. I wonder if I may overstep my bounds." All know it's an unkind invitation. And asking questions? As Hong Jun listened to Di Tian's inquiry, displeasure grew in his heart, but he did not reject the other party. The Tao is endless. Heaven and earth are limitless. If you feel that what I have said is inappropriate, or if you have something to make up for, just ask. However, what it didn't expect was this. He'll just be polite. Empyrean, however, took it directly seriously. Thanks for your support, fellow Daoist. I do have some different insights into the way of the great Luo that you just spoke of, and I hope you will listen in silence. Don't be angry. Having said that, Di Tian faced the many innate sacred ones directly, and the golden wheel of merit and virtue manifested after him. The auspicious cloud of merit and virtue floats under the seat. The spiritual textbook hangs within the palm, and the infinite creation covers heaven and earth. In the way of the great Luo, when first stepping on it, one should focus on the 5 qi in the chest, filled with different 5 elemental origins. The levels arrived at are also different. If you want the top to bloom 12 pints, along with Tian narrating the story, the sunrise's violet aura rises for 10,000 miles. Infinite golden light illuminates the heavens and earth, and roiling Taoist rhythms envelop the living beings. The sound of the mysterious Dharma is heard around the beam for 3 days. The visions emanating, compared to the blessings at the time of the sermon by Han, it can be said that it is also to be grand and subtle without knowing the geometry. The group of innate sacred below sniffed for several breaths. Then he was already in the midst of an epiphany. It was as if he was traveling within the ocean of laws. In a short period of just over 1,000 years, hundreds of people had broken through the bottom line of the cultivation of many innate saints. It had also risen from the middle stage of the Great Luo to the realm of the late stage of the Great Luo. Smash the scene. Smash my place. On my turf. My exclusive venue. Smashing my field. Between the constant hissing in his heart, Hong Jun could not wait to directly offer up the panga streamer and stab through Di Tian's waist. Finish each other off once and for all. I'll go easy on you. Instead of taking the good with the bad, you got an inch and started preaching. If you speak better than I do, so be it. It's not good enough, and it deserves to die. But not only did you not preach as well as I did, but on the basis of what I preached, with a little modification, it was brought out for preaching, and the effects shown better than my results. That's a bit of stomping and bullying, isn't it? The old bastard should be getting pissed off by now, shouldn't he? In fact, what Hongjun had said about the way of the Dala was detailed enough. The Deluo way that D. Tian was recounting this time was only adding some self-understanding on top of it. Not much has changed in essence. As for why the effect is better than the original, naturally, he was because he was willing to lay down the money. Just for the magic treasures that increased enlightenment. He had already pulled out 3 of them in plain sight. Golden Wheel of Merit, Auspicious Cloud of Merit, and Spiritual Book of Writings. Secretly, he also quietly put within the Jade Disc of Creation Debris, the hidden Tao Rhyme. With the help of the concealment of the Chaos Pearl, it was mixed in with the visions and enveloped the many innate saints. These 4 magic treasures were all first-rate and powerful in terms of their enhancement of enlightenment. The innate sacred below. Under these circumstances, if they had not yet comprehended some of the mysteries, then you can really go home and die. There's no need to wish for a step forward. This is my insight into the way of the Dala. If you have any questions or new insights, you may speak freely. As long as I can solve the puzzle, I will certainly not hide it. As D. Tian's words fell, the burning lamp took the lead and stood up. In a gesture of paying homage to the sage master, the eyes bowed in response with excitement. Many thanks to the emperor. Oh no! It should be many thanks to the sage master ancestor for preaching the Tao. If it were not for your elucidation of the way of the great Luo, we fear that we would never be able to see where the road ahead lies. Please also accept a bow from us. With that, the burning lamp bowed in thanksgiving first. Under his leadership, the rest of the ascended saints also rose, bowing in gratitude as they, shouting, many thanks to the sage master ancestor for preaching and teaching the Dharma. It's just a mutual argument. Emperor Tian looked at the many innate saints who were shouting in unison and bowing respectfully, a little bit of playfulness in the bottom of his eyes suddenly rising. With a playful smile on his face, he waved his hand to help the crowd up. If I didn't know that this place was the Purple Heavenly Palace, the one who summoned the many ascended sacred ones to come was in fact the Lord of the Palace of the Violet Heavens Hongjuan. Just by looking at the scene at this point, one would probably think that Emperor Genius was a Tao ancestor. Behind it sits Hongjun, but a follower, a child. Chapter 49, Killing to Kill. Hongjun is furious. Departure Pangu Hall. Gentlemen, if there are no other doubts, it's time for the Purple Heaven Palace lecture to be able to come to an end. Seeing that if he didn't make a sound, everyone would really think he was dead, Hongjun immediately proclaimed his sovereignty in a loud voice. This is the Purple Heaven Palace. He is the Lord of the Purple Heaven Palace, and the one who initiated this sermon. We pay our respects to the sage-honored one. Under the deafening proclamation, the crowd also finally remembered that this is not the dojo of the Violet Emperor. Rather, it is the place where Hongjun settles down to preach. Most of the eyes flashed with some embarrassment at the same time. The 3 Qing, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Jiat Yin, and Junti, as existences that regarded Di Tian as a mortal enemy, even if they are favored by the other side, nor has it risen to a single favor. Just now, it was because he didn't want to cause trouble that he chose to follow the general trend of pilgrimage to Empyrean. Now the rightful owner of the Violet Sky Palace was also showing his dissatisfaction with Di Tian. Naturally, they would not let go of the opportunity to win the other party's favor. One after another, they bowed respectfully to the figure on top of the futon in the 9 heavens and thanked him for his preaching grace. As for the other innate sacred, they didn't want to offend either side. Earlier, there was the burning lamp as an example, and now there were the 3 purities and the others as the outcasts. They naturally drift with the wind. In unison, they thanked Hongjun for his preaching grace. Fellow Daoist, I'm really sorry. See the dominance of the situation in the field. It's finally back in your hands again. The anger in Hongjun's heart also shrunk a little bit. Only, how could Di Tian make it so easy for him? Immediately, he looked remorseful and sincerely confessed to him. It is clear that this place is your dojo, yet I have clamored to take over the sage ancestor. Preach the name of all living beings. I am truly humbled. With that, he took out the heart-piercing lock that he had just put away. From within the mustard space, it was handed to Hongjun. This magic treasure, containing 43 innate prohibitions, is among the very best innate spiritual treasures. It's also considered an extremely good presence. Now return it to its rightful owner. I hope that fellow Taoist can forgive me for the offense I took just now. Di Tian's move could be described as murderous and heartless. If the other side doesn't answer, in the eyes of all beings, it is the image of a small-minded, backstabbing villain. Himself said to let D Tian do as he pleased. At the end of the day, it's all about being difficult and resentful of them because they speak well. Is there any need to follow and worship such people? Are they really not afraid of having their interests bled dry, or because of an unintentional remark, and to be put in small shoes, or even liquidated and decimated? But if Hong Jun takes it, it's the equivalent of taking your own treasure. Let yourself not be angry. Isn't that purely self-congratulatory? D Tian didn't have to give anything, yet he had received the name of sage master teacher. The goodness of many innate sanctities publicized the prestige of himself and the Star Court, and he's been planning hard for tens of thousands of years. Instead, all they got was a self-congratulation, as well as a fall of fire. Compare the two. Should he be angry? Only in comparison to the results caused by the former. The latter is just incredibly psychologically stifling. For the sake of future planning, Hong Jun can only break his teeth and swallow in his stomach. You're welcome, fellow Daoist. It's just a discussion. There's no such thing as who takes whose name. Strongly pulling out some kind smiles, he thanks D Tian for his good intentions. Hong Jun then looked with deep eyes. The many innate sacred below. The first sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace is over, and the next sermon is after the Yuan Hui. Toward Air and the others to carefully study this harvest. The next sermon will rise again and will expound on the way of the Paraclete. Perceptions and insights from the last step before certifying to the mixed world. After saying that, he had no longer even half a mind to bid farewell to D Tian. It turned straight into a roiling light gold flying butterfly and dissolved in the endless void. Seeing that the able Hong Jun had slipped away, the three pristine ones, D Jun, Tai Yi, Jiat Yin, and Junti, as well as because the situation has changed. I don't want to have too much contact with Star Court for the time being. The Ascendant Sacred Ones who were prepared to wait and see what would happen with Empyrean and Hong Jun before making a decision. They all got up and headed out the door. The other remaining innate saints turned around and left in pairs only after bidding farewell to D Tian. Big brother, now that the Purple Heaven Palace's lecture has come to an end, why don't we head to the Pangu Palace together? Would it be good to look upon the glory of God the Father? As the innate holiness within the Purple Heavenly Palace grew empty, Di Jiang also seized the opportunity and rushed forward to ask D Tian if he wanted to take a trip to the Pangu Hall. It just so happens that Star Court has not had anything important to deal with lately. We will then travel together to the Pangu Temple and look upon the Father God's past divine might and overwhelming posture. For this kind of thing, Wang Shu and the others naturally had no problem with it. Thanks for the honor, big brother. Emperor Jiang's eyes were delighted as he owed his body between responses. Immediately, he greeted Zhu Rong and the others, arched over D Tian and the others, and stepped outside the Purple Heavenly Palace. Slowly, he disappeared into the vast chaos. Pangu's direct lineage comes together. The sorcerer race and the Star Court nearly take up more than half of the heaven and earth's most powerful battle force. If this continues, the floodlands and the heavens and earth will surely become Emperor Tian's one word. At that time, I'm afraid there will be little hope of taking control of the earth and human pathways. Along with the closing of the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjuan's figure once again appeared on top of the 9 heavenly bushes, looking in the direction where D Tian and the others had disappeared. A cold aura suddenly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. The world is long and time is short. Since Emperor Jiang and the others were accompanying him, D Tian also didn't release the violet gold emperor carriage. The group traveled through the Taishu, through the chaos, and through the enlightenment of heaven and earth, spending a total of more than 3,000 years. It was only then that he returned to the unconventional mountain range from outside the chaotic heavens. Just as they were stepping towards the Pangu Hall, endless dark clouds covered the sky, bursts of booming thunder resounded through the heavens, and 7-colored divine awn shot straight up into the sky. The infinite creation reflected space and time. A golden lotus floated 10,000 feet, and the sound of the Tao spread in all directions, directly pulling the gazes of D Tian and the others, all the way to the Buzhou mountain range, above a basin near the east. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Star Emperor. It is truly the destiny of heaven that your first visit to the mountain of the unconquered God has induced a blessing to descend upon you. The great God Pangu favors us. The burning lamp was looking at the crowd as they looked at the vision. With just a slight glance, he hurriedly bowed to give Empyrean joy and congratulations. Tramp, this kid sucks ass. Hearing this, the group of innate star gods all slightly side-eyed, and couldn't help but raise some vigilance in their hearts. This person is obviously a slinky, don't want billion, and is bent on climbing up the ladder of existence. In the future, it is better to be less offended and less close to the subtle. In case you shoot in the place where the Emperor's heaven is loathed one day, they are too close to it and may be implicated. Your Majesty the Star Emperor, Hong Fu Chi Tian, I will go and fetch the treasures for you. With that, Star God Luo was ready to turn around and go forward to show himself properly, as the patriarchal presence of the Star Court. If you let a kid who hasn't even joined yet, you're outclassed. Then what face would they have to command other innate star gods? It's not necessary. Together, we will go forth and see what treasures. It was actually able to cause such a grand vision. In fact, the supreme treasure birthed on Buzhou Mountain. It's basically just that. It did come as a bit of a surprise last time, but this time, he dared to bet half his fortune on it. The place where the endless divine strangeness was enveloped must be where the innate seven treasures gourd vine was located. Emperor Jiang, we need to head to the divine shrouded land and see what kind of supreme treasure is contained within it. Do you choose to go with us? Or do you return to the Pango Palace first? Now that the identity has been established as a brother, then it is natural to ask the other side's opinion before doing anything. Chapter 50, Innate Gourd Vine. Empyrean, talking to me about chance? Are you worthy? Big brother, since we traveled to the Purple Heavenly Palace, more than 10,000 years have passed. Those brats at home don't know how much trouble they're going to make. This collection of the Father God's blessings will be made by Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Sister Ho Tu will accompany you. I've got to take my second brother and the others and go back and take care of any little problems that may exist. Emperor Jiang was only reckless in nature, not crippled in the brain. The other party had clearly seen the opportunity as his own, so many of them followed along. Unless the treasures contained within it could be as many as 10 or more. Otherwise, if they all followed them over, it would only make things difficult for Dtian. You guys go on back then. Wait until I gather the blessings given by God the Father. Then I will travel to the Panga God's temple as soon as possible to meet you. I wish Big Brother all the blessings of his heart and all the blessings of the world. We'll go ahead and go. Emperor Jiang, with Candle Join and the others, arched his hand in farewell, and then instantly transformed into a ray of rainbow light. Toward the direction of the Pangu Divine Hall. Let's go too. Faint voice command fell. Burning lamp in the front to open the way. 7 innate star god guarding the surrounding. The 3 Wangshu sisters followed closely behind, and the 3 Huta people curated on the periphery, toward the place where the divine difference was shrouded. It looked like the distance between the two was so close that you could see roughly by eyeballing it alone, but the actual distance is immense. A line of people with a minimum of late Dala stage strength existed. It took several months of light to arrive at the place where the divine difference was shrouded. Big brother, Empyrean is actually here too. Tong Tian, who was originally still pondering over the formation and looking for the possibility of opening it early, looking at the imposing and raging Dtian and the others. Some scorn and indignation flashed in his eyes. Don't be nosy. The Taishan's eyes saw that the strength of Dtian and the others were all above the late Dala stage. Immediately, he rebuked at Tong Tian. We're just seeking our own chance, as long as it's not messing with us. Never say more than you need to, lest you suffer an undeserved disaster. Seeing this, Tong Tian could only withdraw his gaze and concentrate on staring at the formation, to divert attention at the same time. Crack the big formation as soon as possible and hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. The 3 pristine ones, the Fushi siblings, the Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi, the 2 weedy birds. The people came in good numbers. Dtian swept a glance around and realized that among the original trajectories, the owners of the 7 precious gourds had all arrived. A bit of teasing and playfulness also rose in his eyes. The odds are stacked against you? As the boss of the heavenly Tao himself, the lord of the flooded heaven and earth, there is really nothing doomed with him. As long as it exists within the flooded heavens and earth, then everything must be according to his will. If you are in a good mood, naturally, there is an amnesty for everyone. But if there is anything wrong, anyone who scrambles without authorization will be punished for treason. Buzz. Just as thoughts were rising in Dtian's mind, the thousands of visions that covered heaven and earth had already appeared to recede. The grand formation protecting the innate 7 treasures gourd vine also disintegrated into a roiling haze within a few breaths of time. The harmony is between the earth and the sky, revealed to be enveloped in 7-colored divine light, rooted in the 9 heavens resting soil, snaking and coiling above the spacetime barrier. The whole body exudes an infinite amount of divine aura of creation. The innate 7 treasures gourd vine that ranked as one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. However, although the treasure was already present, it was in the way of Dtian already overriding. Whether it was Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Hong Yun, or Nuwa, who had been personally recruited by him, who sensed the opportunity, none of them dared to take the first step. Since all of you are indifferent, I will not be polite. After saying that, Dtian led Wang Shu and the others, slowly stepping before the innate 7 treasures gourd vine. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, this treasure is destined for you. Take it. After taking off the purple and green gourd that had been refined into a demon recruiter in its original trajectory and throwing it at Nuwa, he then took off the purple-red gourd once again and threw it at Red Cloud, who was standing not far away. Fellow Daoist, this treasure should have a destiny with you. Take it. The two of them looked at the gourd in their hands, and their eyes both showed some shock and confusion. Shouldn't they be the only ones to know about their heavenly chances? Why did DTon know so well? Even if one specializes in the way of cause and effect, it's impossible to discern it so precisely, right? Only, spare the two of them any doubt in their minds. Nor had he forgotten to be grateful for DTon's gift of distributing the treasure. Many thanks for the Emperor's gift. The chance belongs to you. I'm just helping out in passing. In the coming days, if you are free, you can go to the Ziwei Emperor's star to find me. At that time, it won't be too late to thank me after distributing a few of your handy magic treasures. Smiling lightly, he waved his hand between responses. Amidst the expectant, skeptical eyes of the three clearances and the others, DTon didn't continue to divide the other treasure gourds as they thought. Instead, the 9 heavenly breath loam, the innate gourd vine, and the 4 great little ones hanging from it, the 5 7-jeweled gourds, all of them had been put inside the chaos pearl. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. Yuan sure saw that the chances of himself and the others had been taken by DTon in a single pot. Immediately, he wanted to step in and take it back. Second brother, don't be impulsive. Taishan looked at Wangshu and the others, and was struck by Yuan Shi's angry, stern voice that, all attracted to the three of them. A chill ran through his heart, and he hastened to forcefully press the other side. My second brother's heart has been on fire lately, with some signs of going off the deep end. It wasn't done on purpose, so I hope the Violet Emperor will forgive me. I'll take him away and never disturb your pleasure again. After saying that, he also ignored Yuan Shi's resistance and forced him inside the Heaven and Earth Shin Huang Linglong Pagoda. Greeting Tonto, he evacuated the scene with fire. Are you kidding me? The three of them combined were no match for Wangshu alone. Flipping out with DTon at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Why don't they run fast in this situation? It's hard not to wait to have your entire fortune seized. Tai Chi, we also, realizing that the opportunity had been lost, Dijun didn't want to cause any more trouble. But just as he was about to leave with Tai Chi, the opponent actually dodged and arrived in front of DTon, and was very headstrong in asking for it, the share of chance that belonged to him. Talk to me about chance. Do you feel worthy? Looking at the iron-headed Watai who asked for his chance, mockery and disdain suddenly rose in DTon's eyes. I am the Lord of the Star Dipper of the Weekly Heaven, the Emperor of the Starry Shining Divine Court, and wherever the Ascendant Star God belongs, all of them must obey my orders and be honored by me. What they have harvested will naturally go to the Star Court as well. Even if you deny it anymore, you have the great Japanese source within you. It is categorized as one of the innate star gods. With that said, DTon slowly stepped in front of Tai Yi, looking down on the other party from above. Back when the Purple Heaven Palace was fighting over the futon, you guys don't really think that you're so strong that no one dares to mess with you, do you? As the voice of doubt fell, DTon suddenly struck out and clasped Tai Yi's head. Sneering, he slapped the other man's cheek. Eyes mockingly spoke the truth to it. Don't be a fool there. They're all just giving in to you because they're in the way of the Star Court's might. If I had not been there to sit on the throne, what qualifications would you two weedy birds have to take the bushel seat? Now you dare to mention chance to me. What a way to take yourself seriously. Chapter 51, the first eunuch of the flood, eunuch in charge of the burning lamp. Do you really think I don't know your little minds? His eyes playfully swept over the flustered demeanor. But by the star god Luo Shua, the star god Kidu, the Dijun, who was stopped in place and didn't dare to act rashly. The power in DTon's palm grew stronger and stronger, and Tai's head gradually gave out. The unbearable creaks, eyes scarlet with anger and hatred. It also stood out more and more blood-red under the compulsion of the strong pressure. Without my permission, with you two weedy birds, you still want to be under the control of the Star Court, with the goal of conquering heaven and earth and dominating all souls. Establish the heavenly court that will rule the world? Do you really think you're that old bastard, Hongjun? Cold voices and harsh shouts suddenly rose, and the power in his palm surged. Taichi's head instantly exploded, turned into a sky of blood mist, reflecting the Emperor Jun's rage. But there is nothing he can do about it with the color of grief and anger. With this much ability, you also want to plot a rebellion? It's just a big joke. DTon carried Tai's headless body, his eyes cold as he arrived in front of Dijun. 40% of the Great Nippon source in exchange for you and others surviving. Time limit 3 breaths. Begin. Regarding DTon's tyrannical behavior, both the good old Red Cloud, his dear friend Jin Yuanzi, neither Fushi's siblings showed any difference. Instead, there was a somewhat sparse look of recognition. Previously, the two of them, Emperor Jun, were already set to be under the banner of the Starry Glory Divine Court, a traitor who plotted rebellion and attempted regicide. There is no possibility of pardon for such a person at any time or under any circumstances. Catching is a sure death sentence. What's more, This is a flooded world where the strong are honored and the weak are slaves. Intent on killing someone far more powerful than yourself? And you want to betray the stars that raised you? Take any one of the two offenses individually. Empyrean was able to execute him on the spot. Now it is merely penalizing the two. By taking the great Japanese source, which is already an extraterrestrial star. It's just restitution. This kind of punishment could already be considered incomparably merciful and supreme honored in the eyes of Red Cloud and the others. 40% Dai Nippon source. We give. Jun couldn't figure it out in his mind though. What does the other guy want? Why do you know that they have the intention of plotting rebellion? Yet they have always been allowed to recruit and grow gradually. But now the two brothers have been reduced to the point where they are lambs to the slaughter. Even if you know that if you don't hand over the origin, there is a high probability that you won't die. But he didn't dare to gamble on that one in a million chance of survival. I'm the eldest brother, and I can't absolve myself of the blame for Tai growing to the character he is today. This 40% of the great Japanese origin should all come out of my body. A deep, low voice fell, and without the slightest hesitation, Emperor Jun directly transformed back into his original body. Forcefully chopped down 40% of the Dai Nippon source. Decisive enough. Tian looked at the 40% great neon source in front of him without the slightest ripple in his eyes. Take him and get out of my sight. If you want to retaliate, show some real skill. It just so happens that I've been a little bored lately. Practice with you guys and have some fun. Jun's anger at Tian's arrogant, cocky attitude shot up to the heavens in his heart. But under the icy gaze of the crowd of ascendant star gods, plus Shu Rong's 3, he didn't dare to be disgruntled at all. I can only push all my discontent and resentment back into my heart. After helping up Tai Chi, who had just recovered half of his head, he was ready to feel like leaving this place. Slow down. Just as the two were about to leave, the burning lamp suddenly jumped out and swept them up. What more do you want? Jun really didn't expect that a skulking piece of trash would dare to step on his head and on it. The eyes that looked at the burning lamp were suddenly filled with endless ferocity and killing intent, as if it was a wounded lone wolf. It stared at the other party in death, who had thought of this gesture of his. There was no way to shake the burning lamp by half. What do I want? I should be the one to ask you that. Its eyes were contemptuous. Looking down at him, coldly smiling, he spoke out, causing Emperor Jun to angrily open his eyes and grimace at the humiliating questioning. What His Majesty the Star Emperor said. Get your asses out of view, and you didn't do the will. Is it hard to believe that you're still prepared to disobey the decree with the intention of muddying the waters? This statement not only caused Emperor Jun's eyes to turn red as blood, looking at him with, full of murderous intent and anger. Even the surrounding innate star gods were slightly wide-eyed, being slipped by the burning lamp. He once again refreshed his 3 views, especially when he saw that on Tian's face, there was actually a slight look of recognition and appreciation. In the hearts of the crowd of innate star gods, they immediately discarded their passing thoughts, one after another. They were born to learn a good deal from the burning lamp. The idea of pleasing His Majesty the Star Emperor and making him more honorable when he goes out in the future. No wonder, no matter if it's a bright ruler or a tyrant, they all like to keep 1 or 2 slippery eunuchs. The kind of person who understands his own mind without having to say it explicitly, and pick up and be able to use the black gloves, when it really can save itself a lot of work. While murmuring in his heart, Tian's eyes couldn't help but rise with some appreciation. To be honest, looking at the entire flooded heavens and earth, those who can make it this far, it should be just the burning lamp alone. It just so happens that he still lacks an on-call. Within his Ziwei Imperial Palace, eunuchs are indispensable to both the upper and lower court. After you return to the Star Court, he then appointed Burning Lamp as the first eunuch, the eunuch in charge of the lamp, although the other side was not physically castrated, but as a person who was proficient in Dan, artifacts, formations, and talismans, the 4 divine paths. This was nothing at all. Besides, for the flood beings, the way is more important than everything. As long as we can get his approval, it is estimated that without the need for one's own words, the burning lamp will be able to directly self-castrate and concentrate on accompanying him, in exchange for the opportunity to ascend to the witnessing of the mixed path. Don't be a bully. Spit out 6 words through clenched teeth. Jun then prepared to leave with Tai. However, the burning lamp had already detected the appreciation in Tian's eyes. How can you drop the ball at a time like this? Immediately, he offered up his accompanying magic treasure, the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure level spirit beer lamp. A cold voice with sharp eyes responded, "Death to those who disobey." As the words fell, the crowd of star gods also sacrificed their magic treasures. The eyes were fierce and angry as they looked at Emperor Jun. Big brother, seeing burning lamp and others, even so humiliated them, Tai could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. It was only when he had just wanted to offer up the chaos bell that Emperor Jun had pressed down on him next. We'll mark this disgrace first. When the Heavenly Court becomes powerful, that's when the Star Court will be destroyed. If you are any more impulsive, all your efforts will come to naught. The shame that was suffered will also not be able to be returned to the likes of Ditian. In his heart, he shouted angrily. Emperor Jun strongly pressed Tai's body and transformed back into his original body. In the form of tumbling, instantly disappeared, beyond the vision of Ditian and the others. Chapter 52. Ditian enters the Pango Hall, participating in the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation. Two cheapskins with a quick mind, looking at the Di-Jun duo, who had completed the conditions in an alternative way. The burning lantern could only snort coldly. Then he put away his magic treasure with a smile on his face and returned to Ditian's body. Bow down and ask how it's feeling. Your Majesty the Star Emperor. The two stragglers have rolled out of your field of vision as instructed. It's just that the way they're doing it now, it's just a little bit too much of a trick. I wonder if you can agree. If you don't think it's possible, I'll team up with the Star God Luahu and the Star God Kidu. Go forth and bring it back. Let it be rolled again with renewed regularity. That's a lot of set after set. Set after set. Ha! They had thought that they had just operated. It was as far as the burning lamp could go. Unexpectedly, the other party was still able to, once again, refresh the lower limit of their three views. Star God Luo and Star God Kidu, on the other hand, looked towards Ditian with glowing eyes. This mission, if it comes to fruition, not only will you be able to have great prestige, but you will also be able to receive great rewards. Undoubtedly a solid deal. It's not necessary. Emperor Jiang and the others are still waiting in the Pango Hall. There's no point in continuing to waste time on such trivial matters. After politely declining Burning Lamp's offer, Ditian turned his head to look at the Fushi siblings, who were walking towards him, as well as the Red Cloud duo. Greetings to Emperor Ziwei. Between slight nods in response, Ditian first asked the Fushi siblings about joining the Star Court. Consider how. Reporting back to Emperor. Our brother and sister are still at a shallow cultivation level and do not wish to enter the world just yet. Please give us some more time. When we step into the mixed golden immortal, we will go to the Ziwei Emperor Star and give the Emperor an answer. Looking at the two who looked slightly formal, Ditian lightly laughed and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. It is all up to you to decide. I was just asking in passing. There's no need to be so nervous. Hearing this, Fushi and Nua were slightly relieved, and he hurriedly bowed and thanked Empyrean for his understanding. Fellow Daoist Red Cloud, fellow Daoist Jin Yuanzi, the Star Court is open to the talents of heaven and earth. If you are also interested in joining, all of them can come to the Ziwei Emperor Star to find me. It is not true that Red Cloud is the number one unlucky person in the flood. However, according to the original trajectory, its future identity was that of Shinnom, one of the three emperors of the human race. Although because of his addition, the pattern within the Purple Heavenly Palace changed drastically. Not only did it make the other party escape death, it didn't have the karmic consequences of abdicating the holy throne with the two of them. Even more so, Emperor Jun and Koan Pang were given the opportunity to become saints. But such things as fate are very mysterious. Before the dust settles, nothing comes in packages. If Red Cloud was willing to join, he naturally wouldn't mind taking him under his wing. It was as if Cao Cao had done the same thing to Jia Yan in the latter days. Keeping it would not consume much resources, and it could also be a living signboard to help him recruit other innate sacred. In the future, if we follow the original trajectory of the law, then he's undoubtedly making a killing. If you don't keep it, in case Hong Jun seizes the opportunity to intervene to enthrone the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and then steal the words of humane authority, the price he'd have to pay then would be more than half a star. As for why Jin Yuanzi was recruited, naturally, it's because of the Book of Earth. As long as it was under control, it would be equivalent to holding half of the authority of the Earth's path. That said, Red Cloud represents the human way, and Jin Yuanzi represents the Earth way, and the two were able to become close friends. Could it have something to do with that? 2. As Empyrean's thoughts emanated, the Red Cloud duo looked at each other and bowed to politely decline his offer. The two of us are diffident in nature and have long been accustomed to a wandering, traveling existence. There is no intention of subjugation for the time being. I hope the Emperor will forgive me. No harm done. Ditian waved his hand with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the 4 Fushi people as he issued a final invitation. Whenever you guys want to live differently, feel free to come and find me at the Ziwei Emperor Star. The doors of the Starburst Divine Court are always open for the talented. After saying that, he took Wang Shu and the others and followed Zhu Rong's trio towards the Panga Divine Hall. The 4 Fushi people looked out at the backs of Di Tian and the others as they left, their eyes gradually rising in thought. There was no longer any resistance to joining the Star Court. After all, they did not choose to submit to such a broad-minded, benevolent and virtuous emperor. It's hard to choose. Two heads that don't know what's good for them and are trying to rebel against each other. Backstabbing weedy bird? If that's really the only option available, then they would rather retreat to the mountains and forests and never reappear in heaven and earth, rather than ever submit to half of it. In the eastern part of the Buzhou mountain range, outside the Pangu Divine Hall, Tian and the others traveled all the way to the mountains and took more than tens of years to follow Zhu Rong and the others. It came to the holy place in the hearts of hundreds of millions of witches. Welcome back, big brother. Arrival. Return, though only one word. However, it showed what position Tian was in the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches. All are of the Father God bloodline. There is no need to be so polite. Smiling lightly, he helped Emperor Jiang and the others up. Tian then refused to follow Wang Shu and the others. The Pangu temple is made from the heart of the Father God. There will not be the slightest danger within it. Just wait outside. After saying that, he stepped inside the Pangu Divine Hall under the leadership of Emperor Jiang. The joy of Pangu's birth from within the chaotic green lotus. 3,000 devil gods were born one after another to kill each other's fury. One's own strength to fight the wrath of 3,000 demon gods in blood. The sorrow of opening the heavens and incarnating all things in the flood. As it continues, a shocking scene comes to life and comes to life. Wrapped in endless ferociousness, it was continuously branded within Tian's eyes and sea of consciousness. Big brother, this is the last legacy left to us by Father God. Unconsciously, after browsing through Pangu's life, his eyes were slightly red and moist. Tian, led by Emperor Jiang, he came to a side that was 100,000 feet square across. Deep but unknown before the scarlet blood pool. It contains the essence of the Father God's heart. This is where we were born. Speaking of this, Emperor Zheng's expression couldn't help but be flushed with a bit of despondency. It's just that our credentials are really stupid. It is simply impossible to comprehend. Father God's origin, inheritance, the avenue of force. Hearing this, Tian lightly patted the other party's shoulder, telling him not to take this matter to heart. You are all made of the essence blood of the Father God, regardless of the inheritance that is obtained. It is all arranged by Father God's providence. If we are united, we will surely be able to make the glory of God the Father re-illuminate the entire flooded heavens and earth. Big brother is right. It is indeed me who is caught up in the image. No matter what the inheritance received is, are gifts from God the Father, which we must all cultivate to the utmost. Only then can we live up to the expectations of God the Father. Emperor Jiang also gradually regained his composure under his comfort. Big brother, with your natural talent and enlightenment, if you were to enter it, it will surely be possible to obtain Father God's origin inheritance. At that time, I also ask you to enable us to catch a glimpse of the path of force, which Father God reigns over. Just what kind of divine power does it have? Not since Tian saw that he had already regrouped. There was also no further suppression of the blood veins that were constantly surging in the body. Slowly, he stepped into the pool of blood, releasing the restrictions on his body. With the momentum of a whale swallowing, the boundless amount of heart blood around him was constantly incorporated into his body. As the heart's blood continued to be refined, some fragmentary information about the inheritance of it also gradually poured into its mind. This is the 12 ancestral witches summoning the will of the Father God to descend, and the 12 capital divine fury formation used to revive Father God's glory?